You know what? Actually, the being on the update screen actually presents a perfect opportunity to start on the one major segment that I was going to talk about. So let me, in anticipation for the content react that I'm about to do, I'm going to select this and boop, put it up there. I have to do this again. Do that. Okay. That's where I need it to be now. Live at the 2024 RNC. Donald Trump appears with bandaged ear. This is from the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. This is a VOD of a live stream. But I'm not interested in the whole stream. What I'm interested in is one segment of that stream. I got a horrible night's sleep last night because of the content that I'm about to make today. I watched the RNC live stream last night, which went until, like, really fucking late. I was up until almost 2 in the morning. That's sad to hear. Don't feel bad about it. I'm a grown-up. I manage my own sleep schedule. It was a decision on my part. But that just means I'm working for the content. I'm content-pilled. But this is not just any ordinary content. This is advanced content. Nice SpongeBob reference. Thank you. Did a Minecraft PvP with my bud up to 4? God damn. You're up later than I am. Yeah, my sleep schedule isn't that bad. You know, 2 a.m. is a really bad night for me. For other people, it might be worse. All right, finished. Nice. So, the Republican National Convention is where the Republican Party gets together and they're like, this is going to be our presidential nominee. This is where we're going to run for president, officially. This is who the vice president is going to be for this presidential nominee, right? Officially. And so obviously they picked Trump. Trump picked JD Vance as his vice president, and that's who was selected at the Republican National Convention. Everybody outside of America is probably like, fucking who? And that's exactly right. That's kind of the point of JD Vance being picked for this position, is because he's kind of a no-name senator. He has some appeal. He has a pretty good amount of appeal within the Republican base, but the reason they picked him and not like a younger woman or somebody to get some outside appeal with like independents and fence sitters is because the Republican Party has been going through a period of consolidation. They're no longer worried about onboarding new people. They are worried about using their current power base to seize federal power and to do like Project 2025, which JD Vance is vocally supportive of, and all sorts of different stuff like that. In fact, a lot of the Republican platform, which JD Vance has been word for word supportive of, even before it was mainstream, is word for word Nazi rhetoric. And, you know, sometimes people do the hyperbolic shtick. I mean Nazi in the literal most true sense. This is 1-to-1 with the National Socialists in Germany in the 1930s. And for some reason, I cannot connect to the internet on this. Wait. Hold up. If I sort by type... Son of a bitch, there's a .dol file. Let me delete that. Moment of truth. I actually have a good feeling about this. I fucking knew it. My big brain strikes again. The main.dol file was preventing me from connecting to online. And look at that! There's the custom textures, baby! Alright, let's go through the custom textures real quick. Or maybe not. Let's just start... I'll start with Raincoat Baby Mario. All right. Keep that in, editing me. Put that in as part of the segment. So I'm going to show off the textures I have as I'm reviewing this video. But let's start reviewing the video now. You guys will get to see the textures that I have installed as I'm watching this here. So, I'm going to need to actually... Oh, oops. I'm going to need to make this a little bit bigger, probably, so you guys can see it. I don't know. Let me know... Okay, 1v3. This is actually great, since you're here. Let me know if that react screen is too small. We're going to be watching a speech. So here we go. This is... Sean O'Brien is going to speak at the RNC. He is the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. They got a union guy to speak at the RNC, and I have some thoughts on it, believe it or not. Okay. Is that big enough? Like you can see him pretty clearly. Oh boy. Wait, do you not get hit by those? You just kind of run into the snowball and it doesn't, like, make you die instantly? Alright, cool. Let's continue, then.
I'm Sean O'Brien, General President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters.
You can see Donald Trump is in the audience here. Because they nominated him for president at this event. I'm gonna actually lower the volume of this a little bit. Let me see. Desktop audio. How are we doing?
I'd like to give my peeps from the greatest state in the nation, Massachusetts, some props. What's up?
Seems fine. Yeah. Okay. Good.
First, I want to thank the hard-working Teamsters.
All right. There we go.
And union members here.
I turned down the volume on my headset. That should be all well and good. Let's now vote for a course. GCN Daisy Cruiser, why not? So, why is this guy speaking at the RNC? The Republican Party fucking hates unions. So why is this guy at the RNC? Well, let's look at it from the perspective of union self-interest, right? Unions want to get what's best for their members. Like, that's the motivating factor. This guy, without a doubt, is here because he sees that the Republicans are likely going to win the election, and he wants to try to secure political favor for his union and their members. However, this is not only dumb, it is also very disingenuous and snake-like. This guy is bitch-made for doing this because the Republican Party, ever since the party switch, has absolutely despised unions, and that is not going to change now. This guy knows that the Republican Party is not going to be good to unions, but what he's interested in is that they might be good to his union specifically and him as an individual, right? They might spare him and some of the members of his union, maybe. And for him, that's fine because, I don't know, he probably doesn't care that much about other unions, and almost without a doubt, there were some backrooms deals negotiated so that he would get some nice political favor out of this engagement, right? This guy is not here to advance the cause of the workers. He's here to advance himself and his own interests.
In Milwaukee, who play vital roles in the building and operations of this convention.
Yeah, no one would be surprised.
I also want to thank President Donald Trump for opening the RNC's doors to the Teamsters Union and inviting me to speak before you tonight.
Yeah. So, okay. I don't have an opportunity to press the K. Okay, there we go. This apparently, I actually read a news article about this before it happened on MSN. That's like Microsoft News. Apparently, the Teamsters reached out to both the Democrats and the Republicans, and the Democrats turned him down, probably because they already knew that he was going to the Republican conference. Which at the time I was like, why would you do that? But now I think it makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, like you said, if you're thanking Trump, you have gone way too far. Republicans have never given a damn about unions. They never will. They don't right now. They certainly don't as a result of this guy being here. You will see that reflected in the audience reactions briefly. But the effect that this guy has just by stepping up onto the stage is already devastating. This effect was devastating from the moment the announcer said this guy's name. And what is that effect? The effect is to effectively give the Republican Party ammunition to gaslight everyone into believing that they are the party of the American worker, right? Because this guy, the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, even showed up at all, it almost doesn't even matter what he would say or how the crowd would react. That gives the Republican Party and the right-wing media machine ammo to say, see, look, we're the party of the American worker. And of course, because the Democrats are the Democrats, I doubt if they're even going to be able to put up the most flaccid resistance to that narrative, despite the fact that most, like 99.99% of unions in America will endorse the Democrats every single time. Also, I forgot to change character. Anybody else watching? I promise I'm not playing Baby Mario to BM. I'm trying to show off the custom textures that I have for each character, since I was able to get them off screen. Thank you. But yeah, the majority of the effect that this speech has already been like accomplished. Republicans, just by virtue of being able to get this guy here on stage, they have already gotten what they want, right? Which is kind of like an It's Jover moment. It seems like the It's Jover moments are really piling up right now. But there's also some stuff that this guy says. There's some essential content of this speech itself that I believe is worth dissecting, because it gives an insight into how Nazism, specifically Nazism, National Socialism, is able to advance itself into the political mainstream. Uh-oh. What is happening? I think my game is crashing. Press A to exit. Yeah, my game crashed. Oops. My apologerinos to other people. I don't know if that had any effect on their races. I hope it didn't.
Country and meet with my members every week. You know what I see? An American worker being taken for granted.
Okay.
Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite.
Here's some interesting language already. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. Now, corporates, you could maybe say, like, maybe that's a more direct allusion to like, the class struggle and whatever. But you'll notice the other three, big banks, Nazis used that as a dog whistle for Jews when they weren't outright saying the Jews. It was a very frequent rhetorical line that, finance capital was ruining the fatherland because, the banks were controlled by the Jews. That's why, the big banks. And let's be real, nobody likes the banks, not even bankers. And then, number two, the big tech. A lot of conservatives don't like what you refer to as big tech because they have terms of service that sometimes get conservatives banned for, saying the N-word or doing literal Nazi, propaganda posting. And then the elites is a general catch-all term for some sort of perceived power group that people don't like. It's populist rhetoric, but you'll notice he avoids specific signifiers that would make this left-wing populism. This is populism without any real politics behind it. This is the disingenuous populism that the far right invokes. They pretend to care about the worker without really saying anything specific. If he were really here on behalf of the workers and to advance the class interest in a Marxist sense, he's already failed. But what he would be saying is more specifically, big corporations hate workers. He would specify that every single time. He would say corporations, business interests, corporations, business interests. He wouldn't be gesturing at the concepts of like big tech and the elites and the banks, right? So that's one thing, but it gets more obvious later on.
And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They
Actually incorrect. The American people are stupid, but like from any perspective of good rhetoric, you need to just say that the American people aren't stupid. Because in some ways they aren't, but like, people are pretty stupid.
know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working.
Here we go. Look, this is another one. The system is broken immediately refers to Washington, D.C. Nobody's going to deny that Washington, D.C. is a central part of an essentially broken system. But that's not the first place you should be looking. See, this bundles into the sort of populism that the far right uses, where you can't allude to specific class markers. You have to allude to the government. Far right people do not like the government for the good things that it does, for the regulation on big corporations that it does. So when he says corruption, he has to sort of tie that into government rather than the corporations to pander to the crowd here. And believe me when I say that this isn't an accident. He knows exactly what kind of crowd he's pandering to and exactly the message that he is sending. Because he's a fucking snake.
That's why I'm here today. Because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did.
Another, like, nothing statement. I refuse to keep doing the same thing. Okay. Things will be different. Wow, that's crazy. Also, is worth mentioning that he probably means I'm not gonna align with the Democratic Party like my predecessors did, which is like actual class treachery. This guy's a class traitor. He's selling out the class interests of the working class to get in bed with the business class, the capital class.
Today, the Teamsters are here to say,
oh no,
we are not beholden
what'd I
to
do?
anyone
Okay.
or any party.
Wow, so brave. There's a lot of enlightened centrism shit that happens in this speech. He revisits that a lot. Soy, bipartisanship, soy.
And I don't care about getting criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention.
No, in fact. That's bad. You shouldn't be honored for having the, like, doing that. You should be ashamed, in fact. But like I said, this guy is fundamentally interested in himself and potentially for the benefits that he would maybe get from aligning with the Republican Party, so they maybe spare his union. A strategy which, by the way, was also employed in Nazi Germany and didn't work. A lot of the unions in Nazi Germany attempted to align themselves with the Nazi Party, kind of trying to get themselves into the perceived socialist side of the party politics, and it didn't work. They were literally trying to bargain with the Nazi Party as the Nazi Party was sending far-right thugs to actually bust up the unions and, like, raid the union offices and mass arrest all the union leaders. This is the, like, fundamentally, this is the same strategy. You know, maybe it buys him a little bit of time to do fucking what exactly, but at the end of the day, they're just gonna bust up all the unions anyway. Like, it isn't gonna change anything. Alright, let's keep watching. Slash listening. Yay.
Several months ago,
Baby Ouija.
I asked the RNC and
7?
the DNC
Okay.
for the opportunity to speak. To be frank,
Thank you. Nice crowd shot.
when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right.
I'm lagging really bad right now. On my screen, I got 7th, and then the game said that I got 3rd. Not great. Well, we will persist. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying.
Union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me
You know what? It might actually be because I'm streaming and also uploading a video at the same time. As I speak, the video about the Trump assassination attempt is uploading. Let's change combo. Baby Peach, she's got a nice raincoat.
Be a traitor.
That's because he is a traitor. Here, let's rewind.
Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left.
I don't think that's actually true. I don't think I mean, even if it was true, I don't think it would matter. Again, the effect is the same, but I don't think anti-union groups rescinded, like demanded the invitation be rescinded. If anything, they would probably have the political literacy and foresight to know that this would be really good for them, because it would sort of paint the Republican Party as the party of the American worker, which would give them almost infinite leeway in the face of little to no rhetorical pushback from the Democratic side to like go around and just completely destroy the union infrastructure in America, you know? Like, like if that happened, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But regardless, either way, you know, whether or not that happened doesn't matter that much. I just don't trust this guy to be honest about something like that. I messed up that ending part. Keep going. Yes. And that's because he is a class traitor in the literal sense of the term. In a Marxian framework, you know, there are the workers' class interests and the business class interests, the capital class interests, and somebody who is in one class but decides to act in a way that advances the interests of the other class is known as a class traitor. This is a label that you could apply to billionaires that are pro-union. Billionaires that are like ideologically socialist or left-leaning are themselves class traitors because they are ideologically committed to advancing the interests of the working class rather than the capital class, although I don't know if any of these really exist. But more commonly, cops, for example, are an instance of somebody who is a worker. They work for a living, they earn their salary, they do not own the means of production, but they act in a way that is to the benefit of the capital class. They are a class traitor to the working class, if that makes sense. Zam, Baby Peach. Yeah, I'm showing off the custom textures that I got, or that I installed on Retro Rewind. And I'm reacting to the Sean O'Brien speech at the RNC, where he was the biggest class traitor of American history, possibly.
And
this is JD Vance, by the way. This is the guy that Trump picked to be his vice president. Haven't seen him yet. They're showing crowd shots right now.
Why it's so important for me to be here today.
Are they gonna show him, please? I know about JD Vance. Yeah, I got you.
Think about this.
There he is. Okay. This guy's the president of the Teamsters, and I assure you, the Teamsters were really not fucking happy about his appearance at the Republican National Convention. I've explained the disastrous effects that that come just as a result of him agreeing to show up at all. But the unions reacted in a way that I would deem to be characteristic of some, like, an organization that is genuinely devoted to pursuing the class interests of the working class. And it seems like this guy doesn't have much longer as president of the Teamsters. And nor should he. Like, they needed to get this guy out of there.
The Teamsters are doing something correct. If the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage.
Oh, wow, such an enlightened centrist. Yeah, I pissed and shit and cum my pants in public. And I got criticism from both socialists and conservatives. That must mean I'm doing something right. Like, no, dude, you just pissed and shit and came in your pants. This is one example, by the way, of like there are a number of people who have made this point, but it continues to be correct, so I will make it here again. This is how enlightened centrists serve the right as like an archetype.
President Trump
Ooh, I'll take that.
has the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented. No other nominee in the race.
Should stop going for that item box, but I like item boxes. I like item boxes. I know it's probably slower, but I'm like each lap I've been in a position where it's been beneficial for me to get an item at that spot, so I kind of want to go for it. There we go. Yep. Triple mushrooms. No! Nah! Bad decision making on that corner. Oh well. I saw Retro Rewind was not ready for politics. Well, you're getting politics either way. This is important too, because it is well, a historical parallel of sorts. And also, welcome to chat, Yosh4761. You prove your point really well there. Yeah, actually I did, because I got triple mushrooms. I just used those mushrooms very poorly. In fact, by me getting triple mushrooms at that item box, an item that is extremely beneficial to me in 9th place, despite the fact that I blundered afterwards, that proves my point and proves you wrong. So, yeah, real nice showing from you.
Have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices.
Absolute horseshit from Sean O'Brien there. Part of Project 2025, wouldn't you rather a golden? I'll take what I can get in 9th place. The fucking Trump's one of like Project 2025, partly Trump's ideological brainchild, calls for fucking like firing literally any federal employee that disagrees with Trump and the ideological line of the Republican Party. And Trump did this, by the way. He fired administration officials who were not, like, loyal to him specifically in his first term. There is literally nobody who is less open to criticism than Donald Trump. But he's, you know, he's given him that glizzy because Sean O'Brien was paid to be there. So, you know, the check cleared, so he's got to give him the agreed upon amount of glizzy at the convention. You know. Red shell. I'm just gonna hold on to this probably, or maybe not. All right, on this straightaway, I'm gonna unpause. I think. Ah! God damn it. Oh, okay. That was rewind. Whew. I thought I fast forwarded. Wrong.
We all can agree whether people like him or they don't like him. In light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB.
And there it is. The whole reason that Sean O'Brien is here to begin with. It doesn't matter what, like, Sean O'Brien could have, like, parroted the entire Communist Manifesto about the interests of the working class, and all that mattered is that he showed up, and of course, like, the cherry on top is that he said this. Sean O'Brien, maybe not the Teamsters, I doubt if the Teamsters will, because they're not very happy with Sean O'Brien right now, but Sean O'Brien just endorsed Trump for president. The president of one of the largest unions in the world endorsed the far-right candidate. And that is why he was paid to be there. The Republicans are not the, like, party of the working class by a fucking long shot. I've explained this already. How'd you get first there, I guess? Bullet OP? No, it was lag. I didn't get first. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of lag right now. And like I said, even in the most charitable possible interpretation that he's doing this as a strategy to get to, like, spare him and some of the union leadership of the Teamsters from punishment under a Republican administration, that shit isn't going to work. Republicans hate unions. They always have, they always will. Ever since the party switch, that is. Was up all night today, so I'm tired as fuck. Expect major blunders. It's all good. I was up later than I should have been as well. So, you know. Not going to be driving at peak capacity. Yeah. Also, it doesn't look like it, but Koopa Troopa also has a custom texture. So. Yoshi Wildwing with inside drift. That's cool. I like that.
Now, when I won the presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching.
Sad that Dry Bones has the worst stats for lightweights because it seems a lot of people like him. Yeah, Dry Bones has a sick design. In fact, he's one of the characters I have a custom texture for, so you will see him in this session. Oh, dude, the inside drifting Wario bike. Let's go. I'll go wide here, or maybe not. Okay. Soy, bipartisanship, soy. Koopa's Red Koopa. Yeah, how could you tell? It's, you know, it's on screen and such. So. Oops. I'm dead. Massive Teamsters L's, by the way. This guy, Sean O'Brien just listed that there are some Republican presidents that got endorsements from the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Massive, massive political blunders by the Teamsters, in my opinion. Pick Mini Turbo lasts forever with the Wild Ring. Oh, I'm sure it does. Wild Wing has a really good Mini Turbo stat. Dude, everybody's like getting owned at this ending section. 8th? I'll take 8th. You can just chain them together the whole race if you're lucky. Yeah. Imagine if that didn't give you the respawn like MKPC doesn't. You'd be half a lap behind then. Yeah, probably.
But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued strong relationships with organized labor.
No, not even remotely. Give him that glizzy, dude. Keep giving that glizzy. That's what you got paid for.
There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This too must change.
Notice how this isn't getting as much applause. Like, he's saying, look, you guys have to change. What? Where do you find these custom textures? I got most of them just from TalkDom, the like custom Mario Kart wiki or whatever. This fucking guy said, like, for once he says something unambiguously pro-union. Look, he said, like, yeah, these textures are very easy to find. He said, like, a lot of people, or I guess he said some people, because, you know, again, give that glizzy, in the Republican Party are anti-union. This must change. And then, like, oh, yeah, you know, like, comparatively much less applause from the audience because they don't care. They don't care that, that this guy's, like, has some nominally pro-union things to say. All they care is that he's there to endorse them and their ideological mission. Everybody in the room right now, by the way, since this is the Republican National Convention, all the people that are here have been, like, for the most part, screened. These are not like your average rando Republican voters, because a lot of Republican voters are actually pro-union. There are a lot of union members that are Republicans, but this is curated to be like the elites of inside the Republican Party. These are politicians, delegates, business owners. These are exactly the kinds of people who would have been the ideological vanguard of Nazism in Germany and are the ideological vanguard of the comparable Nazi movement in America today. He's giving this speech about supposedly wanting to advance union rights and worker rights to a room full of business owners and politicians and, like, high-ranking Nazis. Hell, depending on the states that some of these, like, politicians are from, they might literally be members of the KKK. Ow. Oh, you can drive down here. Cool. What? You run into that? God damn. I'm gonna chain this at the next set. I didn't get a box. Dang. That worked out, kind of? I'll take fourth.
At the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers?
Ain't the Republican Party the anti-slavery party originally? Wasn't like the KKK founded from a Democrat? That's a very common talking point. Ever since the party switched, the parties have switched roles. The Republican Party was a social democratic and socialist party when it was founded. And yes, ideologically anti-slavery, and the KKK was founded by a man who was a member of the Democratic Party at the time. I will give you infinite fucking guesses as to which party votes for the which party the KKK votes for and which party the KKK votes against in the year 2024. Take a fucking guess. The party switch is a hell of a thing. The Republican Party has literally had KKK members on the ballot in southern states, so much so that it is a recurring thing, you know? So don't believe anybody when they bring up the whole, isn't the Republican Party the party of anti-slavery and, you know, the KKK was created by a Democrat? Wow, that's crazy. Would you care to, like, see if that's borne out at all in modern politics in any way? I know the KKK endorsed Trump, but Trump didn't Trump refute their endorsement? That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether or not Trump refuted their endorsement. What matters is the KKK has communicated, we like this man's politics. Trump is pro-KKK. It doesn't matter what Trump says about it because his politics are favorable to the KKK. It'd be like if somebody was like, I hate Nazism, I hate Hitler, but then did everything that Hitler would have done and believed and, like, earned the endorsement of Nazis across Europe. Doesn't matter how hard you denounce Nazism if you're doing and saying everything the Nazis would have done and said. And by the way, there's something to unpack, interesting bit of something to unpack in what Sean O'Brien just said. What are you doing to help the American worker? Notice how a lot of times the seemingly pro-worker rhetoric that he espouses here has to be packaged as the American worker, the mythical Volk. The Nazis did this a lot. This is how they got ground as being the National Socialist German Workers' Party, is that they always phrase things as the German worker. They hated workers. They hated the class interests of the workers because they were a party of big capital, of course. They hated unions, but they wanted to get that sort of support from certain workers groups, which was ultimately successful on the part of the Nazis. They managed to con certain unions into supporting them, or trying to cozy up to them at the very least. This is fundamentally the same thing. You know, and when like I said, these are all the, like, party elites and business elites of the Republican Party. This is the capital class in the room listening to this speech. So when they hear the American worker, they're thinking, oh, the Volk, the mythical white working American or whatever, the like platonic ideal of a white American. You know, that for them, black and Hispanic workers are discluded from the group that they know as the American worker. See, like, look, it's a virtue signal. Look at these guys fucking wearing hard hats. These guys don't have a goddamn construction job.
As a negotiator,
They're probably part of a business group, if I had to guess.
I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut. In my
Including the back door?
administration, the Teamsters reached
Curious.
out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hall.
Yeah, dripped out Mario. I would believe it's just legal and illegal immigration that separates it for them, but it doesn't matter. Legal and illegal immigration are treated the same in the United States. There is no, and in every country for that matter, there is no difference between legal and illegal immigration. Not in the minds of the state, and especially not in the minds of a conservative. To them, all immigrants are degenerates. In fact, if you want more details on how that plays out, that ideological, like, there's no difference, check out the video I did reviewing the debate between Vaush and conservative Hype House, where there are several points where, like, Vaush, in the process of debating a conservative who supposedly cares about encouraging legal immigration, he asked him about, okay, well, what about the people that are there legally and who are asylum seekers? And he like, repeatedly, this guy goes to, like, oh, well, they must have done something wrong. The a priori position of conservatives is that immigration is bad and degenerate. It doesn't matter whether it's against the law or in accordance with the law. Including vault doors? The doors that say workers only? Yo! Yeah, it's true. It's time to rob the banks. He said it himself. That's true. There were also, I should mention that reminds me. I'm gonna join? Yeah, sure. That does remind me, there were a number of people who were, like, at various stages of the Nosbel vortex, as it's called, who, like, actually fell for this rhetoric. Who were like, yo, most pro-worker RNC ever. Oh my god, the Republican Party is pro-worker? Most people didn't fall for this, but there were some people that did, and that's pretty disappointing. Oh no, toilet doors, rip privacy. True, my man is ideologically against doors being closed, which includes the door to your bedroom as you're having sex with your girlfriend or boyfriend, and also the door to the bathroom as you're taking a shit. You know, so be careful what you wish for. Sometimes doors do need to stay closed. For example, the door when you're taking a shit. But yeah. Ooh, that's good.
Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists.
This is, like, half true. This is part of why the truth does matter, even when like, political actors are constructing a narrative of lies, is that Josh Hawley does actually oppose right to work. There are some labor policies that Josh Hawley, a far-right senator, is halfway decent on. The reason that he brings this up is to make the Republican Party look good. The Republican Party does not support these things. There were, like, 3 Republicans that voted in favor of a union deal for the railroad Teamsters back in 2022. And, you know, I think Josh Hawley was on that list. And also, like, at every other turn, Josh Hawley has also voted against unions in various legislative battles. There were instances where the Democrats were trying to reinforce pension protections for, I believe, UPS workers, something like that. And the Republicans fought them tooth and nail on that. This, like, the narrative that's being constructed here is blatantly counterfactual. And it's all in service of, like, painting the Republican Party, again, as, like, some kind of pro-worker party, when everybody in the room knows that the Republican Party hates workers, and we know that they know that, right? We know what the Republican Party thinks. But if they can sort of construct a media narrative out of this, which I've already seen in some news outlets going around from some journalists that I would otherwise respect, even, you know, very disappointing stuff. Can't join? Can we add each other? Yeah, sure. The friend code command doesn't give my friend code for this account, unfortunately, so I'll have to leave the room. But yeah, the only person in the Republican Party that, you know, that this guy is talking about right here, Josh Hawley, he's the only person in the Republican Party that has ever, like, had anything positive on union rights and workers' rights. And even then, his record is not very good. You can, guy talking is like a union president. Yes, he is the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Yeah, like even Josh Hawley's record isn't great. All votes are public records. You can verifiably debunk all of what this guy is saying, but it doesn't matter because, like, what matters is the narrative that he's constructing, that, like, oh, the Republican Party is pro-worker, and like, that massively benefits the Republicans in their perpetual, like, ideological mission of favoring business interests over the interests of the workers. You know? Again, it's like Nazi shit. It's like in Nazi Germany when there were some unions that were like, oh, see, they're the National Socialist German Workers' Party. That means they care about workers and unions. And, you know, like, trying to cozy up to them as they got into power. They're gonna raid your offices and like, imprison all your union leadership anyways. Like, it doesn't matter. Only if we had this guy when Trump was having his affairs, he'd be like, Trump, no open doors. Remember what I said? That's true. Yeah, I'll have to leave the room. Share my friend code.
He has shown he is not
There's my friend code.
to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks.
Oh wait, who's he talking about?
Their pillaging of shown people negotiating that you
Oh, still talking about Josh Hawley. Okay.
get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but
Yeah, in fact, they don't agree on anything.
a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks.
This is just the marketplace of ideas shtick, right? This is just Noswell Vortex shit. Like, this is what you would say if you were a shiftless grifter that didn't believe in anything.
Senators like JD Vance,
I type slow. It's all good. It's all good.
Roger Marshall,
JD Vance, by the way, Republican vice president pick. JD Vance, by the way, it's hilarious that he's citing JD Vance as an example of somebody who's pro-worker, because JD Vance, also incredibly shiftless, literally campaigned on the campaign trail as, are you a racist? Well, do I have sympathy for you? Or some shit like that. Like, literally one of his campaign ads started with the question, are you a racist? Like, you know, many such cases. And then also, like, JD Vance was propped up almost entirely by billionaire money. Peter Thiel, a very, very prominent right-wing billionaire, funded a lot of Republican campaigns, is funding a lot of Republican campaigns now. He's like a political financier, in addition to, you know, having a shit ton of money. And, is, like, has strictly anti-union and anti-worker interests, in addition to being far-right. He's had to moderate his language in some ways, or moderate the sort of candidates that he's willing to support. But at their core, everybody that he supports, Peter Thiel supports and gives money to, is a fascist, because Peter Thiel is a fascist. Unable to meet up. Okay. You know what? I can join a room, and you try to join, I guess. Let's do that. There we go. I wasn't in game. Okay, it's all good. Yeah, I'll just join the room, and then you can join. Might be. It's all good.
and Representatives Nicole Maliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people.
Now I just joined a game. I would have rathered Vivek, but Vivek is Vance is something, I guess. Vance is a safe pick. Vivek is actually like too polarizing for a Republican base. Think about it. Vivek is brown. You know, no Republican's gonna support Vivek. He's not white. But they might support JD Vance. And like I said earlier, JD Vance is a pick for like consolidation concerns. Voting right now? Gotcha. They're like, the Republican Party isn't worried about onboarding new people. They're worried about consolidating around the power base that they have so that they can go through with Project 2025 and fire everybody in the administrative state that doesn't like immediately agree with them, and also mass deport Hispanic people, undocumented or otherwise, and mass imprison and mass execute queer people. And also put homeless people in concentration camps as well. Those are all parts of Project 2025. What are your thoughts on Elon Musk donating $45 million to a pro-Trump org? Have you seen the tweet? I have seen the tweet, actually, yes. We all knew that Elon Musk was pro-trans, only in an alternate universe, was pro-Trump already. He's just like, this is just like the Nosble vortex closing. You know, Elon Musk for a little while put up the affect of being an enlightened centrist. Nobody was surprised by this, really. I mean, for shit's sake, he was going around personally unbanning people who posted child sexual abuse material to Twitter, right? And you know, other such Nazi accounts. You know, it was only a matter of time before he started fully, you know, making his affiliations public. And not like he was very good at keeping them secret either. So, not terribly surprising. Also, hope you guys like the trans rights Funky Kong texture. That's a personal favorite of mine, even though I don't use Funky Kong that much.
Is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today.
I'm getting a lot of lag today.
People on both sides of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the
soy, both sides, soy.
That unions destroy American companies. Take a moment to consider United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 350,000 Teamsters make it run.
I want to be clear about something, too. I think a safe pick would have been Vivek because multiple Republican polls he's shown the #1 VP by a couple bits, unless if that's changed. He's too polarizing. Like I said, Republicans are fucking racist. Nobody in the Republican camp, nobody hates JD Vance. That's why he's the VP pick. And ultimately, the vice president pick doesn't matter that much because the name of the game is Trump. Trump wants somebody, number one, that can secure donations. Number two, that won't piss off the base. And number three, that won't upstage him. You know? He needs somebody submissive and subservient, which Vivek is, but Vivek isn't going to clear those checks and is going to offend the Republican base because Republicans are fucking racist. You think Elon Musk is ideologically driven, like he just likes Trump, or he has something to gain with companies if Trump administration takes over? It's both. Elon Musk is driven obviously by the corporate, the business interests and stuff. You know, obviously he's a business owner. He wants those tax breaks. But Elon Musk is also driven by a profound sense of sexual insecurity. His wife left him. His kids don't talk to him. And it is weird to say, but I think I've said this in another video. All sex is politics, and all politics is sex. Elon Musk is trying to make his insecurities everybody else's problems, which is why he supports an incredibly socially reactionary Republican platform to make it harder for his wife to leave him, I guess, or something like that, despite the fact that that already left him. You know, it's a highly idiosyncratic set of beliefs that motivates right-wing politics like this, but Elon Musk shares both sides of it, both the social reactionism bit and the economic business interest bit. I'm just gonna get rid of this. Multiple YouTube polls? YouTube polls? Nah. Polls are bullshit. Why are you going to YouTube polls for anything? Why are you going to online polls for anything? Do you have any idea how bad those are? At, like, in terms of strictly methodology speaking? Yeah. My source, YouTube polls, trust, yeah. Many such cases. The Republican and Democratic parties actually have pretty serviceable internal polling data. Like, there are a lot of flaws even with those, but they tend to be better than your average poll that you would even see reflected in a newspaper or an academic journal. And they're definitely better than anything that you would find online by leaps and bounds. Remember, most online polls are what's the term? Self-selected, opt-in, which means that, like, you're going to get a disproportionate amount of people from the far-right fringe because it's like, why, yes, I have political opinions that I want to share to this pollster. And, like, far-right people are the only people who are losers enough to be so politically militant online that they'll go around responding to, like, every fucking poll. And so that's why, like, opt-in polls are a load of garbage. No, did I get disconnected? Rip.
We work for good middle-class wages, quality health care, and secure pensions.
Huh.
There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process for both sides.
That happened to be... Oh, did everybody get disconnected? Maybe it's not just me.
In the world. But let's not forget that UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits.
Retro servers went down?
UPS does it because the team
is that true?
Fight for it. All 350,000 of us.
Very muted applause when he says something unambiguously pro-union again, like I've said.
You know, corporatists hate.
Gonna be for a while, as I recall, unless they're postponing it. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Because update or something? I just got a crazy bomb snipe, then I disconnected. Ah, okay. And now back to the video.
When working people join together to form unions. But for a century,
Uh-oh.
major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate
That ain't
unions of
good.
their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the business roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact.
And of course, the only time he gets some applause when he criticizes the corporations is when he says, oh, you know, these governmental institutions, these are like unions for big business. Curious. Like, buddy, I think, you know, I think you're just advancing the Nazi party here. I don't think you're doing anything for the American worker, dude. But he knows that, like I said. He had to get paid to be there and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, not having the greatest day with Mario Kart, it seems. Moment of truth. Can I load up CTGP this time? This worked last time with no changes. Will it work this time? Okay, we're good. We are good. Updates. What I saw in the tutorial video, it had to be 1 gigabyte. 1 gigabyte is too small. That's actually not enough space for CTGP to function. I do think it might, as weird as it sounds, it might have something to do with the 16 gigabytes. See, the blue SD card that I'm using is 8 gigabytes, which is big enough for CTGP or Retro Rewind, but it's not large enough for both of them. Now, but the 16 gigabyte is big enough for both of them, but for some reason I run into issues with CTGP. It could actually be because there's something about an 8 gigabyte card that causes the Wii U to freak out. I don't know what, but it's something. But yeah, those tutorials that say it has to be 1 gigabyte are not entirely correct. They might be onto something, but I don't know. Anyways, we are back. let's continue with the video. Now, for those of you just joining, this was a speech at the Republican National Convention that I thought it would be notable to comment on because this guy is the president of the Teamsters, and he decided to be at this convention and give a speech here. He was almost certainly paid to do this. You can see some of the textures that I have. I'm just going to be doing me outfit A. Knock bike as usual. And it's pretty blatant, like, class treachery. Literally, like, the room that this guy is speaking to is full of business elites, party elites, the owning class. And he's talking about the American worker and the American people. And I've kind of analyzed a little bit how this is essentially Nazi rhetoric, that the myth of the Volk, the people, the American worker, in such a way that discludes minorities who are workers. It's sort of constructing this weird nationalist myth around the American worker in such a way that you don't actually have to be pro-worker or pro-union. Anytime this guy has said anything like directly pro-union, people in the crowd have actually been pretty silent, which is no accident. You know, they don't like unions.
Gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions. Companies like...
No applause. Notice there was a pause there. You know, in speeches, a lot of times people give... like, have pauses so people can clap. He listed all of that stuff that, like, yes, unions are necessary for all of this shit, for all of these improved working conditions and improved wages or whatever. Nobody clapped because everybody in the room is not a worker. They have contrary class interests to that. But there are some things that he'll get massive applause on, and those are the, like, nationalist talking points. He's literally in a lot of ways him trying to, like, proselytize about the workers and mix that in with, like, the nationalist talking points. This is National Socialism, Nazism in its purest economic form. Conveniently leaving out all the parts where you don't actually care about the workers and you hate the working class, and also you're going to deport massive numbers of minorities, etc., etc.
Amazon are bigger than most national economies. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th largest economy in the world. What is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned any national allegiance. Amazon...
There it is. That's the Nazism. You'll notice a lot of conservatives don't like Amazon, so Amazon, he's picking an acceptable target. Notice how he attacks Amazon based on the fact they have no national allegiance. They don't have any nation. They are a traitor to the nation, right? This is what I meant when I said National Socialism. Like, he's doing the bit. Except it's not a bit.
Sole focus is on lining its own pockets.
That's every business, by the way. Every business is like that.
Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation.
There it is again. Elites have no nation. Again, conveniently avoiding any specific class distinction. It is true that the bourgeoisie, the class, the owning class, knows no borders, knows no single nation. They are international. But here he's referring to the elites because he has to avoid all systemic critique in order to make a palatable speech and whatever. This is just Nazi rhetoric, the excessive focus on the nation. And what's interesting to me, this is subtle, but it is notable. A lot of people in Republican circles have stopped referring to the country and started referring more to the nation.
Their loyalty is to the balance sheet and the stock price at the expense of the American worker.
Hey, got a little bit of applause for that part. It was good.
In my office in Washington, D.C.,
Okay.
I see well-intentioned people arrive in Washington who get eaten up by an unfulfilling system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser after fundraiser. Corporate consultants head every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government job to corporate job to back again. I think we can all agree DC is a pretty treacherous area.
Okay, notice what he did here too. Very clever rhetoric. We'll see if this gets applause actually. He mentioned a lot of things that are true. The whole like well-intentioned people go to DC only to discover like the political system is a hellhole of like constantly having to fundraise and engage with fucking corporate consultants or whatever that work for the business class. All very real systemic critiques that somebody on the left would have of the political system. But then at the end, he says, and because like at the end, he concludes it, he punctuates it with, we can all agree that DC is a corrupt shithole, basically. And of course, Republicans are going to agree with that because DC mostly votes for the left-leaning option.
Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap. It's very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country.
And see, he gets some applause for that. For there he used country instead of nation, but like for mentioning national allegiance and the country, he gets applause. Anything class related, no applause. This is the character of National Socialism, is you get people disingenuously fronting class politics like this, and knowing that the only reason people are actually there, the only like ideological mission that people actually have is one of the far right and of like, well, an exterminationist platform against queer people, functionally. Like, that's all these people in the crowd care about. Keep going.
No, our system is broken. The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time,
Again, mentioning the elites with like a non-specific sort of class affiliation. Like, not once has this guy directly pointed to a Marxian interpretation of class structures. Shawn Fain, another prominent union leader, has. Shawn Fain, I believe, is a Marxist in some sense. Like, he clearly understands that mode of analysis, and he understands the class interests that are at play. That, like, okay, my job as a union leader, we're looking out for the workers' interests, and that necessarily means an opposition to the interests of business and the interests of the capital-owning class, you know, the shareholders. Meanwhile, this guy, he's only mentioned elites as like a sort of vague term, which is fitting in the sense of like Nazi esotericism. You know, Nazis well known for being very esoteric and like gesturing and weirdly spiritual. But then also, you'll notice there are two opposite sides of that coin. He refers to the elites, which could mean anything, and he alludes to the American worker, which could also mean just about anything, depending on your interpretation. He knows that the crowd he's speaking to is going to interpret the American worker as white people, and he knows that they're going to interpret the elites as Jews, or like, I don't know, liberals. This is exactly the kind of language that Nazis used in their speeches in Germany. This is the kind of language they used to try to draw support from a sort of working class base. And it worked. Like I mentioned, a lot of unions were sort of trying to cozy up to the Nazis up to and including on the day that the Nazis sent out thugs to arrest all the leadership for the trade unions.
Sadly, it took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard major news outlets regularly refer to workers as essential? You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves,
Random crowd shots. That finger, by the way. Finger? What finger? Oh, his? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. He's using his finger for sure. He's pointing that finger.
All the while, the stock market boomed. Housing prices hit record highs. Corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pump, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, with the car insurance. This has got to change.
See, look, he mentions the whole essential workers bit, and sure, people are like, maybe a little bit positive to that. I don't know. That's mostly a virtue signal, but like any of the direct working class stuff that he mentions is like getting silence, no applause. And then he mentions the typical talking points. Oh, inflation, gas prices, food prices, I guess. I don't know. Like stuff that's, you know, the pretend politics that you can't really use, like that it's very difficult to use policy to directly address, and that isn't really the purview of anybody who like is a policymaker, directly speaking. And the crowd goes nuts. Basically, they love it when he sounds like a Republican, because functionally that's all he's there to do, is sort of affirm their ideological priors in the Republican Party, and to legitimize their image as like, oh, we're a pro-worker party. You know, the thing I've said like a million times before, but like it's very transparent what he's doing, why he's doing it.
Never forget, American workers own this nation.
This nation. There it is again.
We are not renters.
No applause. Did you catch that?
We're not tenants, but the corporate elite.
He mentioned renters and tenants. Two groups that are very much in need of like support from unions and whatever. I've mentioned tenants unions before. No applause, because the people in the room are people who hate tenants and unions. He's about to mention, I think, the corporate elites. Did you say that?
Like squatters, and that is a crime.
These people that he's talking about, when he says the corporate elites treat us like squatters, and that is a crime, he's talking to a room full of those corporate elites. You know? Like, he's not really advocating for workers here. And he's using language like us, because again, like the elites is a very like amorphous blob of a concept. Very scattered applause for mentioning renters and tenants, of course. Not much. Oh?
It's time for both sides of Congress to stand their butts up.
Bitch made. Absolutely bitch made. You guys might remember, this is the guy that almost got into a fight with a senator, or with yeah, I think a senator in Congress. That was Mark Wayne Mullen. We watched that video. I watched that video a while ago and reacted to it, and I was like, fuck yeah. Because, like, obviously I'm going to get, like, really, it was cathartic to see a union rep or union leader almost throw hands with, like, a Republican, because Republicans are fucking evil and hate unions. Yeah, this is that same guy. And he's saying, like, oh, you know, Mark Wayne Mullen is good, actually. That guy who fucking hates unions, he's good, actually. Notice that all he said, he didn't say anything. He just said, oh, yeah, he said that, like, it's time for politicians to stand up. Wow, so brave. Stand up and do what exactly, right? Like, he's using a lot of airtime to say nothing because, like I said, it affirms the validity of the Republican Party. You know?
easier for companies to remain in America.
And of course, he's mentioned here, like, doing the America First trade policy shtick. Like, oh yeah, you know what would really benefit workers? Tariffs and you know, America First protectionism. No, it doesn't. And he knows that, by the way. You know, this guy's not an idiot. He's quite smart, in fact. But he knows, like, he's talking complete shit. You know?
We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract. We must stop.
Like, this is just meant to be fed into the Republican narrative crafting machine and spat out on the other end as, oh yeah, see, Republicans are the party of workers. See, this union leader supports us. And then they're just going to crack down on unions really hard anyway, like the Nazis did. You know, like, this is fully the meme of Hitler going to the workers and holding up the Socialist Workers Party sign, and then going to the like German capitalists and holding up the National German Party sign. Like, that's what the Republican Party is doing, and what this guy is enabling, knowingly so.
Corporations from abandoning local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need meaningful bankruptcy reform today. Corporate vultures buy up companies like Yellow Freight with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains. The courts leave workers begging for crumbs as third-tier creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union.
Nothing. No applause. He mentioned hostile takeovers. I watched Wall Street a while ago, so I know, like, what this is all about. No applause for the bit about, like, we gotta stop hostile takeovers, because he's talking to a room full of people who do those hostile takeovers. Didn't Mussolini also do that? Play double standard with workers and elites, maybe even before he... Well, you're right. Yes, this is exactly what Mussolini did. In fact, there's like a really heavily memed upon Mussolini quote about, like, oh, I will tell the capitalists to like, play nice with the workers, and I will tell the workers to play nice with the capitalists. It's literally the Mussolini bit. Like, this is... He's literally doing the bit that Mussolini did. Sean O'Brien is, and, you know, the Republican Party also doing that. But the Republican Party, if I'm being honest, the Republican Party is more closely ideologically aligned to Adolf Hitler than to Benito Mussolini, because Mussolini did have some economic policies that were worth, like, discussing about and whatever, and wasn't fully committed to the whole genociding minorities shtick. You know, they were actually a more comparatively moderate strand of fascism relative to the Nazis. The Mussolini people were. I heard Trump was going to shift some speech from talking about Biden, how bad the Democrats are, like he planned to, instead, because of the gunshot, talking way more about being one kind of nationalistic speech. Heard that on the news yesterday. When is/was that? I don't know. I'll have to look that up, but that's easily knowable. So check that later.
Join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This is economic terrorism at its best. An individual cannot withstand such an assault. A fired worker cannot afford corporate delays, and these greedy employers know it. There are no
He's speaking to a room of those greedy employers. He's not talking to the workers. He's talking to the employers right now. He's like, they both know that, like, he's not here to advocate for the interests of the workers. You know, in fact, most people in the room, the reason he's not getting any boos for any of the like nominally pro-worker stuff that he's saying. Good suggestion for a stream. I'll check later as well. Yeah, it would be. It'd be really great. the reason that he's not getting any boos for any of the like nominally very pro-worker stuff that he's saying is because, like I said, the effect that needed to be accomplished is accomplished just by him being there. You know, the Republican Party paid him to come here, most likely, to legitimize their image as like, oh, we're the party of the American worker, you know, to try to build that narrative. And it doesn't matter if they disagree with every single fucking thing he says. That is accomplished just by him showing up. So a lot of people in the crowd, I'm guessing, are willing to like kind of play nice with what would otherwise be a hostile platform. Because they're like, yeah, well, he's politically benefiting us anyway. That was mean, but I, you know, I had to do it to him, I guess.
Only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system, massive companies like Amazon, Uber, Lyft, and Walmart take zero responsibility for the workers they employ. These companies offer
No applause, you'll notice.
no retirement benefits, no paid leave, relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of wealth in this country.
Nothing, absolutely nothing. Saying all like stuff that is just straight up pro-worker and no applause, like crickets. Got him.
Corporations, and this is real corruption. We must put workers first.
And then notice he caps it off with an easy like political one-liner, so that it can be, like I said, easily turned into propaganda for the Republican Party later. Like, see, look, we had this guy at our convention. That means we're pro-worker. All the while, they still hate unions. They still will do everything to sabotage the class interests of the workers.
What could be more important to the security of our nation
And, you know, putting people in camps too. They want to do that too.
than a long-term investment in the American worker?
And of course, it's also relevant the interpretation of the American worker that the audience is taking as well, meaning like white Americans, because they don't think of black people and Hispanic people as Americans or workers. They think of them as degenerates. So for most of the right wing people in America, and especially the people in the audience being the business and party elite, like the ideological vanguard of fascism, for them, the only way somebody could be an American or a worker is if they're white. Golden in first. I'm going to start using this here. I feel like this is a good spot to use it.
In 2021, Teamsters nationwide elected me to fight for them. And that's precisely what I'm doing. Something
More
about this country
kind of nothing talk.
to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union. I challenge each and every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace.
Of course, and when he's like saying, "Oh, this is going to be a challenge," he emphasizes like, "Oh, this is especially going to be a challenge for the Democrats," right? Like this is it's almost like he's rolling a lot of right-wing politics bits into one. Like this is pulled basically from the "Why I Left the Left" playbook.
Cooperation to truly collaborate.
Word choice was not an accident there. Let's hear that again.
Nation in the entire world. I love this country. The Teamsters love this
Oh, wait.
for meaningful and productive change to ensure we make this great nation in this nation to truly collaborate to achieve
There it is.
meaningful and productive union.
Let's go back a few more seconds. I really want to hammer that point in, so let's get a clean shot of him saying that.
Every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace
Why I left the left.
cooperation, to truly collaborate
There we go.
for meaningful and productive change.
This is not a mistake. The language of collaboration, beyond B-Day, you mentioned this with Mussolini. This is the Mussolini bit where he's like, oh, we need the capitalists and the workers to work together or for the good of the nation. That's class collaborationism. In fact, it's one of the most essential characteristics of fascism that you have class collaborationism, because that like serves the interests of the capital class. It essentially, it's a way of pacifying the class interests of the worker, and sort of subjugating that class conflict to the cause of the nation or whatever. You know, it's just nationalism fuel, basically. I'm gonna keep going till the speech is done, and I'll probably end the stream.
To ensure we make this great nation in this world the bigger, faster, and strongest nation in the entire world.
The bigger and faster, very true. America is the fastest nation. The best internet speeds. That's probably not true, but
I love this country. The Teamsters love this country. Our 1.3 million members move America on the roads, in the ports,
Six King
on the
Labyrinth.
rail, and in the air. And at the
You're distracting me so much. I just put an entire house where the neighbors live. Shit. Skill issue.
end of the day, if the powers to be stop
I accidentally built a whole house out of
on
place.
behalf of
Nice.
American workers, I will not have one single regret.
Here,
3
hold on.
million members move America on the roads, in the ports, on the rail, and in the air. And at the end of the day, the powers to be stop me from raising my voice on behalf of American workers. I will not have one single regret. I still carry my driver's license. I still have my place in the Union Seniority. You'll find me back in Boston driving a tractor trailer, delivering equipment for Shaughnessy International. Because I have the protection of a union contract that gives me the freedom to speak my mind and to fight like hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
Okay. So then, again, in that ending bit, he made that all about the nation, right? He made, like, he, notice, did not mention what the unions do to, quote, fight like hell. And people weren't, like, really ready to applaud until he, like, didn't mention anything specific about unions. But yeah, that, like, this is the part of Nazism where they emphasize the National Socialism bit. They try to meld nationalism and socialist rhetoric in a way that would potentially be appealing to certain left-wing people. Luckily, most left-wingers in America are smarter than that. Opera's term, most. But this is gonna be, like, disastrous, just because of him being there, like I said, because that accomplishes that sort of, like, National Socialism slate of talking points for the Republican Party. Like, oh, see, we're the party of the workers. We got this union guy to speak for us, all the while making no, like, substantive policy commitments of any sort, because at the end of the day, they still hate unions. And you know, like I said, he made it all about the nation. Anytime he said something overtly, like, pro-worker, or something that approached that you could charitably interpret as being anti-business, he cloaked it in a lot of non-specific language, and if he, like, even then, sometimes, he didn't get very much applause. But that's super important to remember. This speech and some of the talking points contained therein, like Beyond B-Day mentioned, the language of class collaborationism in a way that is meant to project a pro-worker affect is very characteristic of fascism, and a lot of the language that was used trying to trying to make this connection between, being pro-worker and being pro-nation, that is literal Nazism, National Socialism. Not a, real thing. I mean, it's just Nazism at the end of the day. It's that, big businesses basically pacifying the interests of the workers and taking over the country, privatizing shit, etc., breaking up unions because, you are against the spirit of the nation. This is supposed to be a collaborationist venture, And I think I will end the session there. So beware of Republicans marketing themselves as pro-worker. In fact, those Republicans are likely to be the most Hitlerite of all Republicans, of all right-wingers. The right-wingers who say, yeah, I'm conservative, but I'm pro-worker. Nazis. That should raise instant red flag. Nazi, Nazbol, like the worst kind of far-right person. But yeah, I think I generally hit on all the beats I wanted to hit on from that video, or from that speech. This was part of a VOD from, again, like I said, Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, streamed from the Republican National Convention. Sean O'Brien is a class traitor. This has disastrous implications for American workers. And, yeah, I guess that's about all I have to say. Gotta go myself. Have a good one. See you later. Yeah, I'll see you later. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Stream up? Yes, it is. So today, the question will be answered. Can I survive Nazism live as I play Mario Kart Wii? That's that's the question. The answer, of course, is yes. I've done React stuff before, to Nazis, in particular. I've reacted to Nazis while playing Mario Kart, but this is the first live reaction that I've done, I think.
Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world.
What's she talking about?
The ruins of souls.
She's talking about Satan?
And God bless President Trump.
Okay, cool. By the way, definitely, not a cult.
Please rise for the
cool, great.
of colors. The colors are presented by veterans for the Flag Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
It is kind of funny to just watch this guy do his thing, say his thing, and the camera's just on him the whole time. By the way, this is the vanguard of fascism. You guys ought to realize.
Please remain standing
think
for the Pledge of Allegiance and
the
national anthem.
Couple days ago, they had the Scouts here doing the same thing. The Boy Scouts. They were wearing literal brown shirts. And with those guys, it's a little bit similar.
In the Pledge of Allegiance.
The Pledge of Allegiance, by the way, it is one of those things. It was actually, like, in school, I didn't do the Pledge of Allegiance for most of, I think, middle and high school. I just thought it was, like, kind of cringe. But now it's, like, actually creepy. Like, I actually find the Pledge of Allegiance to be really creepy and like a almost like very insidious form of like nationalist indoctrination of American kids. Oh boy, the national anthem. Music that they play at the beginning of every baseball game for some fucking reason. I do not know who this is. Are they gonna overdo it again? The last singer they had perform the national anthem tried to do the thing where they fucking try to like make it their own, which means that they just kind of butcher the way the song is written and whatever. Okay, yeah, they're overdoing it. Oh boy. Bro. Is her mic even working? I kind of can't hear her. We got a lot of instruments this time. That's kind of, interesting. This is probably, okay, look at that guy saluting. This is probably the most fucking momentous part of these people's lives, which is a little bit sad considering, like, they hold an ungodly amount of political power in America, a lot of the people in the audience, and they're getting excited over the national anthem, which is weird because they also get excited for, like, the prospect of ruining everybody's life and putting people like me into death camps, right? Like, you know, everybody in this room wants me dead, obviously, but, like, or people like me as well. But they are, I don't know. I was gonna say they're just weirdly moved by this, but I guess it could be pretty easily explained by the sort of current of Nazi esotericism. All right. You know, I was about to say this isn't as bad of a butchering as the national anthem as the other person the other day, but still not very good. And they also aren't done yet, so we'll see. Oh, bro, Charlie Brown's in the room. Let's go. Huh? Still going. Is this like a fucking extended version or something? I don't remember the national anthem being this long. Okay, I think she's almost done. I think. I have been wrong before, though. Okay, cool. She's not done? What? Bro, conservatives really, like, jerk themselves raw over this. Holy shit. Oh, okay. They're teaming with somebody in the room. I see. Okay, now she's done.
Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
I might be fucked. No. I'm gonna get last, I think. Or 8th.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, United States Senator Steve Daines of Montana.
This is that's the body that is in charge of, like, Senate funding for the Republicans.
Wow, how about that national anthem sung by Mary Milman? I'm U.S. Senator Steve Daines, and I represent...
Bro, his face looks like it's too small for the rest of his head. I don't know if anybody else has noticed this, but there's like a weird... No, okay, this guy's boring and I don't care. There's like a weird number of people in the Republican Party, or in the, like, Republican inner circles, who it looks like their head is too big for the face that's on their head. Does that make sense?
For 4 children and their spouses.
It's like the fucking Charlie Kirk meme, but for, like, more people.
And I thank God that in 6
Hey,
months,
okay, we got it.
Joe Biden will no longer be president of the United States.
I don't know if he said he prays or he thanks God, but, like, I mean, yeah, Joe Biden probably isn't going to be president because he's going to step down. or not step down, but, like, let Kamala run.
Memorial service instead of a nominating convention. And we thank God here tonight for protecting President Trump.
Basically the same as every other speech.
But we have important work to do, because going forward, we must fight. And I will tell you, as chairman,
Bro has L Riz. Holy shit.
committee,
This guy's boring.
I'm working with President Trump to win the Senate majority and to fire Chuck Schumer.
Wow, the Republicans are working with Trump? That's crazy.
Back in early 2023, President Trump and I met at Mar-a-Lago. We agreed our highest priority is electing an America First Senate majority that has his back. Senators that will
Where's the
stand
mute button? I've noticed the Republicans, I've commented on this with the Sean O'Brien speech, which I have, like, a little addendum to do for that. I might make this like a double feature, but in the O'Brien speech, they pivoted, I noticed, a lot more towards talking about the nation. It's also interesting to me just how much Republicans have sort of focused on the specific phrase of America first, which is a hallmark of, like, the fascists in Italy particularly, but also the Nazis. The Nazis did a similar thing, Germany for Germans or whatever.
radicals. They say they're with you.
Was that about radicals?
They vote with Joe Biden.
I love radicals who say they're with you and vote for Joe Biden, or vote with Joe Biden.
Impeach President Trump twice. And I will tell you, an America First majority will stand with President Trump.
That's great. We will exercise our power as the majority party to exclusively to protect Donald Trump from any of the consequences of his actions, and that's it.
Secure the border, and we're going to build the wall.
Okay, that's not substantive. It is worth mentioning, though, the reason that there's 2 reasons that the Republican Party is so devoted to protecting Trump, and both of them have to do with the fact that the GOP is basically a cult. Number 1, obviously, cult following wants to protect the cult leader. Number 2, Trump is the only Riz Lord that the GOP has. You know, this guy obviously has negative Riz. A lot of other Republicans just have fucking negative Riz. And Trump is the one guy that can get up there and like be at least somewhat entertaining. And so they're desperate to maintain that as long as they can. They want to sort of build themselves around that. And I don't know if they necessarily even have a plan for what happens when Trump is gone, because Trump's getting pretty up there in age too. So, you know, it's actually kind of from a strategic perspective, it is actually critical for the Republican Party to protect Trump at all costs, because without him, they kind of don't have much in the way of talking points that they can sell to the American public. Was that? Ah, of course. I love conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. My favorite pastime. Also, okay, so he's about to go in the anti-trans shtick. I don't care enough about that to address it, because it's like, it's so done to death. One thing I wanted to add, actually, as an addendum to the other time when I was covering the RNC speech made by Sean O'Brien, the president of the Teamsters, is that I've often said that liberalism is the moderate wing of fascism, right? In the sense that liberals, when left to their own governing devices, will often arrive at fascistic policy conclusions based off of liberal sort of status quo, keeping the machine humming priorities. You know, like with the police crackdowns on protests on college campuses regarding the issues of Israel and Palestine and whatever. That is a very fascistic policy move, very fascistic form of politics engaged in by otherwise non-fascists or nominally non-fascists, right? But you could also flip that to be the other way around, to say that fascists are just the extremist wing of liberalism, the militant extremist wing of liberalism. And what I wanted to invoke to sort of back that up is some of the things that have been said in Sean O'Brien's speech, as well as other places, particularly surrounding the language of class collaborationism, where a lot of the class collaborationist rhetoric, to me and probably to a lot of others, sounds very mundane. Oh, the working class and the business owners must work together to build America, whatever. It's a very bland, sort of liberal sounding talking point, because it is a liberal talking point. Democrats have engaged in that rhetoric time and again. You could use that to say, you know, moderate wing of fascism, but I think it's like more of an extreme wing of liberalism sort of thing, where fascists take that very characteristically liberal policy line and deliberately use it to sort of weaponize the economy against workers, or to weaponize the artifices of government and media messaging against workers' interests, if that makes sense, you know? And then, of course, from a like social policy and policing perspective as well, you know, one of the other things that is oft invoked is that you know, fascists love the quiet. Not quite in the same way that liberals do, but fascists and liberals have a similar priority insofar as like squashing protests and stuff like that. It's just that liberals have a more passive desire for things to be orderly, and fascists are like ideologically driven by this esoteric concept of the order and the purpose of the nation or whatever, and will sort of pursue minorities and political dissidents to that effect. I just thought I would lay that out while this guy's talking, because obviously, you know, he's a Republican, he's doesn't have any Riz to his name, and I don't think he's saying anything particularly interesting. In fact, I don't expect to have really missed much when I go to unmute this. Maybe when there's a straightaway. That guy didn't say anything important, by the way. He was just like, I don't know, kicking off the convention, being like, "Oh, God bless Trump, and also I hate trans people." That was about the only thing that he said. Wait, this is probably copyright. I just realized. They have music playing at the Republican convention, and I don't think it's royalty-free, considering they hired a band to play it. You know? Cool. Wow, look. They're on TV. Look at them. Completely... Well, maybe she's not oblivious that the Republican Party fucking hates her. I don't know 100%. Okay, the music's still playing. Great. I don't 100% know why everybody at this convention is wearing like cowboy hats. It's probably just as simple as like silly LARPy stuff. But I could be wrong. Could have some untold significance. Maybe Peter Thiel wears a cowboy hat and he signed the check for this event and he was like, yo, since I'm funding this event, I get to set one of the rules, and that rule is that everybody has to wear a cowboy hat. And they're like, alright, fuck it, you're paying the bills, boss. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, somebody else is on the stage.
I'm a congressman from North Carolina. Great to see my North Carolina folks over here. Also want to acknowledge my brilliant, amazing, smoking hot wife, Renee, who worked 4 years in the Trump White House. Here with us tonight. Love you. I love you too, AJ. I also want to acknowledge my son Lane, who's at home watching us on TV.
Honestly, kind of cringe to describe your wife as smoking hot to like a crowd full of people. But look, whatever.
Now, my job as NRCC chairman is to grow the House majority.
That is indeed his job.
We have the largest military base in the world, Fort Bragg, home of the airborne and special forces. The men and women there, the men and women at Fort Bragg are willing to give their lives for the flag.
America. This is okay.
That ultimate sacrifice, that same flag accompanies them home on that final journey.
This is
Respects them.
I know this is gonna be. I know exactly the words that are gonna come out of this guy's mouth. Something about Joe Biden doesn't respect our troops. Trump respects our troops and predicts strength, and our troops are strong under Trump, and they're woke under Biden. And you know, Trump also is gonna fix the VA or already fixed the VA or whatever the line is, right? But I wanted to actually comment a little bit on how fascists, not just Nazis, but like fascists broadly. In fact, I think this is a little bit more common outside of Nazism as a strain of fascism. Emphasize the troops as a set of talking points. God save the troops, support our troops, and whatever. The sort of excessive focus on the value and virtue of the lives of people in the military above the lives of everybody else, which is interesting, because it's like it's a more bald-faced version of liberal geopolitics, I guess. You know, the same way that the police are used to enforce the interests of the capital class within American borders, so the military is used to enforce the interests of the capital class outside of those borders, right? Like the here we go. Yeah, what's up? We got the RNC, the fucking Nazism Central. I've muted this guy because he's almost guaranteed, like, not saying anything interesting. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about the kind of rhetoric surrounding the troops that Republicans very frequently bring up, and how it's very, very common to fascism because it represents a sort of a convenient way to clothe imperialism in the language of nationalism, when really most forms of imperialism in a liberal system revolve around business interests. You know, and will only really benefit the ruling class, you know? I guess I'll unmute it.
Ensuring Donald Trump's success as our president. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what Nancy Pelosi's protege, Hakeem Jeffries, would do if he was Speaker of the House to undermine Donald Trump?
Actually, I kind of can imagine it. It would be not much. You know, the Republicans talk about like, oh, the Democrats are undermining Donald Trump. Like, dog, the Democrats aren't doing jack shit. You know? I actually, this is another thing that fascists do that I sometimes actually like. I wish that the non-fascists were as cool as the fascists make them out to be. You know?
Eliminate taxes on tips. Together, a Republican House and President.
Oh, great. Furthering tip culture, too. Just the worst economic platform.
We will rebuild our military. We will stand up to communist China. And ladies and gentlemen,
This has been another talking point recently. They just want another Cold War with China. Not that there's anything ideologically differentiating the Republican Party from the Chinese Communist Party, by the way. In fact, they probably have more in common with the CCP than they do with, well, a lot of parties. You know, you'd probably have to go and pick, like, a Nazi party in Europe or a far-right party in Europe to find a suitable ideological contemporary to the Republicans. If anything, the Republicans are probably to the right of the CCP on certain social issues. You know, I know that given a position swap, the Republicans would absolutely be in favor of the Uyghur genocide because they fucking hate Muslims.
President Donald Trump. So let's work together. Let's elect President Donald Trump. Republican majority.
But they talk about it as if they think it's bad because it's China doing it. And fundamentally the only thing they believe in is power. And that's like China holds the power in that situation or something. Businesswoman. This is somebody signing the Republicans' checks. Use this around this corner. Yeah.
That the American dream is possible with hard work and determination. I grew up on a dairy farm in Wisconsin.
Ah, yes, the classic farmer
I was one of
virtue signal.
no boys. I dreamed of moving to the city and wearing blue suits.
You know, it sounds silly to say, but like a lot of Republicans are probably like, oh, what a brat or whatever, or something like that, or like, what a shame there were no boys in the family. It's actually kind of wacky the degree to which Republicans will just, you know, dehumanize their own kids. I mean, they already don't believe that their kids are humans. Oh, I didn't mean to get that guy.
Husband Ken, he was a roofing contractor, and together we saw an opportunity and a need to develop a distribution chain. And we risked everything we had to start that company.
Also, it's worth mentioning, I think this lady said that she, like, dreamed of wearing a blue suit. The Republicans are the party that, like, actually opposed the idea of women wearing pants. Like, they are ideologically opposed to that. As weird, as, like, strange as that sounds to say.
Creating these jobs right here in the United States of America. And to my
Mr. Peach
surprise, I
Circuit.
was recently just recognized as the most successful self-made woman in American history.
Self-made, dog, your parents were farmers. They probably had more money than God, given how much subsidies farming businesses get from the U.S. government. And from other governments, too.
You aspiring entrepreneurs out there, if I can make it, you can make it too.
I'm probably actually gonna, I'm just gonna mute that until she's done. I don't think there's anything really interesting to be gleaned from that. Not really, anyways. At this point, I'm kind of waiting for somebody else to come up on the stage. Because this is supposed to be the day that Trump ends up speaking. You're not interesting enough, so I'm muting you? Yes, that is how I'm going to treat this convention. Because if you, like, all of these Nazis, these fucking Republican weirdos, they sound basically the same? They're really, really weird. Need more people to be like that? Yeah. Okay, last lap. I just have to not get ready. Oh, she's done with her speech. There's a cluttered page. Oh, who's this?
Since last year. If you told me I'd be here 5 years ago, I'd have said you're crazy. But here I am, and I'm very excited to re-elect Donald Trump as President of the United States this November.
You see another one of those I used to be a Democrat people? The Republicans have been doing an interesting amount of the,
Before, I've never used a teleprompter before, but I figure if
Okay, maybe they're just doing the whole, like, working class sort of virtue signal here. A little bit more of that national socialism, as it were. The one thing that's interesting about the convention this time around, the Republicans have been doing an interesting amount of platforming people who say that they used to be Democrats. The sort of why I left the left meme about, like, oh, I used to be a Democrat, but now I'm a Republican. I don't think it's actually that good at bringing people over. It just sort of reifies the support within their base. Such as a cult does, it gives the illusion of people wanting in from the outside to sort of justify and pacify the potential, like, critical thought of members on the inside, if that makes sense, right? Like, oh, who would want to be a Democrat? In fact, Democrats are becoming Republicans, you know? It's kind of like how the Amish are a cult, but they raise their kids Amish, and then, like, when they're in their teens or something, they let them have they like just let them out into the outside world as, like, a test or whatever, to show them, like, see how overwhelming the outside world is? You need us, or, like, you know, you're better off with us. And of course, because that's their first and probably only interaction with the outside world, they're like, you know what, yeah, you're right. It's a little bit of a different version of that, where you use the prospect of there being a world outside of the cult to reify the, like, people's membership in that cult.
they want. And Joe Biden has been the worst offender for the last 50 years. President Trump is different.
Whoa, what the? I swear that snowman, like, moved.
For the American people, and he did.
Maybe I'm just silly.
He isn't part of the swamp. He's
Blood is literally a billionaire. Thank you. And also picked a VP who got that Peter Thiel money. Trump is the swamp. Thank you. But part of the reason they use words like the swamp is because it's amorphous and can fundamentally, like, be altered to fit any definition, which is part of the sort of Nazi repertoire of esotericism and like, basically politics based on vibes only, and like almost rejecting the concept of material politic out of hand.
people to tell 20 people to vote. That's how we can get our landslide. And they can't cheat or rig their way out of a landslide.
By all means, convince people to vote. When more people vote, Republicans lose. It's as simple as that. That's one of the reasons that the biggest part of the Republican policy portfolio over the last 70 years, ever since the party switch happened, has been to prevent people from voting. Oh shit, different version of retro, or not retro, what raceway is this? Retro Raceway? I forget. And also, okay, more copyright music. No, thank you. The things I'm responding to here, I'm picking because I think they have, like, no one remembers this track name. I know, but, like, everybody remembers the track, which is interesting. The reason I'm picking and choosing the things I'm responding to and sort of muting the way I am is Number one, because I don't find any of these people particularly interesting. You know, fascists are pretty goddamn boring. Because they all sound the same after the consolidation happens. But also because I think there's some analytical and educational value to be gleaned from the talking points that fascists often use. Because, you know, they fall into one of two categories, right? Fascists are one of two things. They are either so stupid that they don't understand the sort of logical endpoint of their positions and are thus incapable of acknowledging the contradictions that they believe, or they're so dishonest that they are aware of the contradictions and go to great lengths to sort of shift the goalposts to accommodate those contradictions because the only things they believe in are power and the suffering of those they believe to be inferior and shit like that. You know? Very few people are like, or not very few people, I should say, like, you can't really get a true believer that you can, like, really have a conversation with. And that's part of the cult insularity, is that it's sometimes just as hard to be on the outside looking in as it is for them to be on the inside, like, not having a way out. This track is long. Ooh, almost. Even if nobody hits those bananas, it does force them to go wide, which is good for me. That's an older custom track. Also, who's this?
Call Donald Trump a colleague and a boss, but he's also
Linda McMahon,
Let me share a little
former SBA administrator. Okay, so she's a former Trump administration official.
I had a meeting scheduled with him at Mar-a-Lago, and as he welcomed me, his little 4-year-old granddaughter ran
Royal Raceway. Thank you. It's not Retro Raceway. It's Royal Raceway.
and asked her,
I wanted to say Peach Raceway, but I was like, no, there's a Peach Circuit. There's not a Peach Raceway. I know it has something to do with Peach because the castle's there. Royal Raceway. Thank you.
and she said, "You, Grandpa," and he kissed her on both cheeks. Then
What?
she whisked off his hat and mussed his hair. And
Okay.
he smiled with the love that only a grandfather could have given.
And then everyone clapped. I don't actually know who she's talking about.
When I was the CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment.
The track no one likes enough to spam vote, but not bad enough to complain about,
Compelling
might actually be the perfect custom track for that reason. Okay, so she's the wife of Vince McMahon, CEO of the WWE.
I traveled the country.
Bro, what kind of goofy ass politics is this where the CEO of the WWE is talking it at the fucking Republican National Convention? What a world. Eh.
Tax cuts proved to be like rocket fuel for them.
What?
Almost every business owner I spoke with is using their tax savings to grow their businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. economy was flourishing.
Pixar, it didn't happen.
No moment
It's been proven time and again, like, her anecdotes, number one, are almost certainly lies, like, made up. And number two, don't mean anything in the face of the overwhelming amount of data that we have from, like, decades upon decades of economic studies. That tax cuts do not, in fact, help economic growth in any meaningful way. They're great for business owners because they can grow their stock portfolio and all that. But a lot of times tax cuts actually lead to economies stagnating because it leads to the concentration of wealth at the very top. Which means that the 99% of people don't have enough money to, like, spend on anything. But they're okay with that because the like conservative worldview, idiosyncratic as it is, consistently believes in hierarchy. So they like tax cuts on principle because it hurts workers, not because it helps workers. They just sort of phrase it as, oh, it helps business owners, therefore it helps the economy. There is a nugget of truth in that tax breaks are good for business owners. You know, crazy. Tax breaks are good for the people who get the tax break. But it's actually really bad for like the people below them. You know, because you're shifting the shifting the economic burden downward to the people who can't afford to pay it rather than the people who can.
Trump put tariffs on China that raised billions of
China, you say?
affected American industries. And if reelected, he'll do it again.
Damn. That's pretty bad, don't you know?
President Trump is a job creator and the best friend American workers have ever had in the White House. He is a champion of
No. Joe Biden, for all his faults, especially lately, has been the most pro-union president in anybody's lifetime in America. Unless people were alive for FDR, which there are increasingly few of, but outside of FDR, Joe Biden is the president of organized labor. He's too old to run again, so, you know, it was good while it lasted. But, you know, this is more like cult of personality stuff. To phrase Trump as, like, the greatest friend to the American worker, right? They want that personability there. Which is effective rhetoric on a certain level, you know? But it's not true, regardless.
will make America great again. And why?
Any such
Because
cases.
he did it before.
Also, tariffs are really bad for America because we're the top dog. We benefit probably the most from free trade out of almost any country. Protectionism in some very select cases could be helpful, but tariffing Chinese goods fucking destroyed our economy in 2017, and it would destroy it now because China is a giant manufacturing hub. America consumes a lot of manufactured goods. We need that.
Skyrocketed under Biden.
What is this? Oh,
Credit card fees have increased 50%.
yes, Biden gas prices.
Grocery store prices
Great marketing tool for upsetting half your audience.
now astronomical under Biden.
So true. Look up Joe Biden inflation to find out more. Oh, were you talking about the, like, Donald Trump is the greatest friend to American workers? That's true. That's actually a big weakness of the Republican Party because a lot more workers in America, especially lately, are union workers and probably know that Trump's labor policy is really fucking bad. You know, like, you know, they're gonna know that Trump was extremely hostile towards unions. And that's actually going to be somewhat detrimental to the Republican Party campaign going forward because, you know, workers compose the vast majority of the American electorate, and union workers are a decent chunk of American workers. It's one of the ways in which fascists get too lost in the sauce. Oh, you were referring to Vince McMahon's wife doing an RNC speech. Okay, yeah. Makes sense. But I will continue explaining because this is an important point to hammer home. The people in the room, most of the people in this room at the RNC right now are not actually workers. They're business owners. You know, you notice they're very, very cleanly dressed. And you know, you have to have a lot of money to get into the RNC. It's a relatively exclusive thing, right? Like, it's a big club and we ain't in it. These are party and business elites. They're not workers. So that actually is kind of a line that doesn't really resonate with a lot of Americans. What's up, TWD? Okay. More copyrighted music. They do in fact play copyrighted music at the RNC, so I can't show that. Well, I can show the video of it, but I can't play the audio. But yeah, her being Vince McMahon's wife probably pisses off a fair few people. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they're wearing cheese heads. Oh wait, no, I get it. They're in Wisconsin. The Green Bay Packers are in Wisconsin. Which is funny. You know what's really funny? The irony of Republicans wearing cheese heads, because I know, you know, people love their football, their American football. They're probably Packers fans. The Green Bay Packers are an example of real-world socialism. The team is like publicly owned and run by the city of Green Bay. That's why it's still the Green Bay Packers and not like, I don't know, some other big city in the region. A lot of football teams have like moved around a lot. The Green Bay Packers have stayed in Green Bay because the team is owned and run by the people in the city of Green Bay. Everybody there is part owner and votes on decisions made, or there's like a representative democratic structure of how the team is run. You know, people can own a quote unquote non-controlling share outside of Green Bay, but they have no voting power. So it's very funny that Republicans, the chief advocates of Nazism and like crazy, insane like conspiracy theories and fascism in America, are repping the Green Bay Packers, a literally socialist football team. You know, it's a cooperative. It is a city cooperative. Ah, nice try. Once the next speaker comes up, I'll unmute. But I doubt if they'll be super interesting. Unless it's Trump, in which case, you know, maybe. No! Fucking hit a wall like an idiot. Somebody coming up to the podium? No, okay, they were just doing like equipment check, probably. I'm dead! I didn't know that pushes you off if you're small. Got a good respawn, though. Oh, shit. Ooh, okay. First place. Pretty good, if I don't say so myself. By the way, the RNC is going to be going on for a while. I'll probably have to take a break at some point. Go to the bathroom, refill my water, etc., etc. Usually I just do 2 hours of stream uninterrupted. But, you know, I cannot do that this time, even if I wanted to, because this is going to be for fucking 4 hours. Although I don't know, I don't fully know if I want to stream the whole thing. Because, after Trump speaks, I'm probably not going to be very interested in anything that goes on at the RNC.
Good evening. Good evening, my fellow Americans. It's great to be with you.
Oh, that's Mike Pompeo? Oh shit, he's lost weight. Interesting. This guy was the...
to serve as President Trump's
If Trump's speech ends, the stream ends. Very true. Yeah, okay, he was the Secretary of State.
To work with him every single day to serve you, the American people. Now you all are paying attention, so you know what the Trump administration achieved, but it's worth going through a few of these accomplishments. Let's start with this.
Get that glizzy, man.
No new American wars.
I mean, what?
Border closed.
My cock sucked. These are the accomplishments of the Trump administration. I'm sorry, I had to. Hotel Trivago.
And you know, here's another fun fact. We never lost our Secretary of Defense for 2 weeks either.
That was very realistic. Keep going. Keep going. The toppy floppy.
4 years, the evil of Vladimir Putin was held at bay. When we walked out,
You notice that? Very scattered applause for the whole we kept Vladimir Putin at bay, because a lot of Republicans actually really like Vladimir Putin because he's a fascist strongman, and Republicans love a fascist strongman because, you know, they're fascists. You know, American fascists are fascists with American geopolitical interests in mind, but the average American fascist, you know, the average American conservative will do the whole game recognized game thing. They have an appreciation for the same ideology regardless of whose geopolitical interests it's playing for, except maybe China, because there's also a lot of racism that plays into that, but Russians are white, so that doesn't really apply. So you'll notice, like, he'll mention, like, oh, we beat back Vladimir Putin and made sure he didn't invade Ukraine. Republicans don't like Ukraine because they're fascist and anti-Semitic, and Ukraine is a liberal democracy, i.e. not very fascist, and the president of Ukraine is a Jewish man. Meanwhile, Russia is very openly fascist and you know, pretty anti-Semitic too. Like, even by European standards, and, you know, Europe on average is a bit more anti-Semitic than America, just like you go by polling data and whatever. But I will unmute him now.
42 months off. What does Joe Biden and Kamala Harris done? And their left lieutenant.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris didn't even give me the glizzy. That's how little they've accomplished.
We saw some of them last night. 13 new gold stars
Ow.
from Afghanistan. As an Army veteran, I want to speak to everybody who served in Afghanistan. I'm disgusted by the Biden administration's incompetent pullout from that country.
Damn. Pulling out?
Those of you who served there know this.
I'm sorry, I'll stop.
Know that your service was honorable, that you saved American lives, and that the Pompeos love and admire you for what you did for America. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
It's very interesting. This is one of the contradictions of fascism in America. Because it was placed right next to itself, that you can kind of notice. They didn't cheer when he said we beat back Vladimir Putin and his invasion of Europe, because they like Vladimir Putin. They like fascism, you know, game recognized game. But they cheered on the mention of the American troops. These are fundamentally contradictory positions in the sense of, like, geopolitical interest, because the troops are the mechanism of enforcement of American geopolitical interests, which, you know, who would we be enforcing those interests against? Who are the countries that have separate and oppositional geopolitical interests from America? Russia and China. At least those are, you know, big ones right now. But, you know, they don't, like, the engagement with politics from fascists, very vibes-based, very surface level. So they can't really recognize that. And I don't know if they would necessarily understand it if you were to bring it up to them. This is what I was saying, where, like, a lot of times fascists will just be too stupid to understand the contradictions in a lot of their beliefs. They literally, it would go right over their head. It's actually like duck speak in 1984.
Joe Biden eased up on President Trump's maximum pressure campaign. We gave money to the Ayatollah so he could cut more checks to the genocidal maniacs.
Or Iran. That's another country I should have mentioned when I was talking about geopolitical interests. Iran has become a new talking point for
Of course, closer to home,
the right wing.
massive national security challenge. Our southern border is a welcome mat. It's a welcome mat for Islam.
And you know what? Interestingly enough, Iran is a much more popular and easy target for conservatives because Putin is white, nominally Christian, and a fascist. Three things that conservatives all love. But Iran is a majority Muslim country. You know, in fact, they are a Muslim country. It's a state religion there. So they don't like that. You know, Iran, I think, like, over time, gradually, the talking points in the fascist repertoire, I think, are going to focus more on Iran than on Russia because of the ideological convenience, because of the, like, you know, talking shit about Iran will resonate more with the base than talking shit about Russia. And in fact, I think, you know, Trump has taken a very conciliatory stance towards Putin in the Ukraine conflict. That's one of the, that's another contradiction, is that Mike Pompeo actually used to be more neoconservative type. He's, you know, very hawkish in advancing American geopolitical interests against Russia, when Trump, a lot of Trump's policy positions were very conciliatory, very permissive of Putin being more aggressive in Eastern Europe, you know, almost resembling appeasement. Well, not even almost resembling, it literally was appeasement. You know, there's a break between what he's saying and what the Republican Party actually supports. And interestingly enough, a break between what he's saying and what the base supports. So he seems to be like the odd man out in opposing Putin.
And the entire administration has failed to tell us the truth that we all know and is so dangerous to our nation. The truth that Joe Biden can't handle that 3 a.m. phone call.
Oh, I was gonna say the truth that my balls itch.
4 p.m. My call to you tonight is really straightforward. It's really simple. We can't trust the Biden administration, and that means we have work to do to uphold American values.
The truth. My duty is to tell the American people the truth.
Donald Trump will every day, I saw it firsthand, he will put America...
And the truth is that my ass is fat.
So let's do what's right and what's important. Let's elect a president who isn't ashamed of our nation and will never apologize. There's
the mention of the nation again. I unironically think that, like, if the parties, if like if the Democratic and Republican Party had like a competition of who could lean into the Zoomer brain rot harder, you know, you have Skibbity Trump versus Biden the Rizzler, in like inviting the Gat of everybody from Ohio, in parentheses Gat again. Then like genuinely all the problems of political apathy in America would fucking disappear overnight. Oh look, the real bad at games. Oh yeah, there he is. What's up, Grantham? I know the truth about what the government is hiding from us. Fat titties in an Area 51. Okay. You know, the God's honest truth about Area 51 is that there probably isn't anything that interesting there. There are probably some cool, like, military prototypes of, like, tanks, artillery, you know, other kind of weapons and like, research tech and whatever. But, like, it's just a military installation. There are various, like, why do they call it Area 51? There's fucking 50 other ones at the very least, you know? There are a lot of top-secret military installations. That's just, I don't know how that one became popular. I guess it was, like, used in a lot of, you know, like, oh, aliens sort of media. So, you know, people focus on the one that's in bumfuck nowhere. Also, woke? Black guy giving a speech at the RNC? Woke fascism? The Republicans have been doing this all week, funnily enough. Oh, okay, that makes sense. This guy's a pastor, like a megachurch preacher.
A lot of people, they would ask me questions.
I was gonna say, okay, now it makes sense, because like, he's this is the guy that has the most riz out of everybody so far. He also dresses the part of a megachurch pastor.
He who has not sinned, let him cast the first stone. President Donald Trump, he came during his...
He came? Okay, never mind.
Grand old party, what would you do for your birthday if you were worth $6.7 billion? What would you do for your birthday?
I would institute world socialism. Thank you. That's what I would do.
Because he cares about average, everyday American.
This is an interesting bit of tokenism. I see they zoom in on Black Lady in the audience. This is an interesting bit of tokenism by the RNC. Is they almost last time they had like a segment where they rolled out all the like speakers who were not white. And they like that was a whole segment of like back to back non-white speakers, and they sort of disingenuously invoked identity politics in a similar manner to invoking disingenuously the aesthetic of pro-worker politics to say, see, the Republican Party is pro-black people. Why? Because I'm a black guy who likes the Republican Party. It's very sloppy tokenism, but that, you know, again, it's almost not even meant to bring in new people from the outside. It's more so meant to reassure the people on the inside. And of course, this guy's a megachurch pastor, so it's fitting that, you know, this is all very cultish. And, you know, talking about the way that cults operate, etc., etc. On the next straightaway, when I make this turn, I'm going to unmute him because he's got a little bit of riz. Nice. Oh, no. Dude, he's literally doing the birthday boy bit. Donald Trump's a birthday boy. Don't you know that? He's a birthday boy. Did you hear about this? That's crazy. That's crazy. You're just telling me about this now for the first time. Crazy. I try to do a Trump voice, but I have impressions. Trump is not my strongest one. Once again, around this turn, I'll unmute this guy. Politics is such a meme at this point, lol. Politics have always been a meme. That trick is sus among us even. Especially now? Yeah, especially now. Ow. Whoa, 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 whoa! I'm bouncing around everywhere. Also, I have one banana and everybody else around me has like triple everything. Ooh, wow. Make America, America again. America, great. America, America. Damn, that's crazy. MAGA. If Mr. Krabs was a Republican. Yes, I agree. Make America great again. Yeah. Yeah, MAGA. Dude, genius idea. Yassified MAGA. MAGA. Fucking fruity wrist flip. Make America great again. You always do.
Of the United States in America, and he was shot one time. Do you know anybody like that?
This guy does know how to play the crowd, but that's part of his job as a megachurch pastor. I actually think that if the Republican Party has an ounce of intelligence, which they might not, I think they'll try to pull from the pool of like megachurch pastors, because most megachurch pastors are Republicans. But megachurch pastors also partly like part of their job is to play the crowd, because you know it's like religion as a business. You know, religion in America is a business because they're all tax exempt. So you get these like big box churches where the preachers are all going up there praying about the day of judgment is coming unless you buy me a private jet or whatever. They like speak in that really fucking exaggerated tone. But they're like, it's a very sleazy kind of Riz, but nonetheless, it is Riz. And like, that's something that is very beneficial in a political setting. Whether or not the Republicans tap into that, we'll see. They've had ample opportunity to, and kind of haven't. But you know, it's like, it's kind of something I'm giving a little bit of political side eye to, if that makes sense. See, he's able to, part of the reason I say he has Riz is because he's able to be loud and energetic and project confidence out into the crowd, which makes people, like, in a very crowded setting. Oh boy. Ironic that they're playing this song because this is a gay anthem. And jerk those cocks, Trump. Jork 'em. But like I was saying, like, in a crowded setting like that, you know, loud and energetic, it plays really well. Also very funny that Republicans are like so anti-gay that they're like very committed to encouraging conversion therapy, and they're playing the fucking YMCA with video of Trump quote unquote dancing in a way that just looks like he's jerking off two dudes at the same time. I wonder. Clearly this is an ingenious play by the Republicans to resonate with gay Americans. As much as I would love to listen to YMCA, I can't because this is copyright. And now they're playing this song. Okay, cool. It's also one other interesting thing. The Republicans don't seem to have... again, vibes-based politics is the name of the game here, but they never usually talk about economic policy, like in the specifics. Unless it's tariffs, because tariffs you can give a nationalistic spin to. The other elements of the Republican like economic platform are absolute dog shit, even among Republican approval. Here's the birthday boy himself. But like you think about the things that they did mention, eliminating tip taxes, which they could potentially kind of spin as a positive, but like most people don't like that. Tax breaks they can only mention in this setting because most of the people here are business owners. And then the other big thing for Republican economics is child labor, you know, which is like universally disastrous. Even Republicans don't like the idea of child labor. Like, you know, you take the average, you know, Republican, a more working class sort of demographic rather than the, you know, business owners that are sort of in this room. Child labor is school. Yeah, school is pretty problematic in ways that sort of overlap with child labor, right? The education system needs massive reform. But when I say child labor, I mean hard child labor. Like, putting your ass in the factory and like kids losing fingers and dying in industrial accidents and shit. That's been happening in some red states as of late. I don't need to work another 40 hours a week. Yeah. And of course it impacts the, you know, the poorest people the most. But yeah, very frequently the Republicans won't really talk about their economic platform unless they're in a very friendly setting such as this. You know, like this has almost been curated. Or almost. It's the Republican National Convention, so it has been curated for them to be able to talk about their actual policies. A lot of these don't fly with the average American. Especially, and a lot of them, some of the policies don't even fly with the business class. I've noticed that Republicans here, like I have yet to hear abortion mentioned as a topic in the RNC. Nope.
It's an honor to be here this evening. I'm the PGA head golf professional at Trump International Golf Club in Palm Beach, Florida.
Bro, he brought a golf official? What the fuck?
We all know that President Trump loves his family because we see that. And we all know that President Trump is willing to die for our country because we just witnessed that. But what I'm here to tell you tonight is that Donald Trump is a great boss and one hell of a golfer.
Why? Sure, man.
I watched President Trump.
You know, he may be Hitler, but he's nice to me and he plays good golf. Like, what?
To within 10 feet of the hole. Yep. He needed to sink that putt to win. Do you think he sank it? You better believe he sunk that putt.
Bro, the glizzy right now is unreal.
Donald Trump.
Golf. This guy's an official. He's like a executive official at in the Trump golf at one of Trump's golf courses. Trump owns a bunch of golf courses. This guy works there. Trump's this guy's boss.
25 years ago, I was working multiple jobs, and one of those jobs was caddying at Trump International. That's where I met Mr. Trump. My caddy job eventually would turn into a full-time job. One day, I was out caddying
Damn, this guy's job was to hold Trump's balls for him.
to find a teaching pro. He knew I could play.
Trump's old white horse at his golf course. Yeah.
Tomorrow, dress
Also,
up
welcome
as a
back to
pro,
chat.
come out and play golf with me.
Yeah, very credible source. Look, we all know that Trump lies about everything. Trump has a really fragile ego, so he'll lie about stuff like golf and like everything that he does to make himself look good. I just didn't even think it was worth bringing up because it's like, golf is a rich man's sport anyway. Like, fucking who cares, whatever, you know?
And I've seen enough.
And I also think it's like funnier to joke about this guy holding Trump's balls because he was a caddy. And about how like, well, to talk about how like Trump universally treats his employees like shit. There have been like systemic reports at Trump, like Trump International and whatever, of Trump not paying employees, not paying contractors. He's very stingy. Also not paying legal expenses, which is like very scummy business behavior, even as far as capitalism goes. Like, capitalism incentivizes this kind of behavior, but not everybody engages in that, like to the same degree that Trump does. Remember when Kim Jong-un bragged about gold and everyone laughed at him? Yeah. It's basically the same thing. Yeah, good times indeed.
Now it's our turn to support him. So let's help him. Let's hear it. Of America, great.
Love me some good old-fashioned RNC certified audio. Fucking.
Much as I'll miss him in the White House or the clubhouse.
If you guys heard that too, that's not on your end or my end. That's the NBC live stream behaving like that. It looks like he's leaving the stage. We're probably back to more copyrighted music, so I'm not going to unmute it yet. Oh, golf, not gold. Okay. I do not make typos. It's just my Chinese communist phone keyboard slandering me, by the way. True. Very true. Dang, China got inside my phone. Many such cases. Cool. Okay, still playing the music. Also, globalize my agenda. Welcome back to chat. I don't know if you were here for this, but the Republicans have started to make China like the centerpiece of their foreign policy, as well as some of their economic policy as well. Because like their economic policy is so unpopular, they have to frame it differently so that people don't see how like dog shit it is. Because if you just say like tariffs, people don't really care, or they recognize like as dumb. But if you say tariffs on China, people go for it. Number one, because China is a geopolitical adversary to the US. And number two, because Americans, especially Republicans, are fucking racist. You know, they don't get upset in that sort of way against Russia. First of all, because Russia doesn't really pose a threat, but most importantly, because Putin is white and far right. And we saw that earlier when the former Secretary of State mentioned how they were successful at beating back Putin's armada and making sure he didn't invade our allies in Europe. And chat, excuse me, the crowd was like silent, you know, because they love Putin. Wonder how big keyboard companies can keep getting away with this. True. They're getting you right now. They're coming after you, dude. It's a conspiracy. Breaking Bad, he can't keep getting away with this. He can't keep getting away with this. Quote about local man who kept getting away with it. Alright, I got somebody. Please forgive me, China, I'm sorry. Let me type without typos. True. Top G. Xi Jinping will be rendering your punishment. 1 squadrillion typos for the rest of time. You will lose social credit score. Oh shit, somebody's talking? Somebody is giving the speech.
This moment holds special significance as I'm about to become a father myself.
Congrats, mate.
The nation
I guess.
is born into in December will be shaped by the choice we make this November.
Whoa, massive air.
Father's remarkable journey from
Okay, I'm good.
small town to becoming one of the country's most successful developers.
Oh no, if I held the wheelie, I think I may make that. But I didn't, so I didn't. Spoken to a room full of business owners. Okay, here's another contradiction of the Republican worldview that this guy just laid out for us. Success comes from hard work, not handouts. Very common talking point, you know, from both fascists and liberals as well. Meanwhile, the speech that he's giving is to a room full of Republican Party elites and business owners who cheered when another attendee of the convention, in fact, somebody was given a speech earlier and they mentioned tax breaks, which is a literal handout to the wealthy. It is a example of government policymaking directly being used to favor business interests over the interests of the workers and like essentially let them not have to contribute to society. You know, so that's one of the easier ways to like identify a contradiction in a fascist worldview. Is that a lot of times they'll just be like austerity liberals but worse, but then they'll argue that, oh, success comes from hard work, not handouts, and they're like the fucking handout money to the rich party. All the while they want to reinstitute shit like child labor, which would be disastrous on all fronts. Anyways, I'm gonna unmute him.
President Trump and the First Lady were the guests of honor at my wedding at the beautiful Mar-a-Lago Club.
Oh my god. He had his wedding at Mar-a-Lago? What a fucking cut.
Those moves.
I mean, Trump is there, so everybody's gonna give him the glizzy.
The essence of what my dad taught me. Hard work, unwavering loyalty, and perseverance. That is the essence of Donald Trump. As long as we...
Again, subtle, but he said essence. You know, nothing real about it. Nothing physical. Very ethereal, ephemeral.
grow up in. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless the greatest nation on earth, the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, proud to present my father, Stephen Witkoff.
Bro looks like he's about to choke me out. I'm going to kill you. Or like some shit like that. Did you see the fucking look in his eye? Jesus. Looked like he was ready to murder somebody. Another businessman.
Good evening,
Wow.
everybody. That song that you just heard was American Trilogy by Elvis.
Huh?
It was playing for a reason.
Well, I didn't hear it because, you know, I can't play copyrighted audio, so sorry.
Dear friend, President Trump. But he's a big music guy. He's got a playlist, and he's the DJ wherever he goes.
You guys seen that song about Trump, the Chosen One? I have not seen it, but I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that it's like, even just from a songwriting perspective, it's fucking really bad. And I can explain why. If you've heard it, then you can give me the verdict on what you think, and then I'll explain where I meant when I said that. What was he talking about? Oh, Elvis, whatever. Oh, what the fuck? Is he talking about like John Brown or something? His truth is marching on?
After my dear friend was shot a few days ago, I gave him a call. I expected to leave him a voicemail. So it's surprising.
I don't know, it's pretty good. I'll explain what I meant anyway.
He just come within an inch of his own life ending.
He just come? What? No, what I was getting at, which I mean, I don't know, I might disagree. Music ain't that bad. Okay. But I will still explain what I meant when I was guessing that the song would probably be bad. It is possible for fascists to sometimes produce competent art, but fascist art is most of the time very sloppy and like almost inartful and like artless, because fascists have an ideological opposition to art. Because art represents a means of individual expression and a like sort of subversive medium of resistance, which fascists like despise more so than anything, because they're all about, you know, control and collectivism, right? Quality of song, I mean, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, no, okay, from like just from a mechanical or songwriting perspective, like a song music making perspective. Yeah, I gotcha. But yeah, like fascists very frequently, you know, it's rare that a conservative produces good art. You know, or at least it's uncommon, because a lot of the conservative worldview, you know, more so as you get closer to fascism, is fundamentally anti-art. That's why every time a new art form or media form drops, conservatives have a moral panic about it. Like this happened with TV, movies, and video games. But strangely enough, not with AI.
President Trump didn't just send a note. He didn't just offer words of comfort. He showed up as he always does. He was there, treating my parents with kindness and respect.
Another meaningless anecdote.
Including my mom, who's 91 and here tonight dressed in red and is going to be voting for the president.
I ain't even gonna lie, he sounded like he had a gun to his head when he said that fucking monotone. Like, and my mom who's here tonight and 91 in the red dress and gonna vote for the president. Please don't shoot me. Right? Like, that's what he sounded like. Although, as we all know, like everybody in the Republican Party except for Trump has like zero riz, so that could just be terminal lack of riz, fatal diagnosis, but you know, it sounded funny. My mom says to vote for Trump. She's 91. She's here today. Please help me. My address is 123 IP address road. Please save me from my senile old mother. Ow. Oh, this track is 2 laps? Interesting.
And invited me to speak about Andrew at a conference on opioids hosted by the First Lady, providing a platform to honor my son's memory.
Oh, I didn't get a box. Unfortunate.
And when the day of the conference came, he went out of his way that day to come and put his hand on my shoulder and say, Steve, as he led me up to the lectern.
He said, Steve, you owe me $5.
My boy was the best of us.
My boy.
Where we lived in New York City, a Trump building, 502 Park Avenue, there were 12 homeless
Gonna use this
people
here.
who stayed outside by the church next to the property. My son got to know them all. He fed them every evening. He became their friend. When he
I fell
passed
off.
away, all 12
Weird.
came to his funeral. He and President Trump shared something in common.
Also, very interesting that that he's talking about homeless people here and like his friend befriending the homeless, because this is ideologically antithetical to what Republicans believe about homeless people. Republicans fucking hate the homeless. That's reflected in that Supreme Court ruling. Fundamentally, they just think homeless are degenerates and should be purged off the street. But I think they understand that probably that plays well for the camera, so they'll do the virtue signal all the same.
Myself clinging to my son's memory.
I'm gonna swim over the ocean with a paddle boat illegally to enter the U.S., do drugs, not get a job, and illegally vote for Trump. Yes, God's strongest warrior against Trump. Fucking traversing treacherous waters and great storms to stop Trump from winning the election by casting 1 more billion ballots. Yeah. Also, what's kind of interesting is that a lot of first-generation Americans, I think I've mentioned this before, first-generation Americans and, like, recent migrants tend to vote Republican because there's, like, a chip on their shoulder or something. And also the vanguard of white supremacy is Hispanic people. You can't even have white supremacy anymore, folks. It's gone woke. White supremacy is gone woke. There's Indian white supremacists. There's Hispanic white supremacists. It's crazy. And we're going to make a TikTok why I voted for Trump as an illegal immigrant. Perfect. Republicans would probably love you and sing your praises while calling the fucking customs authorities. and like, then they'll be like, okay, bye. Deported. Idiot. Next week I'm going to be on Fox News. You would be. If you did some shit like that, like, they would, for a second, as they're calling the fucking Gestapo on you, they would stop the narrative just to say, see, even the illegals love us. Because that's how the, like, party machinery works. Next host replacing Tucker. Tucker already got replaced by, what's his name? Jesse Waters.
This man's reverence, his steady loyalty, his true empathy in the TV coverage. But this is the truth about President Trump.
Ow.
The man I have come to know and admire and love. A man whose truth is marching on. It is a dark hour for America, but there's nobody I trust more in this moment than this man.
He's said his truth is marching on a couple times now.
Shows up, listens,
Is he ad-libbing this?
always acts. The kind of man
Or is he just not that good at writing speeches?
7th President of the United States. Thank you. May God bless you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Apache. That was not meant for you.
Life and his wonderful family. May God bless
Oh,
America.
he's just fucking getting hit today. God damn.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst
Oh,
president
Trump.
in the history of our country. I believe that we're going
It's not the Trump speech, but it's a Trump speech.
history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want
Shit,
what happened.
did Biden just step down? Wait, real? Is that real? Carter has a chance. Don't tease me on that shit, dude. Did Biden actually step down? Son of a bitch. Oh my God. 1 hour ago. I don't know how reliable this is. We'll see if anybody else reports on it. President Joe Biden reportedly has agreed to step down from the election race. Wait, this is citing Newsmax. Hold on. Nah. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Mainstream media reports have not confirmed this report from Newsmax. They've been banging that drum of President Joe Biden stepping down. I half want to believe it either way, because here's the thing, right? Republicans love that Joe Biden is still in the race. And, you know, Newsmax is a Republican rag. They want Joe Biden to stay in the race. They don't want him to step down. That would be huge if it's real. I don't know if it's real yet. Globalize my agenda. If you can do me a favor, start looking, see if you can find any more reliable news outlets reporting on that. Because that would be massive. Or like either of you. If you can, please try to find like a more reliable source. Big Shot Dems are talking about it. Yeah, we knew that already. I know that like it's basically inevitable that Joe Biden is going to step down and like drop out of the race at some point, because the entire Democratic Party infrastructure now is telling him to do so. And if he doesn't make that decision, they are going to make the decision for him and do a convention coup. He's not going to be the nominee. It's just a matter of whether he decides to like exit with some dignity or whether the Democratic Party has to force him out. But that would be huge news. But seriously, if you can find a news report that says Joe Biden has actually stepped down from the race, that would be absolutely massive. Not like just the big shots calling on him to do so, but like he actually did it. Oh, what? Oh, a guy in first finished. I see. Okay, who's? Oh, Alina Habba, this lawyer lady. Dems are having a convo in Biden's home in Delaware about this right now. Oh, shit. Can you post a link to that?
President Trump loves this country. He does. And he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke.
No official announcement of him stepping down. Okay. We'll have to wait for that. I had heard also from a little bird who supposedly has inside knowledge of the campaign, or of the White House rather. A little bird, like I know a guy who knows a guy basically, and they said that like the announcement that Joe Biden is stepping down is like gonna happen on Monday or something. Economic Times. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is a good paper. Yeah, okay, this is stuff that we know. Biden said he would step down if there's a medical condition. Now he has COVID, and they're talking about it in private convos. His cognitive decline is very steep. Yeah, it's just Joe Biden is way too, honestly, like, way too self-centered and, like, bitter to recognize that. You know, he's actually huffed up on the only I can fix it kind of copium. You know, the like similar stuff that Trump has been saying. I was really like on my shit when I said that Biden adopted all of like the Trump narcissism and strongman rhetoric with none of the riz. He has a better chance than most Dems? No, he doesn't. I don't know if you've seen the data. Biden has a worse chance than a generic Democrat. Kamala Harris is polling ahead of Trump right now, and Biden is polling behind him. He beat Trump once. Most Dems can't say that. No, that's fucking copium, and you know it. He made that argument as like, only I beat Biden. Yeah, or only I beat Trump, and he was the weakest pick to do that when he did. He's not going to beat Trump. Every amount of information that we have, every data, every statistic that we have, there is no evidence that points to Joe Biden being the strongest possible candidate against Trump, except for Joe Biden's own words. And that's a fucking, you know, like, not unbiased, to say the least. Every reliable bit of evidence, like any rational assessment of the situation, dictates that Joe Biden is in fact the weakest candidate, and it would be political suicide for the Democrats to stick with him as the nominee for this election. And I think deep down, even Joe Biden knows that. In fact, he does know that, because he went on national TV, gave an interview, and said, you know what, as long as I did my hardest, that's what, like, as long as I tried my hardest and did my best, that's what matters. Like, motherfucker, no, this is politics. You need to win. And since you're not the best qualified to win, you need to step down, because this is bigger than you. But I honestly don't think that Joe Biden recognizes that on a certain level. Also, let's be real. Every Democrat in America that won election post-2016 has beaten Trump, because Trump has been such a central figure in the Republican Party that every race at the state and national level has been campaigning on behalf of or against Trump as a surrogate. You know, all the congressional races in 2018 and 2020 and 2022, all of them mentioned Trump. I was there for those news cycles. Joe Biden can't even say that. Anyway, what's Alina Habba saying? Most inequality since the Gilded Age, by the way. In fact, more inequality than the Gilded Age. So, you know, good luck with that.
And keep this the greatest nation on earth.
Okay, pretty generic. It is worth mentioning, though, when she said, like, land of opportunity, this is probably the closest talking point I'll get to that, to, like, some pseudo-populist economic messaging that the Republicans have been doing. Even the Republicans have to acknowledge how bad the debt economy is right now. Even though their policies would, like, actively make the problems worse, they've been a little bit, like, teasing with the rhetoric of, we need to get everybody out of debt so young people can buy homes and stuff. You know, a message that people would be, like, kind of receptive to is like, oh shit, yeah, I don't like being in debt and not being able to afford rent or a house. Interestingly, they did not mention rent. They only mentioned home ownership, because to them, renters basically aren't people. I also find it funny how people are complaining about Biden not wearing a mask while sick, like they're still living in 2021. I think that's copium too. Like, you're the fucking president of the United States. You should know the kind of optical considerations that you're dealing with. And let's be real, from a health perspective, you should just be wearing a mask. Even before COVID, when I got sick with a cold on campus, I wore a mask. That's just good practice, you know? And I think that the pandemic, for a lot of people, normalized the expectation that you wear a mask when you're sick so you don't get other people sick. And it, you know, one of those optical considerations is that it adds to an air of denial that is surrounding Joe Biden, because he said, like, I'm feeling good, Jack. I'm feeling in shape as I've ever been. Anyways, you know, like, he tried to say, like, oh, I'm feeling good, even after he got tested positive for COVID. And, like, even with mild symptoms, that's gonna fucking destroy somebody Joe Biden's age. And I don't think so. That's because you don't know how politics works. I've been in this game for way longer than either of you have. It's profoundly frustrating when people make excuses for Biden. Oh, I'm sorry. You were agreeing with me. That might be. I sometimes go off preemptively. That's my fault. Yeah, I think that would only bring more attention to him being unwell. Yeah, in a way it does, because it's like he's like I said, it's like that air of denial, and also it's like, you know, Republicans and Democrats both, because fascism and liberalism are two strains of a very similar ideology, they love to use the hypocrisy angle to attack people. And, you know, what's more hypocritical than the, you know, the president who like, campaigned on the back of COVID? Him wearing a mask would do that? Wait, what? I think that would only bring more attention to him being unwell. Okay, then that's copium, because everybody knows that he tested positive for COVID. It's like, what, you're gonna hide the fact that he tested positive for COVID? That shit's already front page news. What, like, you should wear a mask. You know, just from a like public health perspective more than anything. But then, yes, the optical considerations objectively are a thing that presidents need to consider, because the president is the public figure of all public figures. And, you know, if you get sick and then don't wear a mask, that comes off as pretty fucking irresponsible to people. Not even a statement on whether or not, like, not even like a moral statement on whether or not you should wear a mask when you're sick. It's just stupid from a perspective of like, political considerations and optics. Like, if you think that, you know, it's dumb to like criticize Joe Biden for not wearing a mask, then you fundamentally don't understand the situation that's going on surrounding Joe Biden. The man is in denial about everything. I just don't think it's that big of a deal. It isn't, but the fact that people are so focused on downplaying it as part of like what is very obviously a physical and mental health decline, like, motherfucker, he literally said, if I am diagnosed with a medical condition, I will step down. And then 4 hours later, same day, tested positive for COVID. He tested positive for COVID before news headlines could even hit the front page about him saying, if I have a medical condition, I will step down. Like, by the time that was news, Biden had already tested positive. And he's over here still trying to play it off. That's like, it is buffoonish to the highest possible caliber. And it's a product of just Biden being like pig-headed and stubborn. Even the Democratic establishment is like, dog, you're so fucking weak. You gotta step aside. Everybody from the progressive left to the mainstream centrists are saying, like, unanimously and ubiquitously, you just keep having bad looks, man. You got, like, this doesn't look good for anybody. You're not in good shape. You have to step down. You have to relinquish the campaign and the nomination to somebody else. Presumably Kamala Harris. Okay, more copyrighted music. Fortunately, it was Alina Habba, who's Trump's lawyer, so I don't think we missed much. Whoa, what happened? They probably got wheelie bumped. Hee hee. And also, I should add, consider this. The office of the United States President is the most important political office, most powerful political office on planet Earth. Everything, no matter how small, gets blown up into a big deal. Even if for you or me, maybe, you know, not wearing a mask would be weird and unsanitary, but ultimately not the biggest deal in the world, for the president, it is. Because, like I said, he's the public figure of all public figures. Everything he does in front of the camera is a big deal. When you don't wear a mask in front of the camera as the fucking public figure of all public figures on planet Earth, that's a big deal. In fact, it even makes him look worse than Trump on the on like COVID. I wouldn't think it's weird. Then you're wrong. Who wears masks anymore? Me! Most Americans do. In fact, it's pretty fucking telling that you don't. Like, if you get sick, wear a goddamn mask. Don't get everybody around you sick. Jesus. It's like as basic as washing your hands. Don't tell me you don't wash your hands. He means when healthy? Well, we're not talking about when healthy here. I'm sick right now and you don't have a mask, so you should wear a mask. When you're in the, like, if you go out in public, if you're in the presence of other people, you should wear a mask if you're sick. So they don't get sick. Look, this is fucking agonizing. This is just like liberals, and I am calling you a liberal. I'm sorry. This is the strongest insult that I will ever render against a chatter. The verdict is you are a liberal. Trying to get the right angle. Liberal. Liberals really make a huge, they make a huge deal out of saying things that are a big deal aren't a big deal. Because they're, like, living in denial. Specifically, in this case, around Joe Biden. I still see people wear masks in public every day, as in they wear them every single day. Like, give up on that shit. Oh. Yeah, you don't need to do that. I'm not gonna, like... Yeah, that's not a big deal. Wearing a mask when you're healthy, you don't need to do that. I've been sick for like 2 months now. I ain't wearing a mask that long, sorry. You should. You should wear a mask, especially if you've been sick for 2 months. The longer you've been sick, the more imperative it is that you wear a mask. Because that means it's more likely that something that you know, whatever you have is contagious or like potentially severe. And that means the imperative is that much higher for you to not get other people sick. Like, imagine if I had the flu for a fucking month and decided, yeah, I'm not going to wear a mask when I go out. It's only a cough, even still. It's just, like I said, it's as basic as just washing your hands. It's less like, it's more so to keep other people, like, safe. Even though, like, washing hands is primarily for you, like, you could decide, like, I don't care about washing my hands all that much, and that affects the people around you, which is why there's such a, like, imperative to do it. Anyway, looks like Trump hasn't come on stage yet. Literally interact with my family every day, and only one person got sick, probably. It was not me. That's a little bit different. In the house, I don't think you have to. I'm talking about in public and around, like, people that aren't immediate family. Because there's, like, a household level. If you're living with family, there's, like, a household level social contract that even if you do everything you can, you're probably all going to get sick anyways if one of you gets sick. So in that circumstance, you know, maybe you don't really have to. But if you're going outside the house, you should do it. You should wear a mask if you're sick. Why are we even getting hung up on this? Fucking, you know what? We're not talking about masks anymore. Fucking, I'm tired of this shit. Drinking antibiotics for like 2 weeks not help with the cough at all? Yeah, because coughs are viral, not biotic. You got a virus, bro, not a bacteria. Antibiotics don't help with that. Still don't wear a mask because that is weird. Get over yourself. One more word out of you about I'm not wearing a mask while I'm sick and I'm muting you. Fucking grow up. Holy shit, I'm getting bumped. Wow, this is a great spot to use a golden. Fourth, I think? Yeah. What is this? Something, something, Democrat cities, something. Great. I love Republican campaigning. Wait, what was that? Was that... Okay, never mind. I think it said from border crossings to ISIS, like, for a range of issues. I for a second, I thought that they were talking about, like, ISIS crossing the border, which was, like... Which is kind of crazy to show in, like, a mainstream ad. Milk on course. This is, what is it? Is that CUCKER? CUCKER TARLSON? The man himself? Oh my god, he sounds high-pitched. ISIS is crossing the border and illegally voting for Trump. You know they would, too. They would fucking love Donald Trump. Yes, Allah willing, we must keep women in the household and restrict the right to have abortions because something.
Half the people in the room. What are you doing? Thank you, guys. Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so
I didn't get a box.
Thank you for having me.
You know what's interesting? Tucker Carlson is just, like, really falling off. The vibes? The vibes at the RNC, by the way, I should mention, are super gay. Apparently, Grindr's servers like shit themselves because so many people at the RNC were active on Grindr. Somebody even like posted video of like, I'm at the RNC. Here's what my Grindr page looks like, and there was like a fucking like hundreds of people whose profile said like 0 feet away, or something like that. And I was like, This is proof that all politics is sex and all sex is politics, because these people are the most repressed motherfuckers in the world.
The nation is different, the world is different, Donald Trump is different. When he stood up,
Okay.
being shot in the face, bloody, put his hand up. I thought at that
No, Max. Rip.
transformation, this
Kind of put him in a bind there.
I think it was divine.
Is Tucker Carlson even relevant anymore? That's a thought that I'm having right now.
Political party's nominee, or a former president, or a future president.
Shit.
This was the leader of the nation.
Can't do that.
And I think there's a difference.
You know, ever since Tucker Carlson.
President is the top of the pyramid, everyone's president.
Yes,
So
okay.
if you think about it, presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And
What is he waffling about?
does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just
Nah, the office of the president confers a considerable amount of legitimacy.
the CEO of Hewlett Packard, it doesn't mean shit.
I think his influence is limited, but he can still stay relevant with his connections to an extent. But he really fucking fell off after Fox News dumped him. He certainly still like.
You could.
He's still got reach as a media personality to like other media personalities. He's got like his Twitter show or whatever, but he's only getting like a small fraction of the viewership. It really was a case of like the machine made the man. You know, still wealthy, still the heir to the Swanson fortune or whatever. You know, and all that. But like I said, it's like he's a fraction of the figure that he used to be. He's not a household name anymore, is the thing.
All human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was
My game crashed.
And I have to say, you know, I think it changed him.
Oops.
Reached out to Trump within hours.
The RNC got me. Sorry, guys.
What he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word.
Imagine not being able to cry the left is canceling me when you get canceled by conservatives. True. He just, in fact, you know what he did when he left Fox News, the fucking like first thing that he posted on Twitter, like the first episode of his Twitter show, he just started JQ posting. Like he just started talking about the Jewish question and how Zelensky is a rat or whatever. Like he said it with a surprising amount of, vitriol in his voice. You know, I left the left, but the right ain't right either. Very true. That's what I'm talking about.
Down the most obvious opportunity in politics to.
He actually talked with Glenn Greenwald, one of the why I left the left types of people a little while ago, which is kind of funny.
I've ever met, and certainly his opponents would have taken instantly, and they would have said, "Well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen?" And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom.
Usually they can just start grifting off of each band because of the left, but he can't do that because the conservatives fired him. Yeah, in this instance he can't. And you know what? There's actually evidence to suggest there's enough evidence to confirm what you're saying with that, just in the span of Tucker Carlson's career. If you guys can believe it, Tucker Carlson used to be a liberal. He used to be considered part of the like center to center left American media crowd. He was on CNN. In fact, one of the most notable things he did before he started doing going to Fox News, before he started his grift on Fox News, is he laid out the grift that he would later start. Like he explained it on air.
And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're
I think Trump is still a lib. You are correct, because fascism is just the extremist wing of liberalism. Or rather, liberalism is just the moderate wing of fascism.
They're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do.
He's just rich and likes power, but deep down he's a lib? No, okay, I think I disagree with what you're saying there, depending on what you mean by that. Because Trump is ideologically just Trump, but he's perfectly willing to abide by fascism. Like, liberals actually do have sort of a passive hand-wringing distaste and resistance to fascism. Trump does not. Trump, like, the closest ideology that you could pin Trump as being is fascist. Insofar as there is a distinction between fascism and liberalism, right? So, no. You want to know who's a liberal? Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a liberal. He's an, unusually pro-labor liberal, but he is a liberal. Technocratic, very respectability politics oriented. Still some of those class collaborationism and business talking points, but willing to do regulation and stuff like that. Trump is much more similar to a fascist, if he has any ideology at all, which I don't think he really does.
You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No. That's for Ukraine.
Oh, great, the Ukraine talking points. Stalin is pro-China commie? Yeah, it's crazy that I'm saying this. As we know, Marxism, Bidenism reigns supreme, but yeah.
And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump.
A true liberal? Trudeau. Yes, Trudeau is also a very good example of a liberal. Complete with the anti-labor politics, actually. I'll get to Tucker Carlson's Ukraine comments in just a second, but yes, something that's common to both Biden and Trudeau is that they are engaged in what I would maybe call fascism of convenience. When the truckers, as much as I revile them, the trucker convoys in Canada, when they went on strike, when a lot of labor organizations went on strike just throughout the pandemic, Trudeau's approach was one of being very heavy-handed and very anti-union. We would literally rather freeze your assets, use state power to make your life economically unlivable, rather than concede to your demands or entertain the notion of a strike, because the spice must flow, basically. I think our president is an incredible lib. He believes literally nothing. Yeah, that sounds kind of like a liberal. Sometimes it's very hard to pin down what liberals believe, because what liberals believe on a fundamental level aligns perfectly with the world we live in. He's neutral on almost every single issue except Ukraine. Yeah, that sounds like a liberal, all right. The perfect liberal. Neutral on everything except Ukraine.
And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually.
Okay, this is one of those... I think this is one of those speeches where Tucker Carlson just has a fucking mental breakdown live on stage and makes it everybody else's problem too. But there were some things that he said about Ukraine, fittingly enough, that I want to comment on. Tucker Carlson is very big on the sort of Ukraine conspiracy theories and the whole we're not saving the troops here. We're not supporting the troops here, but we are supporting Ukraine's troops. Curious. It's his own form of JQ posting. I mentioned that he called Zelensky a rat, which is not an accident. If you heard him do that when he did it, you could hear the anti-Semitism in his voice. And it's also a very common anti-Semitic trope to call Jews rats. But it's also Tucker Carlson is a classic Putin dick rider. He really likes Vladimir Putin. Because Tucker Carlson is out of the mainstream or former mainstream media figures, he is the most terminally online out of all of them, right? Which means he loves Putin. Because a lot of like, strangely enough, a lot of the more online types of right-wingers will hate Ukraine and love Putin, you know? Probably because of Zelensky being Jewish and whatever. Whoa, okay. Wacky track. But when I have a second, I'll try to unpause here. There we go.
I'm not sure how I follow CUCKER, but I'm going to give it a go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carrie Ruiz.
Many such cases.
And like some people on this stage this evening,
Politics in Canada is fucked, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's kind of like that in a lot of places, you know. Politics really be fucked in various locations. Canada is great, buddy. Globalize my agenda. If you think that, I assure you, you do not know what's going on in Canadian politics right now.
12 years ago, the Trump organization purchased the iconic Doral Golf Resort after so many companies tried and
Oh, in comparison, okay, well, you know, maybe.
world-class golf experience, all while turning a profit.
Yeah, with endless pride and no touch of reality, Canada is the best. True.
Uncanny ability to make things better. Donald Trump got to work. He poured hundreds of millions of dollars and his own sweat and tears into the property. He had a hand in virtually everything, and no detail was too small.
Why is Blood pouring his sweat and his tears into that shit? Kind of weird, not gonna lie.
He stripped this legendary resort to its core.
I don't know much about Canada politics, but it can't be that bad. You would be surprised. Let's just say that. If you think that, you know, you might be in for a...
He also built up the resort's people.
Oh, Trump's her boss too? Oh shit.
He listened to us, all of us, and he still does. No matter your role, he asks questions. He wants different opinions. He never demands more of us than he
Bro,
is
again?
willing to give.
Damn.
He is as generous as he is brave.
Getting weird errors.
And to those who work for him, he provides unwavering support. When he promoted me to the resort's golf general manager position, it was an out-of-the-box choice in a historically male-dominated industry.
Wow, woke?
I am not a golf professional.
RNC gone woke?
I cannot break 90 yet. But none of that mattered to President Trump. He looks at things differently. He welcomes the unconventional. And I am proud.
This is another example of tokenism, by the way. They're doing it with white women because I told you that Trump is a lib. This is different than that. This is not if that was a joke, then, you know, yes, of course. But this is actually a little bit different than that. The RNC, the GOP recognizes that they, in order to save some amount of face with the media, it's good messaging to not fully discard the mask. Make no mistake, the Republican Party hates women. They hate black people. They hate every single minority that they have up on stage. They hate them. They pursue policies actively that would make their life a living hell. But they know it plays pretty well to an audience that doesn't know any better, or an audience that's all too willing to give them the benefit of the doubt to engage in tokenism. Which is what they're doing here. See, look, here's a woman with an anecdote about Trump being nice to her. That means we're pro women. as we, of course, pursue anti-abortion policy and anti-contraception policy and try to eliminate no-fault divorce and also defend child marriage, things that the Republican Party supports. You have to look at their policies to understand what the foundational ideology of the GOP is right now. This is the PR. They are really good at PR. Blonde woman on screen appealing to the Nazis and the feminists at the same time. Not gonna lie, that was good. Gotta respect the game. Yeah, that's what I mean by, like, that's the PR game that they're playing. Now, obviously, their PR game is really only meant for people who would be similar to the demographic in that room, which means they might get some sympathy from business owners, right? And from people in the capital class. Actual feminists, liberals, who pay attention to politics, pay attention to politics, people who don't already support Republicans aren't going to be fooled by that. But it does have somewhat of a pacifying effect on the news media. So yes, in that sense, it is a very good PR move. It's like game recognized game. PPC leader Maxime Bernier was arrested for violating COVID laws and gained respect from a lot of those people. What's the PPC in Canada? PPC party. People's Party of Canada. I wonder what great, awesome. Right-wing populism, right libertarianism, conservatism. Right-wing to far right. Of course, naturally. People's Party. Honestly, the fucking one of the smaller parties that's extreme right. Yeah. Honestly, with the name People's Party, it's a fucking crapshoot of whether you get some like the pretty alright left populism, or centrism that's trying to make itself sound good, or just Hitler. They sound communist. Yeah, there are some communist parties that used to call themselves like the People's Party. But you know what's funny? Nowadays, most of the examples that I could think of that call themselves the Popular Party or the People's Party are right-wing. Think about the EPP, the European People's Party, center-right bloc in the EU. Think about the People's Party, the Partido Popular in Spain, right-wing party. Think about the People's Party in Morocco, right-wing party. The People's Party in Canada, right-wing party. There are a lot of people's parties out there that are right-wing, because I think it's like one of those things that the Nazis invoke, that the Nazis invoke about the worker, the people, because you don't really have to commit to any specificity on what the people means. You can keep it as a vague generalization that makes yourself sound good while not actually having to commit to any sort of actual left populist, or even populist in general, policies. You can sort of keep it at that vibes level. Okay, more copyrighted music. Great. What do we got for in terms of anything yet? I'll say it's making a lot of headlines. You can see all these headlines are pretty recent about top Democrats calling for Joe Biden to step down from the race. Yeah, most countries will have a communist party. This is not very big usually, because if you don't mind my saying, there's like a globalize my agenda. Bold of you to assume that the Communist Party is at all present in the Canadian government. The two biggest parties in Canada are currently the Liberals and the Conservatives. In fact, for a lot of countries, the biggest parties are the Liberals and the Conservatives. Yeah, I should use this here. Okay. I thought I hit them, and I didn't really want to, It would be funny if they took over, but also not, because I live there. I mean, communist parties tend to have pretty good platforms, unless they're Trotskyists. In which case, they're just kind of crazy. Can see how they write paragraphs on Twitter. Imagine them writing policies. You know what's funny? As much as I'll talk shit about like Stalinists and Trotskyites, they probably have better policy than 90% of liberals. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of communists get radicalized into communism from a starting point of mainstream liberalism or social democracy, which is kind of like a more or less like favorable point for people to start moving left. So a lot of them will have a pretty good idea of what policies they actually support. You know? And let's be real, that's Twitter. Everybody's insane on Twitter, not just communists. You know? Are communists uniquely insane? Sometimes, yeah. But, you know. Oh, I passed him. We haven't been here. Communists, I mean. Lithuania L? Worst type of political followers are the ones that still complain about everything 2020 related on the COVID news update in 2024. Yeah. Who's this lady? I wonder.
The uptick in school violence was related to an Obama-Biden policy that directed schools to reduce suspension rates and keep dangerous students in the classroom.
Bro, this lady's insane. Well, why? Initially, I was gonna be like, why is she looking at me like that?
Reverse the Obama policy and put the safety of our kids first.
And she was talking about removing students from the classroom and suspending them, being more like trigger happy with suspending students.
Public school campuses should not be a Democrat issue. It should not be a Republican.
I remember these talking points from when I was in high school, actually. A lot of it had to do with teachers and especially administrators that wanted to, like, functionally, they just wanted to be able to kick black kids out of the classroom for misbehaving, you know? Or sometimes there was, there are some, like, really insane teachers that want to be able to hit the kids. But, you know. I mean, the fact that she's talking shit about the teachers' unions and stuff, as much as there are flaws with the teachers' unions, kind of speaks to the priorities here, is that they want to disempower the people actually working in schools. Oh, oops. Rob boss. Oh, shit. Let's break it harder by not spending money. Many such cases. Got him. Oh, and I wheelie bumped him too. That's kind of brutal. Also, she mentioned school choice there, which is something that I feel like I'm uniquely qualified to talk about. Well, actually, let's see if she mentioned something else. God dang it. Same spot again. I got him again. That's crazy. Okay. Bullshit, by the way. This one was probably already a Republican, or at the very least a very right-leaning independent who voted Republican. Yeah, the people with all the influence and power in American politics. The teachers union. Yeah, many such cases. Definitely the fucking union full of teachers that barely get paid $50K a year and not like giant business conglomerates with more money than God. True. But she actually mentioned school choice there with like, oh, our school system is failing. We can't keep spending money on it, which means don't spend money on public schools. School choice is effectively a system by which public money can be diverted from public schools to private schools. They want to effectively drain the public infrastructure of the money that keeps it afloat and use that same taxpayer money to instead benefit private actors in private schooling, which includes religious schools, by the way, which a lot of times is overt religious indoctrination, but it's also a much softer form of class indoctrination. The educational outcomes are roughly comparable between public and private schools, assuming similar funding, but the sort of social adjustment of students that go to public school universally higher than on average than students that go to private school. Private school is a very isolating environment, and really what it is, it's a very class-coded environment, which is what Republicans care about. The reason they want to divert that money from public to private schools is so that public schools die, because public schools are where a lot of poor kids go. Poor kids disproportionately, black families are disproportionately represented in lower income brackets, so they're probably sending their kids to public schools. Republicans pursuing school choice vouchers is almost solely from the position of them hating black people. Because they were actually really mad about schools being integrated. That's the same reason they want to abolish the Department of Education. Ever since the 1960s, ever since schools started being integrated, Republicans have pushed against school integration. This is a rare instance of a race issue masquerading as an economic one, rather than an economic issue masquerading as a social one, because, Republican policies are frequently very unpalatable economically speaking. The one thing that they really get a lot of people to support them on is critiquing the education system, because it's very easy to say, wow, American education sucks, but it's also very easy to deflect away from the reason why it sucks and instead just make it bleed to death faster. All the while you get the 2-for-1 of advancing a white supremacist agenda of restoring the antebellum Jim Crow social order, with white people on top and black people as decidedly second-class citizens, if not socially, then socioeconomically, at the very least, because education really does get you places in this world. College, high school, even. But a lot of educational attainment is dependent on money and access to economic resources, financial resources, and part of that is what kind of school you can afford to go to and whatever. So long story short, Republicans gas up school choice because they know it's a bad policy that will destroy public schools, and they want to destroy public schools because public schools are have a lot of black kids going there, and they fucking hate black people. And they also hate kids, which is why they oppose free school lunch programs. But again, that's another one of the super unpalatable economic positions that Republicans don't frequently talk about. Can Trump come to the podium already so the slogfest can end? Yeah, that would be good. They're you know what they probably are doing? They're probably gonna save him for last, I imagine, which means I'm gonna be here till fucking 11 at night. Holy shit. This whole thing, I hope you guys know this. This whole thing is becoming a segment. This, me talking about Sean O'Brien's appearance at the RNC, as well as talking about this. This is all going to be one big segment. It's going to rival the fucking length of my debate review of Haas and Trevor Loudon. Holy shit. Yeah, late night watch party. Let's go. Oh, man. Although that does mean I'm going to have to take it easy tomorrow and this weekend. Might stream on... I will stream on Saturday, but it might be a little bit shorter. Yay. I'm driving pretty well, though. That's good. I guess, the RNC is boring enough and full enough of copyrighted music that I can just have it muted for a large part of the time. Let me refresh this, see if there's anything. You know what? Okay, you know what would be a goated move? You know how Trump is giving the speech late tonight, and the Democrats at the same time very embattled on telling Joe Biden to step down. Oh shit, it's Russell Brand, another grifter who did the whole "why I left the left" thing. Crazy. How fucking funny would it be if the Democrats decided, let's announce that Joe Biden is stepping down right as Trump is giving his speech, just to, like, steal the thunder. I don't know from a politically strategic perspective how good or bad that would be, but it would be funny, and I care about that. That would be the play of all time. It absolutely would be. Like, hey guys, guess what? RNC? Nah, just kidding. Fuck you. Biden's stepping down. You ready for this? You know, get excited. You know? Then, you know what? Actually, that would be great. I think that would be good because the Republicans, like I said, a lot of the tokenism and stuff that they do, you know, and partly the reason why they had Sean O'Brien there was for PR, was for the talking points. They wouldn't really be able to use a lot of those talking points if the airtime that would otherwise be dedicated to the RNC was being given to Joe Biden being, like, stepping down from the candidacy, right? Like, Republicans have some ammunition to go to the news media with after the RNC, but they wouldn't be able to use it if the Democrats decided to, like, step right on in and announce that Biden is retiring. I think that could be really smart of them to do, of the Democrats to do. And then Y2K had an idea. He had an awful, terrible, wonderful idea. I tried to be cheeky and get him with the banana. Is Russia beefing with North Korea? Oh shit, that'd be funny. The girls are fighting. Ah, I'm glad I didn't throw this banana backwards. Second place. Everyone else has beef with North Korea, so good chance. Yeah. Well, Russia has a pretty good relationship with North Korea. They found the leaders of the North Korean delegation body in some pond? What the fuck? They're just going for a swim? Alright, yeah, sure. Fuck it. After this next race, I think I'm gonna have to take a break, go to the bathroom, and refill my water. Puff on China. We will put an end to communist China. With our bold new American trade war, it'll be beautiful. There you go. That's my Trump impression. Apparently, he went for a swim and fell out a window, which somehow right under the water. Whoa, what the fuck? Fucking Russia fell out of his third-story window meme, but he actually just fell into the pool below. That is super funny. Oh no, I fucked up the sand hop. Okay. Get that out of there. I am in third? Everybody failed on that first turn, I guess. Oh, okay. He just went for a swim and he drowned. Yeah, true. His body was found the next day. Self-inflicted gunshot wound to the back of the head. Many such cases. Oh, I know what I want to do with this. Oh no! Just in time to hit the fake item. Please don't hit me. Okay, thank you. Oh no! He bombed me. That's the real story. I saw it. Wait, is it? I don't know. I'm not up to date on the fucking shenanigans between Russia and North Korea. You'll have to forgive me. I didn't get the trick, but I got the wall glitch, which is good. I'm joking, I can't confirm anything? Okay, thank you. Because I'm a little bit preoccupied with the RNC playing and driving. Donkey Kong. There we go. Got the sand hop that time. Okay. Very little windows involved, apparently. Okay. Yes, I got the full fucking thing that time. I'm so good at the game. There you go. See, what you're supposed to do there, you're supposed to actually get the bad landing. You're supposed to get a bad landing so that when you bounce onto the ramp, you get a lower trick. You probably just slipped down the stairs into the pond right onto a knife. Yeah, that's true. Fucking people just be dying to some Looney Tunes shit over in Russia. You know, you say they step on a rake, which makes them recoil backwards outside out to the third-story window, and they like hit every branch in the tree on their way down. It's crazy. Every bone in their body was broken. Fuck, I said after this race I would have to... Ooh, alright, well, absent-minded me. He's dancing. God, it really, I've remarked on it early on, but it really is sad that for these people, it's probably like one of the most momentous occasions of their life, you know? Like, there were veterans, I think I remember earlier, like yesterday, there were like veterans doing the whole like support the troops shtick, where like, oh, Donald Trump respects our troops, where they were like using their own dead kids as political props to say, and you know, and this is why we love Trump so much. It's like, genuinely kind of, like, sad, like, fucked up. We need more political assassinations. Just look how many jobs it creates. True! That's so real. Twitch, if anybody in Twitch staff or admin is listening, that was a joke. I don't actually want that. No one don't want that to happen. Please don't ban me. There we go. Got my Fed post coverage out of the way. I had to use 2 mushrooms there. I would have preferred not to, but you gotta do what you gotta do. God dang it. I think this way is a little bit faster. If he's holding 2 red shells... Okay, no, he doesn't have 2 red shells. He probably just has 1, if anything. And I win. Okay, now I have to hit quit game and go to the bathroom and refill my water. Looks like nothing's really happening at the RNC right now. They're probably just waiting for the next person. And how much press was released about it? Free news? Yeah, that's true. Alright. This is not the end of stream, because you will see the video will keep playing. I will check this out. I got this shit ready made. Boom. Alright. Be back in a second. Who's he taking it from? Myself. I'm taking the piss out of my own bladder and putting it in the toilet. I can actually, my piss is solid. I can hold it in my hands. I have to physically place it in the toilet. You know, initially it was weird, but it, you know, it got pretty normal after a while. Just like a thing you do. Coming up, Eric Trump, Dana White, UFC president. Okay. Since we had a convo about hygiene, do you wash your hands after piss handling? Yeah, of course. Not a troglodyte. It's literally a waste product. Why? Because it's a waste product. It's dirty. And also, my hands feel gross afterwards. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Kind of like that one time at Boy Scout camp in cabin, there was a sign saying not to flush because something was busted, so everyone had started pissing on the floor. God damn. Real childhood memories certified. Simply piss on the floor. Nobody can stop you. Go ahead, arrest me for public indecency. Nothing you do can make me unpiss on the floor. I don't know. Oh, there's Trump again. No, fucking looked at... I was looking at the Dawn, and I fucked up. Trump is bad luck when driving, confirmed. Do not watch the Republican speech and drive at the same time. You know, you heard it here first. You watch the rep speech while driving, might as well smoke crack too. Well, I don't have crack lying around, but, you know, I wish. This year's presidential ERB is about to be so bad. That's so true. Yeah, does not increase the danger anymore. You'd just be simply smoking twice as much crack as usual. Oh, the whole Trump family's there, it looks like. Interesting. Where's Barron? Where's our certified homie? He's got to be there somewhere, right? What? Why the WrestleMania shit? What? I kind of want to find out what this is. Nope. Okay, it's copyrighted music. Great. Thank you. Oh, you know what? They're probably doing this. I've just... I don't know why it just clicked. It should have been obvious. I think Hulk... Yeah, Hulk Hogan is like Trump supporter or something. Who's coming out on stage? It's Hulk Hogan? Oh shit, okay, Hulk Hogan's giving a speech at the RNC. That's funny as fuck. Alright. We're keeping it unmuted for the Hulk Hogan speech. Because I'm a true American, I respect our professional wrestlers. This shit's about to be so fire. Yeah, for real. Brother, he said the thing. Brother. Oh shit. I got squished. What? Who's he talking about? Does he still even wrestle? No, I don't think so. He's too old, I think. Like, It's interesting he says that because Donald Trump actually did do pro wrestling, like the, you know, TV pro wrestling and stuff. The thing about Hulk Hogan being like too old, pro wrestling isn't real, like it's a performance, but you do have to be a stuntman to be able to do professional wrestling, because it like the name of the game is making it look like you're getting hurt convincingly without actually getting hurt, which is a skill set all on its own, and it is a very physical skill set because you have to know how to like physically perform in certain ways. You have to know how to take a fall, how to like get hit in certain ways that doesn't really hurt that bad. You know, whoever Hulk Hogan says vote for in the election, you vote for without asking questions. That's true. He would fucking Hulkamania slam you to the ground if you didn't. Brother. That's pretty true. No, I fucked up the shortcut when it mattered most. Dang. And, oh, he wasn't even wise. Walter. It's the same way with Wayne Gretzky here. Ah, yeah. Interesting. The celebrity poll in America, I feel like, isn't as strong, especially with Hulk Hogan. He hasn't been relevant to pro wrestling in some time, I guess. He's a nice meme, but like,
His family was compromised. When I look out there and I see
he's not political in parentheses. Yeah, true. The man telling you who to vote for is definitely not political, and you should take his advice.
when they took a shot at my hero,
You know what? I will say this for Hulk Hogan. He has Riz. Because, you know, pro wrestlers have to have Riz because the performance they're putting on, in addition to being physical, is also, like, for the audience. So from, like, a rhetorical perspective, this might be one of the more effective speeches at the RNC for, like, motivating the people in this room, or, like, the people in the base watching it, you know? Oh no! I got bumped off. I tried to hop.
you know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste.
I love he's calling them Trumpites. It's kind of funny.
My name is Terry Bollea, and as an entertainer,
His name's Terry? I did not know this.
as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past
I knew his stage name was Hulk Hogan, but I thought one of those two would, like, be his actual name. I don't know why I did.
I'm here tonight because I
Oh wow, they were right there.
that Donald Trump is a real American.
No, I couldn't make up my mind.
And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States.
Okay, Hulk Hogan's got too much Riz. He's distracting me. This is actually, it is a compliment to Hulk Hogan that I'm racing so bad.
I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. Hold on. I just had a flashback.
Oh, of course, he's not making any arguments here. He's like appealing to vibes and stuff.
The last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside in the Trump Plaza,
Yeah, I gotta use this.
eating like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's gonna win in November, and we're all gonna be champions again when he wins.
See, this is interesting, like, this is an angle of political messaging that I actually don't see the Democrats taking a lot. This is the difference between, like, the far right being willing to engage in populism and liberals not, is that he'll say, like, when he's a champion, we're all a champion. They're sort of tying the narrative of the common man into the victory of the party. Whereas, like, Democrats can't really do that very well. They're not... They hate their voting base too much to, like, offer them anything that sounds appealing to like an audience. Chanting Trump, yeah.
You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something.
I know tough guys, and Trump's a tough guy.
Is the toughest of them all.
There you go. Very easy line to set up. And of course, everybody in this room has like a temperature lower than the... has an IQ lower than the temperature of the room, so like it lands.
The court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts.
Like, all that the Republican Party has is emotional appeals, but holy shit, are they good at making emotional appeals. Meanwhile, the Democrats have every appeal over the Republicans except for emotional appeals, and they throw all of them out the window and also don't make emotional appeals. If that makes sense. Like, they're just not good at messaging. That's such a big shortcut. Holy shit. Ow. Felt like being a little goofy there. Hulkamaniacs. It is interesting that one of the ways that the Republican Party is best able to galvanize the base is through another cult of personality. You know, like, you use the supporting cult of personality of Hulk Hogan to support the primary cult of personality that is Donald Trump.
So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother.
Brother.
What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother?
I'm just gonna try to hold this mushroom. I know a shock's probably about to happen, but do what you can. Yep, there's a shock. I think that was good timing. For me, anyways. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and President of...
You got another preacher.
The Reverend
Interesting.
Franklin Graham.
This time it's an old white guy. Oh, with the slick back car dealership hair? You know it. You already know it.
I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hulk Hogan. But I stand here tonight.
That is a tough act to follow if you have El Riz like most Republicans.
Who loves this country. I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Okay, I'm bored. I'm muting this guy. Hulk Hogan's didn't have anything substantive, but it was at least entertaining and showcased the way it's sort of the like most primal distillation of how Republicans appeal to a broad base is that they sort of yeah, next. And this guy could have some riz as well, but like he said, Hulk Hogan, tough act to follow, because none of these guys have said much of substance. What they have said has been horrible. But like the vibes-based narrative and talking to their base like they don't hate them. That's another thing you'll notice. Republicans are like profusely appreciative of the people that vote for them. right? They're like profusely. They go up there and they're all about, we love you. A victory for Trump is a victory for all of you. So we support Trump and whatever. And like, it's all about you, right? And in a political sense, on a broader scale, Republicans are actually afraid of their base, you know, on an internal level. Democrats aren't. I've never seen like a Democratic campaign event of any kind, where they actually go up there and try to riz the base and go up there and be like, we love all of you. You're what makes this mission work. You know, a victory for you is a victory for us, and a victory for us is a victory for you. They're unwilling to tap into anything that acknowledges the body of the people as a great source of power, right? For liberals, this is one of the things that actually separates institutionalist liberalism from fascism, which is like the populist wing of that, is that liberals fundamentally don't actually believe that power derives from the people, like as a body. They believe that like the people need to be pacified in a certain capacity to obtain a like kind of a kind of like quiet consent of the governed, but they're almost like against the concept of raising their voices because it's impolite to sort of yell and scream and get emotional to appeal to people to support them, you know, because in their minds, in the very like in the very institutionalist mind of the liberal, it's not like why should you support us? It's more like, why don't you support us already? Like, you know, they're almost incapable of engaging on that level that Republicans almost always engage on. In fact, it's the only thing that Republicans are able to do, because if you look any further than the sort of flashy aesthetic of anything that they're saying, everything falls flat, and you realize just how like horrible a Republican victory would be for, well, everybody except maybe the business owners. You know, they just get down there and they like bow in respect and like performative appreciation to their base, and that earns them support. And that's like, it's putting on a performance. Democrats are not good at putting on that performance because they don't think there's a performance to be had. But politics is a show. It always has been. To a degree, it always will be. So in order to get real power with which to do things that aren't all that glamorous but improve people's lives, you have to lean into the performative elements. You have to have ideologues that are prepared to go up there and deliver the riz like Hulk Hogan. Basically what I'm saying, we need Democrat Hulk Hogan. We need Huey Long 2. We need Juan Perón, American version. Somebody that can just go out there and riz up everybody. And you know, just be a real gamer on stage. And the main point of that is just the Democrats seem to not really have that, or not be willing to do that.
Forgotten who is responsible.
He is still praying. This is one of my favorite N64 tracks. I think it functions really well on engines that aren't the Mario Kart 64 engine. Oh shit, a shortcut. See, what I'm hoping for is that the next person will be Trump here. I hope, at the very least. I'm playing a dangerous game. I almost got away with playing a very dangerous game. Didn't quite, but the fact that I almost did, I think, says something. Walter. Any such cases? Another mushroom. Interesting. Oh. Take risks to succeed in life. I can be pretty risk averse in real life. The good thing is in Mario Kart Wii, there's no substantive risk to damage of my actual person or livelihood. So I am in fact willing to risk it for the biscuit and be turbo content pilled. Using my golden in the same spot. I feel like this was a decent enough spot to use gold. I'm playing the same dangerous game that I did last time. and I lost again. I feel like my strategy there, in principle, is good, in the sense that, like, I want to get around that corner quick enough to dodge a red shell, but I haven't been able to make that work. Hopefully I don't have to... Hopefully I don't end up putting myself in that position on lap 3, but we'll see, we'll see. Oh shit, if I actually hit that dry Bowser, I'm very sorry. That's what my friends tell me when I jump off the bridge to dodge the shock and it doesn't work. True. How did I get up to 6th? Is everybody bagging? I feel like everybody would be, like, bagging. Oh, perfect. This is almost perfect for me. Nice. No, that almost got me first. Shit. That ending was almost super spectacular. Oh shit, Eric Trump.
It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation.
If you remember, one of the biggest controversies of the early days of the Trump presidency is that he actually refused to leave any of that behind. He still retained ownership of a lot of his businesses, or like indirect control over his business ventures, in a way that was like legally questionable, or at least in custom, like pretty questionable. You know. Actually, no, I think it was legally questionable. I think there's an amendment that prevents you from being a business owner and being the president at the same time, because they don't want people, like, trying to get to the presidency to get business favor for themselves. Which is interesting that liberals in the past had that kind of foresight for the presidency, but weren't able to connect the dots systemically to realize that's what all levels of government do. Or engage in. Or they just think, like, nah, the president is different, bro. Or something like that. Gag? Sus?
Yet through it all, he showed unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people.
You know what's interesting? Personal ambition is like... How did I get a fib in 4th? Oh, what? Personal ambition is, at the very least, tangential, if not, like, directly the motive for Trump becoming president. But what's interesting is, even that is a pretty charitable way to phrase that ambition, or to phrase that motive, you know? Which is actually kind of a clever way to juxtapose, like, personal ambition versus love of country. Because even personal ambition is, like, defensible in theory as a set of motives that take you through life to certain things, you know? Actually an uncharacteristically smart thing that Eric Trump has done. Get everybody after the boxes. Perfect.
Veterans were forgotten. Our military is in shambles. Our educational system was broken. Ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death
Mushroom.
or witness a continued attack on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable
Got mushroom.
enforcement officers
Okay.
who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day.
Okay. No item box, probably gonna get a...
Words of Christmas stripped from public use, or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father's... Yahoo!
Low-key political videos with Mario Kart Wii gameplay in the background better be the future. I mean, that's kind of why I'm doing this. I enjoy this format of videos. We would be the OGs? Yeah, that's true.
Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty. But he had the Midas touch.
But he purged the degenerates.
Those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision.
Let's see.
As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves.
Let's do SNES Bowser Calcium.
He did not care to be politically correct.
You know what's actually worth mentioning? I think Eric Trump, probably the least, the most rizzless member of the Trump, like immediate Trump family, at least of the men, because the women are taught to not have riz, to not upstage the men. Thank you. But even he still has a little bit more riz than some of the other speakers, you know.
Historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest.
He did slash regulations, and you know, I hated that. A lot of people really hated that.
People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades.
Oh, okay. Here's something that I actually want to take the time to debunk a little bit, like honest to God debunk. Oops. I'm regretfully I am muting Eric Trump. I actually don't really want to do that for like one of the Trumps, but America was already energy independent. America is a net exporter of energy. We produce enough energy for our own needs. In fact, so much so that like we can, if we really need to, we can dip into our reserves at any time, right? Of oil, gas, or even renewables. You know, the U.S. has been under Biden. Not that the administration has done any meaningful job of like promoting this to the media. There have been advancements in renewable energy infrastructure in America the past couple of years, but it like for conservatives they just kind of ignore that again because Democrats don't talk about it. It gives conservatives kind of free reign to ignore it. And so they can just say shit that like isn't even grounded in fact. Like I guess the closest thing you get is that the United States exists in a global energy market where we, yes, do business with other energy producers and consumers. The chief among them being Saudi Arabia, who, let's be real, nobody likes. You know? So, like, whenever people say energy independent, that doesn't really mean anything. Because, first of all, you don't really want it to work that way in a globalized economy, because then that means resources aren't moving around, money's not flowing around, and that's pretty bad. Well, like, all things considered, that has some bad end consequences. But even, like, if we really needed to, we could just do that, you know? The thing is, we just don't need to and shouldn't. So... No, god dang it. Oh, he hit that wall on purpose, didn't he? God damn. People are vicious in this room. Eighth place. Now they're blaming the Democrats for Trump's arrest? In a way, yeah. The Democrats are to blame because they would be willing to enforce the law on Trump and the Republicans wouldn't be. In a roundabout way, yeah, sort of, but no, the framing is like entirely dishonest because they just want Trump to be able to get away with crimes. It just happens to be like there are nonpartisans and Democrats in positions to enforce the law. They enforce the law against their own. What's his name? Bob Menendez? You know, the guy that had, like, gold bars in his jacket? It's just a very convenient talking point, because it's like, oh, Joe Biden is the president, and Trump got arrested. That means it's Democrats' fault. It's the line of logic, fundamentally. Or like, I don't know, Merrick Garland was appointed by Biden, or whatever. Your leader isn't invincible to law? Who could have seen this coming? Actually, he is invincible to law now. That was the end game the whole time. They just wanted Trump to be immune to the law. And they got their wish. The Supreme Court ruled as much a little while ago. He does energize people, but he is not very honest, and he is also a pretty big threat on his own, even. The Republican Party is a much bigger threat, though, and I'm dead. Oh, it was eighth is last, huh? Okay. Go, dude. All right. I'm doing it. Interesting. He did the both sides thing. Fentanyl. While the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. You know what's funny? One of the few things that the Biden admin has been willing to act on is prescription drug prices. But funnily enough, you wouldn't know it because they don't talk about it. I love that he got crickets for all that other stuff, and then he says, men in women's sports, entire crowd boos. Classic. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system, and we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. Damn, I am so far behind. You have to spin drift that, huh? In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. Yeah, shock dodge. Let's go. Illegal immigrants have good living conditions sometimes. Boo! I didn't even. You don't even need to make any of this shit up. You don't even need to exaggerate, like in the slightest. But the Democrats don't take advantage of it for some reason. It's kind of fucked up. I'll be real. I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. You hear that? Really scattered. I unmuted it there to see if it like had swelled anymore. Very scattered applause. Like very like low support for single mothers because Republicans fucking hate women. They hate people who they perceive to be weak. They hate like single mothers almost like more than anything. In fact, they fucking had a whole ass rhetorical war on single mothers in the 80s and 90s. You know, the whole welfare queen shtick. And of course, they also hate renters. So they know that, like, okay, we're supposed to like this messaging somewhat. But, you know, like, he mentioned something vaguely good. Nobody claps. He mentions, yeah, immigrants don't literally die in prison. And then people are like, you boo! You know? They're just evil, man. Playing with fire. Nobody will ever be satisfied, huh? What, the, Oh, no, that's not a thing, huh? I guess you need a mushroom for that. But you hate the poor and disabled, dude. Okay, well, he said MAGA, so people kind of eat it up. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry.
We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way.
Make America great again. Yeah, you know what's funny is they tried like keep America great in 2020, but now they're just back to make America great again because it's like, I don't know, we just don't need to come up with anything else. Wait, fuck, I voted for that already. God dang it.
The greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our city
Very fascist narrative. The retribution of victory. We will secure the future for our children and grandchildren and whatever. You know? A very, like, ethereal fascist kind of talking points. You know, promising retribution on the political opponents. Which he phrased in kind of a way to have, like, a double entendre kind of thing. But, you know. Watch this. Yeah. That's actually slower, even if you make it. God dang it. Okay. Red break strategy, hard difficulty. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna take the thing again. I should wait for him to. Yeah. I think my only hope is to get a mushroom. Speak of the devil. Oh, almost. How about that, huh? Oh no, I missed the box. I didn't, Mushroom Gorp's pretty good spear track, huh?
I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you. A journey to save the greatest country on earth. A journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood.
Is nobody online right now?
By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived.
Okay. He's not even saying anything, really. Got a juice for Trump sign there. You know, it's interesting. Some of the, like, insert group here for Trump, they can only really do that because, well, first of all, the Republican Party does hate them and want them all gone. But, like, the fact that America is very socially progressive is what allows the Republican Party to even engage in tokenism like that. You know, they wouldn't be able to hold the mask up so effectively if the mask didn't resemble the progressive nature of the rest of society, right? Like, people would have a way easier time seeing through it, I think. Or at least, like, it wouldn't be as politically effective with a lot of media outlets.
The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face. and you put your
Because America isn't as anti-Semitic as most European countries. So the Republican Party can be like, yeah, we support the Jews. We support the Jewish community in America, and whatever. All right, nice. We got a properly sized room here.
I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you.
Big doubt. Check your polling numbers, idiot.
And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Okay, so Eric Trump is done. Oh no! I took it too tight. I'm chaining this. Oh, perfect. That's perfect. If there's a shock, please. Yes! Let's go! Even if there's a blue shell, I'm gonna get first, I think. Nice. Very short track. Oh, there's JD Vance front and center. I wonder, is it Trump's turn to speak now? Like, is he gonna go up there? Please let him go up there. I need content. I need it. I need it. I'm content hungry right now. This is the highest VR I've been to, I think, but given that this is retro rewind and the VR works differently, I don't think that has the same implications. And I also don't care that much, because it's just a number. I'd be happy if I was playing this at like 6,000. Okay, there we go. Coming up, Kid Rock. And then Trump. I ain't gonna lie, I'm probably gonna mute Kid Rock for most of it, unless he says something like... Well, I'm gonna wait for him to say, like, anything that I think is worth commenting on from a perspective of analyzing the far right. Or anything like that. But then otherwise, if he's just... Like, if he gives me one, I'll be happy. But then if he's boring, I'm gonna mute him. Oops. Almost knocked my mic over. Wait. I just realized that's probably copyrighted. Damn it, I was so fastidious earlier. No copyright or Reno. Might have to look at that portion of the VOD. There we go. That's good. That's a good shortcut. Nice. Well, there's Melania. They... I don't know what that music is. I don't know why they're playing it, but okay. Let's do some good old N64 Bowser's Castle. This isn't the base game, but I like it. And they're really taking their time. They're milking this for all it's worth. You know, they want to, they really want to get the ramp up for Trump being on stage, huh? Oops. There we go. I'm glad I chose the C-SPAN feed for this. Oh, by the way, earlier when I said NBC, I was wrong. It's C-SPAN, not NBC. That's my B. You know, I thought I was watching the NBC stream, but I was mistaken. Pow almost got me like really good. Who's this? Who's on screen right now? I actually want to hear this. Okay. Looked away for a second, got swamped. Alright, this is just a political ad. I don't know, you know, I don't know why exactly they're showing political ads at the... Well, no, you know what, maybe I do know why. Maybe I know, like, it's to gin up the base a bit and to, like, shore up support there. You know, not even necessarily from, like, a super cultish perspective. But, you know, because the Republican Party, I think, kind of understands that the convention's supposed to be, like, hype. There's supposed to be hype at the convention. And stuff like that. Get big pretty soon, yeah. Come on, give me something good. Alright, I'm gonna use this here. Okay. Give me something good again. Ow, what the f- I went all the way wide for that. Damn. Bullets on this track are ruthless. Didn't get an item. That's unfortunate. They're probably just trying to give him, like, the lead-up of a lifetime Trump, that is. That bullet went between us? How? Okay, I had to.
Incomes down.
U.S. incomes fall for a third straight year. Is that even real? I mean, it's the Wall Street Journal, so maybe. I'm going to engage with it as though it's real. Incomes fucking suck everywhere right now. The only place where incomes don't suck is France, and that's because they have really, really active unions. Unions in America only recently became very active. 93 away from 9s? In America, there's been very little... It's like almost... yeah, oh wait. It's been almost like day late and a dollar short to do anything about the income crisis. And it doesn't help that a lot of the Biden administration, for how good Biden was on labor, which undeniably will have positive consequences borne out later, a lot of his policy making, it being pro-business, didn't help. You know, when giving aid to businesses directly, that can help in certain instances, but like the fact that a lot of American economic politics revolves around businesses and not so much around the worker has actually doomed the country to like a neoliberal spiral almost. You know, so of course you're going to have stagnating incomes. That's a product of living in a neoliberal world, and Trump wants to make that worse. You know, by like basically enhancing every single available mechanism for wealth to be transferred upwards and destroying every mechanism that exists to transfer wealth downwards. Taxes distributes wealth downwards. Unions distribute wealth downwards. Fucking, like, public transit distributes wealth downwards. Basically, anything that makes life cheaper for poor people more so than it does for rich people, will distribute wealth downwards and will benefit an economy. Meanwhile, like stuff like tax breaks and car-dependent infrastructure and like public-private partnerships, another big mistake that the Biden administration also made, tend to funnel wealth up. What happened to them? They get hit by something? Are they wheelie bumped? I don't know. Alright, is he coming on stage? Is this the momentous occasion? Oh wait, right, that's it's Kid Rock is up there, so I don't care. Right, they said that Kid Rock would be up there first. How sad is it that like Kid Rock used to be like, well, he was called Kid Rock because he was a popular music star when he was young, and now he's relegated to like basic bitch Trump supporter Christian nationalist. You know? Yeah, he's not even a kid anymore. What a scam, dude. Motherfucker's named Kid Rock and he's like 50 years old. People jamming out in the crowd. Okay, that's garbage. God. Right-wing music is so bad. It like sometimes right-wing like propaganda music is funny bad. A lot of times it's not even that. This is like it's a tier above what the Nazis did, but it's a little bit like what the Nazis did where they tried to imitate the style of jazz, but they hated jazz. They believed it was like fundamentally degenerate because it was a part of black culture. So they like very sloppily imitated it. Just had some saxophones playing and sang about the Jews or something. You know? Like a lot of the Christian gospel music is at least kind of funny because they're singing about God and Jesus in this like the whitest voice imaginable. In a way, it can be considered a kind of self-parody of art. This just isn't even like, it might be copyright, but like, that's just not even that entertaining, I think. I'm sure if you're there, it's a little bit different, but like, and it serves its purpose for what it's meant to do, which is like build hype. Whoa, what is, I can barely see the road. Okay. Got somebody. Oh my god, he bumped me all the way to the right. Give me this box. Thank you. He's still going. Okay. I've been racing this kind of cutthroat, which is not how I wanted to do it. He is still singing. This is a long-ass song. You know, a lot of songs will be like 1 to 3 minutes or something. He's been, you know, he's been up there for a little while. Oh, is he done? He finally I think he did. Okay, cool. Might be time for the big man to come up on stage. Okay, more copyrighted music. Please let the birthday boy be coming on stage soon. I need that. I need it so much for content. look, I'm glad that they had the Trump family go up there. We got some bangers from some of the other like fucking weirdo right-wing hacks. 10,000. I need the big man up there. I need the juicy bits. Give me what I came here for, dude. Plus, it's late. Want to be able to log off and do some other shit. Seriously, like, I barely got to relax between last stream and this one. You know, I was going, like, had a very brief moment to, like, calm down and then had to make dinner and shit. Well, who's this cute ball? Huh?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Oh. So it's a guy. You see, the anti-woke idiot, assumed that that this would be a woman. But no, Dana can be a guy's name. Shame on me for not being woke enough.
As a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted...
Am I detecting a collar gap? Maybe. Not much of one. Oh! Well, that's between the collar and his neck, which is fine. I've been attuned to look for collar gaps between the collars of people's, like, jackets and their shirt underneath, which is, like, you know... It's like fashion... It's like bad fashion or something, I don't know. Whoa, okay. Get that out of here. You know, I've got to admit, another great marketing tactic, making half your audience unhappy. Oh, what, the, guy having a feminine sounding name or whatever. Because yes. Except he is a giant cue ball meathead, so they probably care about that more. Well, okay. I'm dead. You know, I gotta say, it is certainly something that the RNC has actually been, like, on balance. I've had stuff to talk about, but it like doesn't help that all the speakers have been basically the same. Like, they've said the same shit. We support President Trump and America, you know, make America great again, something, immigration, and, like, whatever else, right? Like, it's kind of wacky stuff. It genuinely feels like they've just been variations of the exact same person. Because it, like, on the Democratic side, for comparison, it's a much wider tent. You know, they're not as consolidated. They have liberals and social democrats and socialists. You know? And so you'll actually get a wide range of different issues that people care about. And, like, every person, like, they might say something agreeable, but they won't, like, talk about the same 5 or 6 things. They'll talk about, like, you know, a lot of times they'll have activists up there to talk about their own specialty issue. Oh, you only need 1 shroom for this, huh? Interesting. Feel like being political as the face of a league is a very bad idea. Well, the UFC is very right-leaning. Like, the UFC and people who watch UFC stuff are very right-leaning because it all revolves around fighting and the spectacle of fighting. And, like, the UFC fighters tend to be brain damaged. You know, you fight and you know, your head takes a few knocks and you know, you lose brain power. Stupider people tend to be more conservative or fascist leaning, you know, just as a matter of what research we have. And you know, the UFC, very testosterone infused, very masculine, very sexually driven by the sexual like insecurities and sort of desires of men. As weird as it sounds, fascists pretty gay. They like to watch guys get all sweaty and half naked on top of each other, you know? And, you know, again, one of those things that sounds like a joke, but genuinely isn't. The mind of the fascist is driven very much by sexual repression and insecurity. If the UFC is a pretty big outlet for that, for men. You know? Another Freud W. All politics is sex, and all sex is politics.
And this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office.
Trump good, Biden bad, blah, blah, blah. Like, we know everything that he's going to say already. We already know all the shit that he's saying.
But this election, we all get to choose.
Like, I don't even need to unmute it. He's not saying anything interesting or that we haven't heard from any other Republican speakers in the 10 to 20 seconds that I've had them, like, unmuted. Or in the case of Hulk Hogan, that he, like, enthusiastically sort of purveyed to people with his pro wrestler riz, I guess. I don't know. What's up, Yoshi? Oh, he got hit, I guess. Alright. Oh, it looks like he's done, I think. Are they doing a little number again? Oh, this is it? Huh. Okay. I guess I'm gonna win. If all speeches have the same points, are they really different? Yeah, like, seriously. You know? Like, speeches at a left-wing rally, even if it's an issue-specific rally, will hit on somewhat different points of a, like, mostly the same side of a particular issue, right? The left-wing conventions, rallies, events, much more multifaceted, grassroots, and genuine. Meanwhile, this, much more consolidated, much dumber. Much more streamlined, funded by, like, the big giant money and whatever. I mean, the DNC is too, but I'm talking about, like, left wing, the leftward end of things. Oh, what's this? Okay, they're still singing. And so you get that range. You, like, if you're at a general left wing conference, like a Democratic Party event. Oh, there's the man himself. You know, you'll get indigenous activists, you'll get union officials, you'll get teachers, you'll get nurses, you'll get, you'll get economists, you'll get all sorts of different people with different angles of politics and different things to talk about. Here, it's the same 7 things over and over. Oh yeah, this is copyrighted also. Can't play that for too long, but, you know, there's Trump. He's standing up there like a birthday boy. Like a birthday boy indeed. This again. Oh, is Moo Farm maybe like one of those tracks that just like crashes the game? I should maybe stop picking it. Who repicked? I don't know. Minus 20 points in the clan war. That is actually a rule, I think. Yeah, 1 lounge strike. I mean, I could just kind of win again, maybe. Depends on where everybody else is in relation to me, though. Oh no, that Yoshi fell off. He had kind of the sauce. In wars, it's like negative 20. Yeah. Oh, there was a shock this time. That's interesting. There actually wasn't a shock last time, I think. All right, give me an item. I need an item. What's up, Rob? No, he's speaking. How long has he been speaking? Just love seeing being a bagger in wars because I don't see points. Ah. I can't believe I missed it. Minus 1 million points, whoever repicked this, because you made me miss the first part of the Trump speech.
Delegates and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have...
He actually doesn't do this as much anymore, which is kind of a shame. This was really funny.
...greatest years in the history of our country.
He just sounds funny, too.
New era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and
Woke? They care about every race, color, creed, and religion? Woke Republican Party? I've explained this before.
bound together by a single faith and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president.
The other team passed me TC, I can't do anything about it. It also doesn't affect you that much because as a bagger, you mostly just stay in the back getting items.
For half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for president of the United States.
Soy. Clap, 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 clap. He's just nominee. Okay. We all knew this was coming.
Thank you very much.
Cheering his name, saying we love you. Definitely not a cult.
Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin.
I had a banana to the wall there. Yeah, definitely not.
My gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday.
Oh, that might actually get him. Maybe. We'll see. No, I didn't.
Came within a quarter of an inch.
Definitely not meat riding, yeah.
So many people have asked me what happened.
So-called free thinkers win Trump rally.
And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm
Oh, he fell off? Oh, shit.
day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth, Pennsylvania.
This is going to be written about in the history books. As much as it actually didn't have very much of an impact in American politics, it is going to be a historical event in the history books that we all recognize that, like, oh yeah, the attempted assassination of the former president on the campaign trail.
Very strongly, powerfully, and happily. Because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it.
Such a great job, a hands-on job even. You might even call it a hand job.
Behind me and to the right,
I had to. The opportunity presented itself.
displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order
Tremendous numbers, higher than you've ever seen. Wait, that's the wrong talking point. Lower than you've ever seen. I meant. Sorry, I misspeak sometimes.
and was ready to begin a little
It would be funny if he just said that, because
very lucky I didn't
every economist, even a lot of right-wing economists, acknowledge that immigration is really fucking good for the American economy and for like economies in general, especially like in the developed world, in the global north, where there are very low birth rates. You need that to shore up population growth so that society basically keeps moving and flowing. You know, new people coming into work, jobs, expansion of you know, businesses and whatever else, the growth of towns and cities, and you know, new blood to run the country. Basically, like you need that. You need that in a stable or growing society. This would actually, like, an anti-immigration platform is actually disastrous to an economy.
Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage.
We have the get down, Mr. President photos. Very true.
These are great people. Great folks, and pounced
I didn't mean to use that, but okay.
so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt
Damn.
very safe because I had God on my side. The amazing thing is
Oh no, lost my mushroom. I was about to use it too. I was going to chain it.
at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight.
What a world that would be, honestly. I know 1v3 had mentioned that that world would probably be better than the one we're living in, but, like, you know, pointless to speculate. And then, like, assassinations actually, again, they don't do that much. They're really dumb. Oh, at the wall. At this point, I'm just trying to snipe for content more than anything. Why is that red shell going backwards? Hello? I lost one, I guess. Oh, okay. Well, there's the other one.
Stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper. And then
No.
began pointing at him. You can see that.
I got a fib in fourth. What the fuck is the item roulette right now?
Compared to what was in front of him. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason.
Taking a moment. This is something that, again, you don't see from the Democrats that Republicans do fastidiously. Is stroking the ego of their base. Trump, like, taking the time, like, intentionally to sort of gas up the people that were at the rally with him, which on some level I think is a natural human tendency. If, like, you almost got killed and there were other people there with you, it was like, you know, I actually appreciate you so much just for being there or whatever. But this plays really well politically. They're both meat riding each other. It's just one of them gets something out of it, the other one does. Well, actually, both of them get something out of it, because this is a room full of party elites and business people, you know, like the capital owning class. Like, that's them.
Just this beautiful crowd. They didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me, and you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us.
Gentleman's agreement. Yeah, well, a lot of politics is defined by the kind of gentleman's agreements or like sort of backroom deals where, like, look, it's not quite corruption, but it's like wheeling and dealing. It's like one step removed from corruption, where it's like, we're going to do something beneficial for you because this is beneficial for us, but, like, you know, you get to put your name on it, right? Like, a pretty typical example would be like, hey, you know, we want to open a factory in this area. If you're willing to give us some federal money, we would be willing to work with you on these other projects and stuff, and you'll get to put your name on them. We'll get some good quarterly profits. You'll get some good reputation as a political op, as the president and all that. You know, both parties benefit in that situation. A lot of times, though, the workers just aren't there to make those deals. You know, the capital class has inroads to government that the working class doesn't. You know, especially with how shitty of a place unions have been in for most of recent American history. You know? It's just usually a lot of more mainstream liberals don't like doing that sort of politics out in the open, and Trump is much more willing to do that.
In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a
Ow.
providential moment. Probably was. When I was surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead.
No, I didn't mean to trick. God dang it.
They didn't know I was looking around. They thought it was over. But I could see it.
Don't hit the wall, you stupid green shell or red shell.
I raised my right arm, looked at the
He's making this all about the assassination. An interesting choice, to be sure. I don't know. I guess it is good for shoring up support in the base that, you know, you talk about the assassination attempt and all that shit, right?
Once my clenched fist went up, I was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever.
Oh, was he waiting so I didn't get blued? That's quite polite.
Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love.
Thank God the assassin wasn't left. Yeah, for real. We would be in a very, very bad spot. The Republicans would be way more comfortable being mask off. The narrative would be ready-made for them to say, this is why the left is everything that's wrong with America. We need to put them all in camps. We need to purge the degenerates. It would have been bad. Luckily, the assassin was a insane Republican.
Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable.
They would choose violence. Oh, yeah, and they've already chosen violence. They're interested in looking for the excuse to, like, advance it that much further. And thankfully, they didn't have the excuse because, like, even them dropping the mask as much as they have, if they tried to do that anyways, it would have been, like, politically disastrous. Not with the Democrats, because, you know, the Democrats have zero backbone, but with, like, the American people. It's been like that for a while. Yeah. It's like they're waiting for the right time to strike. I mean, they're getting pretty ready for it, too.
He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody.
Same thing happening here with conservative followers, anti-liberals. Yeah, there's a really pronounced trend of the far-right parties really accelerating their shit to the right. I think a lot of them have been emboldened by how weak the Democratic Party in the United States has been, knowing that they could potentially get a lot of leeway from America on a geopolitical stage to sort of act the way they want to. And of course, as I'm providing that analysis, I haven't been paying that much attention to what Trump has said. But to be real, it's mostly just him talking about the assassination attempt and not a whole lot else. Bill C-11 is probably the closest we're gonna get to what, like the. Like some insane fascist shit? Maybe this time around. But might not be the same next time. Why is he doing that? Talking about the fundraising and stuff. Pretty typical, methinks.
They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate.
Oh, liberals haven't done anything to justify the violence against them because most actions they didn't have a choice, like the Freedom Convoy, they were blocking roads. Nah, that's copium. Honestly, that's like bullshit. The fucking like, oh, we had to freeze all their assets. Dog, just call in the police and the military. That's what every other country does. The they didn't have a choice argument is complete cope. It's like saying that the protesters in America broke a window, so the Biden admin had no choice but to crack down full force on them. Or like with the railroad strike. Even though Biden mitigated the damage of like stopping the railroad strike by going back and doing a deal with unions after the fact, it was still bad of him to prevent that strike from happening at all.
The spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will.
Strikes are supposed to be disruptive. Yeah, they're supposed to block the roads. That's the point, is to get like the attention of government. And if it's a crackdown, it's a crackdown. But the liberals took the worst possible route available to them. It was stupid. Honestly, the liberals in Canada are worse than the Democrats in America in terms of what policies they support, which is an impressive bar to clear for liberal parties. Although maybe not that impressive recently, because you literally have Labour in the UK, and then the Democrats have been warming up to unions lately. That's unforgivable on the Liberals' end, by the way. They've been using that power that they established that they could use with the trucker convoy. They've been using that for union busting and for strike busting too. You know, like, oh, this is vital infrastructure. We've deemed this vital infrastructure, so we're banning strikes. That is what people like myself mean when we say that liberalism is the moderate wing of fascism. That is a liberal government, ideologically liberal party, arriving at the same conclusion that fascists would for liberal reasons, for like reasons of just wanting to keep things quiet. At the same time they were protesting COVID vaccines, doesn't matter. They could have been protesting some heinous shit, and like they should have been met with basically the same response. Or protesting in favor of some heinous shit, right? You have to be consistent, because the damage from this has been done, right? This has been that trucker convoy, and the government like cracking down on it specifically in the way that it did has been way more harmful to the left and to labor movements than it ever was to the right. You know? Because what do you think is going to happen when the right-wing party takes power in government? And yes, I do mean when, because liberals are ineffective at stopping them. It's only a matter of time. They're going to just invoke that all the fucking time to break up strikes. So what do? You don't establish that legal precedent at all. You bite the bullet, you send in the cops and the military, take the political backlash, and that's that. You know? Unironically, they're losing in 2025, yeah, and that's partly why. That's a small part, but that's part of why. Is that the Liberal Party is like anti-labor in Canada, and like legit freezing people's assets for holding certain political views and participating in a strike is some shit that you would expect, like, not even that you would expect, that the Chinese government does. Like, you know, over here in the West, we love China bashing. Like, that's some shit that the CCP does. They'll fucking blacklist your credit and shit like that. You know? Like, make your life shit overnight.
Highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me.
Oh, yeah, by the way, also, the Trump-appointed judge that was overseeing his documents, like classified documents case, just threw the whole case out. He literally, like, he will face no legal accountability for anything. He's challenging the felony convictions, too.
They should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years.
What's going on with the C-SPAN camera? Let's get some artifacting
there. They should do
there.
that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway. but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise, I will tell you. It was beautiful.
Oh, I'm lagging quite a bit this race.
That's a very serious people said that you should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, right? Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for...
How did I not get that box?
Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric, Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barrett, I don't know Barrett.
Yo, what's up, Mushroom Peaks Better?
And of course,
Welcome to chat.
wonderful
Welcome back, I should say.
children, you saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was he good? You know, he was
Somehow I'm in second. Okay.
probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever. So we spent about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away. And my people called and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife.
I think Trump is just doing a kind of "I love you all" speech, which I don't know, maybe like a little bit bland, honestly. I mean, he's doing the Trump thing, but
It's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir.
playing Retro Rewind, yes, I am.
And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife.
I don't know what they're talking about, honestly, or what Trump is talking about. Like, I'll be real. I kind of zoned out. Probably some shit about his family. He's like, oh, they encouraged me to run for president, so I did.
A little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want
Yep, risen up his supporters.
I want to be a part, because, you know, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out.
So much money. Picks or it didn't happen. Gonna go with that one. Source or it's bullshit. Probably bullshit.
And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be where they go. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he?
No. Fucking dead. Why did I get a trick so low off of that?
You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience.
I've only just then realized that I had pulled the mega.
Strong son of a gun. I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that could do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much.
B box.
Followed by
Yes.
Eric. What was that all about?
What? It happened again?
But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble and Don.
Can't believe it happened again. It's wacky.
They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats.
How does that happen? Why is that a low trick there? That's very silly.
They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them.
Okay.
But the time that you have to spend.
Got that.
The
That's
time
good.
that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country.
Okay. I don't know who he's talking about there. I zoned out for that bit, but he's talking about somebody like, it's a shame they're not helping our country. They should be. Why did you support Bolshevism when Lenin didn't even know how to have pussy sex? Many such cases. I don't really. It's mostly a meme. I've described myself probably as an anarchist more than anything. Critical support for Lenin in some of his shit, but you know, he's not getting the prime lesbian pussy or something. Not beating the allegations. Gassing up JD Vance. I don't think the base is gonna get that energized over JD, just because he's kind of like, he's just kind of there, you know, like it's the consolidation pick. Also, welcome to chat, bourgeois lesbians. Lesbianism, excuse me.
President, he's going to be great with this country and with his movement, greatest movement in the history of our country. Make America great again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is making America great again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it.
That's another part of the like esotericism and the ephemeral nature of like Nazi talking points, or the, you know, ultra nationalist fascist talking points is the like make insert something great again. What do you mean by great again? Like what point are you defining? Of course, it's like the imagined past myth and the like, you know, they want to turn America into Jim Crow America again. But they can't really say that. They have to put it nebulously, and that means it's difficult to attack the sloganeering, because it's very good sloganeering. It doesn't really mean much of anything. It's like, it's performative, saber rattling and such. Yeah, put it as vague as possible, which is like kind of how you're supposed to do it with slogans, but you know. Again, wild that they're talking about Green Bay because that's a socialist football team.
And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic
Political football team. You know what? He might be doing it because it plays well to like, oh, I'm pro-worker. You know what's funny? That used to be a Republican talking point. Democrats are trying to buy votes by, you know, doing things that give you money. It's like, damn, that's crazy. The Republicans should try doing that. And now they're trying to, like, test out that talking point, but it's not really, it doesn't really follow with their policies, because a lot of their policies are extractive and channel wealth upwards. It's funnier when management for Green Bay isn't that good. Isn't even that good. Yeah, I've heard it's been up and down, you know, lately, whether the team is successful or not. Like, on the field, that is. Oof. Fifth, I think. Talking up his COVID response. Trump had one of the worst poor drafting outside Jordan Love. I don't know. I don't follow football that much.
the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much.
Of course, he's gassing up his COVID response. Aside from Operation Warp Speed, which I believe had a pretty significant role in fast-tracking the research for the vaccine, something rare thing that I'll give Trump and his administration some credit for, his response to the vaccine was absolute dog shit. Like, really held off on like closing things down and putting people into quarantine. Really like hesitant to tell people to mask up to prevent the spread of disease. Told people to inject bleach and like hydroxychloroquine or whatever, probably because he had invested in hydroxychloroquine and all that. I'll be real, like I'll do the fucking partisan line. The economy just tanks whenever Republicans are in charge. It doesn't necessarily recover when Democrats are in charge, but Republicans are not good economically speaking. You know, they are bad news. Tax breaks, excessive focus on the stock market, completely hanging out the workers to dry. You know, no respect for the unions and like no bargaining with them. You know, massive tax breaks, shit that just like hollows out the working class of America. Rebuild the military. That's like the US has been having, I think other countries have had this too, where they've like been having some, I don't know, recruitment issues. People don't really want to join the military as much anymore because the sort of the image of like, oh, we're the leader of the free world, everybody loves us because we care about freedom, like that's mostly dissolved away. So people aren't super keen on joining the military. That's what they mean by that, sort of shoring up recruitment numbers.
Achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. Totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most
shock.
important election in the history of our country.
Nice.
Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, simply crushing our people. Never before, they've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis that is taking place.
No, I thought I could go inside that, but I was dumb. Ooh, this is actually a great spot. One mushroom, dang.
All across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has
Seventh.
been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea.
This is an interesting.
All of Asia, and our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III.
Of course, he's talking about, well, he's gesturing towards Putin with that last bit, but he's talking about China with that. It is interesting that, like, both the Democrats and Republicans have sort of shifted to pander to the anti-war sentiment that's very common among the American people. The appetite for war is super, super low right now. People do not reflect fondly on Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, any of that.
Fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce.
The classic election denialism, you know, play the hits. Future wars is gonna be fuck is fuck because it's gonna be robots. Maybe. Look, the future of war is probably going to resemble World War I in certain ways.
We will drill, baby, drill.
Probably segued that into energy independence talking point. Drill, baby, drill, or whatever. Repick. Minus 20. Yeah, destroy the environment more. Fucking great. Minus 20 plus strike. Ow. I'm not good at this track. Probably because I never play it. I think I know where I want to use this. It's just a question of whether I will get to use it. Okay, they have mushrooms, so I'm going to get to use this where I want to.
lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes.
I'm gonna try to get that box with it, basically.
We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down.
Oh, people realize that, all right. In fact, it's been one of the few things that Democrats are actually willing to acknowledge. They're not willing to do anything about it, of course. The Democrats have been very non-committal on whether or not they will actually revert taxes to pre-Trump levels at all.
And the legal complications go far too great. They changed both of them. And hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies which worked back into our nation. We have an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible.
I played that last part really stuttery.
We'll do it again, but we'll do it even.
Posturing against China again?
I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing.
Okay, now he's going to the same, like, half-dozen talking points that a lot of other Republicans have. But because it's Trump, he's got a little bit more riz in delivering them.
On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country.
I know what he's gesturing to, but I actually don't know what he's talking about. Like, this doesn't none of this corresponds to any sequence of real world events that could have feasibly happened. It's very bizarre.
That the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine.
Another repick? Damn. Mario Circuit.
And the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was
Of course, got a virtue signal to that.
Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. Watch the other day, I was still broke to face the nation. Has anyone seen that? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke. Really good Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, they will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs.
That's a good throw.
Product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we'll never let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which will never happen.
I just got to keep advancing, I think. Okay, he's talking about Iran here. It's important to note that Trump took us out of the Iran nuclear deal. And that has been responsible for, like, the worsening of our relationship with them. Relations actually had started to normalize a bit. But because of the like pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, that sort of killed any attempt at doing so, which would have been good for relations in the Middle East. It would have been good for everybody in the Middle East if we normalized the relationship with Iran, but Trump sabotaged that. And you know, Biden didn't really make an attempt to renew the deal, but either way, the U.S.-Iran relationship was pretty cooked as soon as Trump did that.
The most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including
Trump is a very interesting case. He speaks in superlatives. Sometimes, like, the more slimy types will do this. The more slimy politicians, like populists, or pseudo-populists, rather, will speak in superlatives. It was the greatest, it was the best. Invoking nostalgia. Nostalgia, a very fascist-coded sentiment among people, because nostalgia often deals with an imagined past, a past that never really existed. Rose-tinted lenses for something you thought that you had at some point that you never did. So he's trying to, at the same time, invoke and induce that into his base, which, I mean, is obviously very successful. They don't have that much resistance to those kinds of talking points.
100 years ago, you can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens.
Oh no! Come on, dude. At least he hit my green shell.
By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know
107% of those jobs. Sure. Sure, buddy.
the black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population.
I love that gap. 107% of the new jobs taken by illegal aliens, Mexicans, the rapists, the looters.
Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago,
No, what happened?
great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again.
Great again, the greatest.
Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future.
You know, I haven't commented on it that much, partly because I'm tired, but also because he's not saying much of substance. Again, common theme, fascist esotericism. They refer to very vague, vibes-based concepts. But Trump has said, like, we're gonna fix this country and we're gonna do it quickly. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and nobody else in the audience does, but they don't care because he's a reassuring voice, and what he's reassuring them of is whatever is wrong, I will fix it, right?
By the way, the news reports.
What's going on?
All of those big
Oh, was it an update? Maintenance in 5 minutes. Okay.
Has said this could be the most organized,
More than 30
best-run,
minutes.
and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true.
How long is this speech supposed to go? This is long.
So I better finish strong, otherwise we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was
30 minutes of
all the great
maintenance,
people
huh?
that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, "Oh, gee, that wasn't great." Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave him an idea.
See, he's good at talking and engaging with the crowd. He plays off that parasociality. Donald Trump is almost like the streamer of the Republican Party, you know? It's kind of crazy.
Love, it's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party
Being very flowery.
adopted
This,
an
okay.
agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda.
This, I think, is an attempt to sort of capitalize off the image that was built of him off the assassination attempt, at least a little bit. Again, this is not really meant for an anti-Trump audience, but more so like a fence-sitter, like, news editorial board kind of audience. He's trying to sort of project the affect of a unifying figure, flowery language. It's about love. It's about loving the country, and we're gonna bring everybody together. It'll be beautiful. And then in the same speech, he says we're gonna deport all the illegals and whatever. All that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You know, it's like just enough that the slimy fucks who run the CNN newsroom and, you know, edit all the articles there might fall for it, at least in part. Or they'll be like a little bit pacified by it.
Fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable.
Just when I think he's about to like say something with like, we're gonna drive down prices and like we're gonna start fixing the problems on day one, we're gonna lower prices, we're gonna fix everything. Like, okay, great. There's no details. Great.
Have quadrupled, and the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. Total household costs have increased an average of 28,000.
Here's that alluding to the debt economy that Republicans have to engage in.
Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly.
And again, notice they didn't mention renting, only home ownership.
Manufacturing and all household things. So much starts with energy.
Ah, dang.
And remember, we have more liquid gold.
How do you do this? It's like this, right?
Country by far. We are a nation that
Ah, okay. Well,
opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't.
what gets you lower, Eric? If you do this, okay, no.
Ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only our
We already do this, by the way. What Trump is referring to, we will be energy dominant. We will supply energy to the world. We already do that. I explained that already.
and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further.
Interesting resurgence of some of the older Republican talking points about the debt. The, like, national debt that nobody actually cares about because it's fucking America. We have room for unlimited debt in the budget.
I'd watched and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said.
This is one of those double entendres where this is meant to catch support from the working class audience, but he really is only talking about the business people, like the business and party elites that are in the room right now with Trump. Those tax cuts, the tax cuts that were actually did apply to lower income people in the 2017 bill were smaller than the tax cuts that businesses got, and they were temporary. Those taxes went back up.
And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there.
And of course, like I mentioned, tax cuts are an upward transfer of wealth because taxes fundamentally are a downward transfer of wealth. You want taxes, especially taxes on higher incomes, you want that to be high. You want poor people to be paying very little in taxes because they have very little capacity to pay. You want rich people to be paying as much money as possible as in taxes because you want things flowing. You want things moving around, wealth moving around, economic resources moving around. Squeaky Bee, welcome to the stream. Servers are down right now, so I'm just doing time trials.
From complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving
Oops.
U.S. customers thousands of dollars per car.
Here's the focus on car economics.
Now, as we speak, large factories
MKW's been popping off. Has it now?
are being built across the border in Mexico. So
All right.
with all the other things happening on
I've been at this for fucking 4 hours. Almost 5 at this point.
no tax, no anything.
I want to get a good lap.
The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader
Oh, taking a pot shot at unions.
should be
Interesting.
fired immediately, and every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump because we're going to bring back car manufacturing and we're going to bring it back fast.
This is a fantasy, by the way. Bringing back manufacturing jobs, as much as people like the talking point, it really can't happen in America. Manufacturing in a country like this, where labor costs are as high as they are, it's like unfeasible. Asking for union member votes is insane. Well, they did get the Teamsters president to speak at the RNC just the other night, which I will be rolling into one gigantic segment with all of this coverage as well. Thank you. But yeah, it is pretty insane. Okay, this is what I want to talk about. They're going really hard on the car-centric infrastructure. In fact, one of the less talked about parts of Project 2025, I heard that Hulk Hogan just went off the rails. Yeah, it was one of the more interesting and like entertaining speeches at the RNC because he like did a thing, like he took his shirt off or whatever. He like ripped his shirt to reveal another shirt underneath or whatever, and he like. He did the professional wrestling bit. He's a trained performer. He's a professional performer, so he knows how to play to the crowd. But one of the slept-on parts of Project 2025 is that it actually hyper-focuses all infrastructure around cars. In fact, it penalizes it bans the certain investments in public infrastructure and it specifically allocates money. It calls for the allocation of money in such a way that it would be way more difficult for the Federal Department of Transportation to oversee broad-ranging public transit initiatives.
They plunder our nation the way they will sell their product in America.
And in fact, it also hyperfixates on single-family zoning. It basically says all legislative efforts brought forward under Project 2025 that deal with urbanism must be geared towards single-family home ownership. We're never going to get our bullet trains, not if the Republicans win, and maybe potentially maybe sort of if the Democrats win, but not really. There's got to be some major involvement at the grassroots level. Wasn't UDOT in touch with Japan about introducing it here? I believe so. Yeah, the Biden admin has been actually pretty good about introducing new public transit initiatives in America. Very janky shortcut. But the Republican Party is so deeply in bed with the automakers, at the federal level, that they want to take that shit away. Just actually economically disastrous shit in the Republican platform. This sounds good, but it's actually pretty bad what he's talking about, the no tax on tips thing, because this just entrenches tip culture further. It doesn't do anything to address wages. People love public transit but don't realize it. Exactly. Everybody's so gassed up, or at least until recently, everybody was so gassed up on pro-car propaganda that they don't realize how shit having cars around makes people's lives. How dangerous it is, how unfun it is, how alienating it is. Public transit is just a superior model of mass transportation in an urban environment. Obviously, you still need to have cars around. I know there's some namby-pamby fucking hand-wringing liberals that'll be like, oh, what if grandma's disabled? Yeah, obviously. But that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what anybody's talking about, I hate traffic. I hate state-named drivers. Cars are so expensive. Yeah, people fucking hate cars, but they don't really, the propaganda has been so deep. The propaganda has been so deep that people don't realize it. And by the way, grandma can ride the subway just fine. We have escalators. Thank you.
But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions.
Republicans, every part of the Republicans' economic plan for America spells out oblivion, even if you let them do anything over the next 10 years. Never mind 20 or 30, no public transit, only single-family housing, no more immigration, like, you know, the entrenchment of tip culture, abysmally low union participation in wages, also objectives of Project 2025. You know, the complete gutting of all state and like of all federal and local transportation infrastructure to leave that entirely to the state level so that red states can just bulldoze their way over anybody who doesn't want cars to be the single, like, name of the game. It's fucking terrible.
Never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the...
Being disabled includes blindness, epilepsy, equals frequent seizures. Somebody can just make people unable to drive. Yeah, like, if the concern is, oh no, we need to drive grandma into the city, fucking take the train, take the bus, you know? But yeah, that's enough about that angle. Of course, there's also the really obvious parts that the conservatives want to abolish the Department of Education, and they want to double down on school choice, institute like national abortion bans, national contraception bans, do forced outing of trans kids to their parents in schools, you know, that policy making. Yeah, when leftists talk about public transit, accessibility is a given. Like, we're assuming that you're not an evil, like, evil bastard, but, like, you know, the conservatives and the liberals that are, like, for some reason weirdly pro-car, they do this weird concern troll bit about that stuff.
And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us frankly no good.
Oh, great. The isolationism talking points. Good. Awesome. I go on about the transit piece. Oh, I'm sure we both could.
Take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them.
Okay, anti-immigration talking points, etc., etc. What else does he even mention?
Within 24 hours, they were being taken back for years and years. When I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They put planes on the runway.
He mentioned cars, and I went into a frenzy, but, like, now he's playing the hits. He's doing the, like, anti-immigrant shtick. Oh, yes, that's right. The isolationist bit, that's actually also a economically ruinous idea for America, because the world lives and dies based on American economic participation in the world. And, like, you know, obviously I know that Republicans probably don't want to isolate ourselves from the world from a business perspective. Obviously, they want that business investment to keep flowing. They're a party of private capital. But preventing U.S. aid from doing anything, like gutting all of the foreign aid and human rights infrastructure that the U.S. has, as meager as it might be, that's just gonna, like, fuck up parts of the world irrevocably. There's the quick, snappy talking points. God, I wish the Democrats had something like that.
And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally.
You know, Republicans have mostly dropped the facade of even caring about that. You know, the razor wire in the water? Libs suck at slogans? They do, because sloganeering requires some, like, critical analysis of the system and sort of the message that people should be brought over on. And from the liberals' perspective, there's two things that make them absolutely garbage at sloganeering. First, they have no capacity for critical analysis of a liberal system because they are themselves liberals. They are the system. You know, that handicaps them. But then also, for liberals, appealing to the voter base is like an unthinkable concept. You know, like, there's like, Trump is kind of like, here's why you should support me. Here's what I am going to do. And then liberals, you know, when a similar sort of quandary is posed to them when they're like going on the campaign trail and whatever, they'll say like, what do you mean you don't already support us? Here's why you should already support us. It feels a lot more condescending. Plus the slogans need explanations. Just get it right the first time. Yeah. You know? Like, Trump's rhetoric, the rhetoric of the Republicans, it's full of lies. It's like, it's disingenuous at the best of times and outright, like, dishonest. It's like, it's horrible in terms of a substantive perspective. But if somebody says a Republican slogan crafted by Republicans for a largely Republican audience, everybody knows what they're talking about. Everyone knows the underlying policies, you know?
But the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration...
Unfortunately, that part is true. Trump did deport a lot of people. So did Biden, unfortunately, but yeah. And another interesting thing, like, Republicans will treat undocumented and then documented immigrants, like legal or illegal, Republicans treat immigrants the same either way. That, like, when Greg Abbott was putting the razor wire in the water of the Rio Grande, that shit is on the Mexican side of the border. Like, that's not in the U.S. yet. They're not illegal immigrants yet. They haven't even entered the United States. And to declare asylum, to go through a legal immigration process, you actually have to enter the U.S. first. Crossing the border on its own is not illegal. But Republicans don't care, because for them, all brown people from, you know, south of, I don't know, Texas are degenerates. Which is ironic, because Hispanic people are quickly becoming the vanguard of white supremacy in America. That was good.
The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before.
They're coming?
It's an invasion indeed, and this administration
Damn.
does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums.
And this is the part where, you know, they can just make shit up. A lot of the like, Trump supporters don't care that he makes shit up, because this all just affirms their priors. You know, for them, it doesn't matter whether or not it's true that, like, oh, these illegal aliens are all coming from prisons or whatever. He named every other continent other than Europe. Yeah, and that's not an accident, because they love when white people come to America. Because in Europe, well, they're white, but then also they tend to have the money to not have to become immigrants, but rather they can just be expats, you know? It's much cleaner that way. You know, when people actually need help, they don't want to give them help. Is like the dynamic there.
Because their crime rate is down, and he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them, and I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's one.
How long is Trump's speech even supposed to go for? It's almost, it's more than 11:30 at this point.
Criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails. He's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would
Blood is waffling.
I would have had the place totally emptied out already.
This is one of the things about Trump that gives him a lot of risk. Even when he's waffling and makes, like, no sense, he's able to project confidence. He's able to convince a lot of people that he believes that he makes sense. And that sort of like projects onto them that like, oh yeah, that makes sense because he is saying it as though it makes sense. You know?
In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime, Caracas, Venezuela. Really dangerous.
You can't make that, huh?
Not anymore. Because in Venezuela,
Oh, you might need to charge a
down
mini turbo.
72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able, we will not be able to have it there in El Salvador. Murders are down by 70%. Why are they down?
What is he talking about?
Convinced that because he's saying murders to be wonderful people, right? They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very...
Okay, that's where he was going with that. I was like, what the fuck? Crime is down in South America. It's great there. And then he's like, oh, because they're sending them all here. I was like, oh, okay.
to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
You know, this actually a highly idiosyncratic element of the fascist repertoire, because like, you know, oh, they're sending the murderers here and whatever, they're sending the criminals here, so things are great over there. No, actually, it's like people are fleeing up here because things are so bad down there. It like you can't really have it both ways in that instance, but they try to anyways. What is this? Oh, this is the one case of the girl that was killed, the woman that was killed by a undocumented immigrant. Yeah.
Who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible...
We're still going? He is. He's been waffling, but he's waffling a little bit like... He's waffling with Riz, sort of. He's able to, talk as though he's not waffling, even though he definitely is.
Raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important that she was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. His White House led him. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles.
Again, I have to stress, this story is like punctuation on anti-immigrant rhetoric, but it is not necessary for people, for these people in the audience to believe it. This is just an affirmation of their priors. With or without this story, they would all still be convinced. And like with or without this story, like this isn't really convincing anybody, you know?
First in the class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted.
Oh wow, fell in a small gap there.
Horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration.
Oh, now he's on criminal. That's crazy.
We're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America. This is
Some weekend say take a break, which is great advice, IMO. Yeah, I'm only doing time trials because the servers are down. Oh, wait a minute. Online might be back up.
As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest. We were the most respected.
Oh, there's Laura Loomer in the front. Huh.
Hungry, strong country run by very powerful, tough leaders.
To be fair, the last president that actually started a war... Well, dang. The last president that started a war was Bush Jr. with the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. That talking point only really resonates because it's kind of a nothing talking point. Does that make sense?
Into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said,
what?
Tell us what's going wrong, what's happening.
Is this some ISIS is coming across the southern border shit? I don't know.
You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word.
Americans do it themselves somehow. Yeah. The terrorism talking points have always been disingenuous and just a way of fronting blatant xenophobia. The vast majority of violence in America is committed by Americans, terroristic or otherwise. In fact, I'm sure people have heard this before if you're, you know, never Trumper or whatever. Immigrants are statistically way less likely to commit crimes than anybody else. That, like, the same way that a lot of conservatives will invoke like 1350 or whatever, immigrants are underrepresented in crime statistics because they know that any negative run-in with the law could get them kicked out of the country entirely.
Under the current administration,
you know?
Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing.
5 hours? Yeah. Yeah, I might have to stop soon. It's getting close to midnight. Russia took nothing. I would have given them everything, but they took nothing. Thank you. President Putin. Yeah. Again, this is another contradiction where, like, the crowd cheered when Trump said that Putin took nothing, but they were silent when Pompeo said it because they like Putin. They are fascist. It's just because Trump said it, they cheered. And obviously Trump is saying that as, you know, in his term as president, he was very highly conciliatory to Vladimir Putin.
I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well,
damn, Trump seems to get along with very bad people. That's crazy.
Weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how can you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea now.
I don't know what he's talking about. I guess he's talking about his relationship with North Korea. I think the United States does need to normalize relations there. But, like, Trump and Kim Jong-un are clearly only really interested in stroking each other's egos and stuff. I guess he's going for the he listens to me angle? Possibly. Oh boy. And also doing the whole... Hey, there we go. He's saying, like, I started no new wars. And then they attack Biden for actually ending one of the wars that had been going on for, like, forever in American history. Or not forever, but, like, since the early 2000s. So, you know, we're anti-war, but also against the president that ended a war. I start no new wars physically. That's true. Trump isn't physically on the ground shooting people. Many such cases. There we go. Got the Sherman shortcut. We do not promise the same outcome verbally, yeah. That's basically it. Got it that time, but I hit the wall. I didn't get the... This is something that that Republicans are pretty good at as well. Although it's like less so lately. They're like shouting out all the congressional candidates and whatever. Go vote for them, they're great. The problem is that, like, well, when more people vote, Republicans lose, so they don't actually want people to vote. And also, like, the Republicans have done this sort of consolidation bit already. They're not onboarding anybody new.
We didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story.
I'm actually going to look up how long this speech is going to take. I gotta get to bed eventually.
The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody who has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever.
Interesting.
Do that again. You gotta stop.
Evidently, this is the changed version of the speech. I'm worried that Biden's recent embarrassing moments are making people swing this way. People are not swinging this way necessarily because of Biden. The anybody who would be like convinced away from Biden would be staying home rather than voting Trump. Anybody convinced away from Trump would be staying home rather than voting Biden. The concern for Biden, and which is why I and basically everybody in the Democratic Party at this point support him stepping down and hope he steps down, is that he is not good at galvanizing the Democratic base. People will energetically rally behind other Democrats compared to Joe Biden, right? Like Kamala Harris has favorable polling data versus Trump. The only prospective candidate that doesn't have favorable polling data versus Trump is Joe Biden. And the Democratic Party knows it. They've known it for a month, almost a month. And ever since the debate, it kind of confirmed for them they have to get him out of there. But no, people don't defect from one candidate to another. The question is liberal, milquetoast liberalism or fascism, which is too big of a gap. Even as similar as those ideologies are, that is still too big of a gap for people to bridge in just one election.
Ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. They also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I like it not because of Afghanistan, I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And
apparently the original speech that Trump was going to give was going to mention Biden, but now it doesn't.
And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating.
I'm seeing that Joe Biden's decision will be made in the coming days. That matches with what the guy who knows a guy told me is that this is set to the decision for Biden to step down is going to be made on Monday. Or sometime end of this week, start of next week, you know? It might be over for good. Well, that's actually good for us. If Joe Biden steps down, the Democratic Party has a real shot of not losing the 2024 presidential election. Joe Biden, if Joe Biden was the candidate, it's Jover. Oh, it might be Jover for Joe. Yeah. I gotcha.
We want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price.
We're going this way. What's this? What's about? Okay. Let's see. Yeah.
With our victory in November,
Christ.
the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars.
Fuck this dude, yeah.
ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars.
He personally defeated them. A little known fact. You went over there.
I could stop wars.
They deployed the tactical Donald Trump. You know, the tactical Freddy Fazbear?
If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our
Just a Freddy Fazbear? Yeah, bro thinks he's Chuck Norris.
And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change. We gave them a tremendous...
Gassing up some of the governors and the state level politicians.
Most beautiful. We look like yachts, so we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the
Oh, what? That's off-road? Damn.
Knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody sitting over there.
Bro, I don't even fucking know what he's talking about.
That everybody wanted, I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're gonna have a lot of that built right here.
He's just saying shit.
All other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded and fell to the ground. Most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship.
Also notable, Reagan is to the left of both Trump and Biden on the issue of Israel-Palestine. Insane thing to brag about? Yeah. Yeah, like, actually infuriating. Yeah. Like, when in the 1980s, when Israel started doing pogroms of Lebanese people in the, like, Lebanon war, Ronald Reagan called them up and like, what the fuck? Stop that shit right now or you're not getting any more money, motherfuckers. And they stopped. You know? Whatever the consideration was there, he actually did that. Meanwhile, over here you've got Joe Biden being like, listen, Israel has right to exist. It's only democracy in the Middle East. And then, like, fucking Trump is calling him Palestinian as a slur, like, on the debate stage. That impression's too accurate? Yeah, I do that, like, basically like I'm half asleep, which is not that hard considering it's almost midnight. What? Somebody said, we're gonna get to the cure for cancer. Huh?
But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end
And of course that gets the applause. God, the Republican base is so fucking dumb. You know, cheers for Trump and all that, some intermittent claps. And we will not have men in women's sports anymore. And then the crowd erupts.
our nation's capital, which is a
Great, thank you.
horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our.
I just know some of them shared AI cakes on their profile. So much Facebook brain rot from this crowd. Yeah, it's so like, it's a different kind of online brain rot. It's very boomer coded. It's very boomer coded online brain rot, which is the funny thing.
Golden age like never seen before. Remember
Which is partly why the Republicans lose, is because or why they routinely get fewer votes and have less popular support, is because they're catering to an aging voting base. You know? There are a few giveaways. There are a few giveaways that people are on that side of the internet. Yeah, there are a few. Kind of like what is the way they define furries? That is indeed one of them. Another one seems to be like their inability to engage with modern, like, youth culture, like even like an inability to recognize it or like perceive it as existing, right? And a lot of yeah, that one fake story about kids shitting in litter boxes in classrooms, the focus on trans, like, sports, whatever the fuck. Oh, great. Talking shit about EVs, which isn't even that good of a policy because it still maintains the status quo of, like, car infrastructure, but it's like, no, we won't even let you have a car that's, like, not gas powered. You will drive the gas guzzler and you will like it, motherfucker. It's like, great, awesome. Glad to know they just actively want to kill the fucking planet. Awesome. And of course, this is a room full of the people that will not be bearing the consequences of that. These are the business elite. These are the people who have the money to just kind of pick up and move elsewhere, you know?
And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and total renewal. Thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us.
I mentioned earlier, and I'll say it again, because, you know, because we were talking a little bit about the brain rot, the internet brain rot. If Democrats leaned into the Zoomer age internet brain rot and the, like, Gen Alpha internet brain rot, they would never lose another election for the next 50 years, probably. You know, if they just learned to do that. You just say, world full of miracles? Probably.
I was a little embarrassed.
DKSC for life. I'm a raging Republican. Fucking cringe. Wait, did Trump say raging Republican or something? I missed it. If that's the case.
A great gentleman. His father was so incredible. Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest
Hulk Hogan is my favorite wrestler. He doesn't do wrestling anymore. He's retired. And he's not a wrestler. He's a stuntman. What is Blood waffling about in chat? Welcome back, though. Christ, I've been after this for 5¼ hours.
I'm working hard on it, Frank. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear,
Let's see if the servers are back up.
the moment we have on earth is a gift from God.
It is interesting. He's tried to strike a more I'm the unity candidate kind of tone.
Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but
In a way, I think that's been made easier by the fact that he edited his speech to not mention Biden at all. Wrestling is real? Okay, now I know you're trolling.
can't be stopped. It can't be stopped.
Nice
It
meme.
has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families.
Future me, I don't have, there's like, can you time trial DK Summit? Sure.
Expectations are not big enough.
Future me, probably cut out most of this because there's not much can or am responding to. He's just kind of waffling. I don't know what I could say about that. And I am going to have to edit this, by the way. It's not going to be a very heavily edited video, but it is going to be edited. I owe so much money to my bitch ex-wife. Better pay up, dumbass. Make those alimony payments.
We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do
By the way, if DKSC for life, depending on DKSC's for life's actual political leanings, they might be an example of the latter category of conservative. I genuinely can't tell if they're trolling. It's autistic as fuck, but I need tone indicators for this one time. Can't pay up because the Democrats took all of my money away. We had many such cases. Please let me know if you're, like, joking right now, because if you're not joking, I'm, like, actually going to go in on you really hard. I'm not trolling? Alright, perfect. So, I mentioned earlier there are two categories of conservatives, and then a secret third one. The first category of conservatives is so stupid that they can barely get themselves dressed in the morning, they can barely engage with society, and they don't understand what their positions are at all. DKSC for life might be in that category. It's possible. In fact, I believe there's like a significant amount of overlap between these two categories. But then the other category is what I believe DKSC for life is exhibiting here primarily, which is that fundamentally they don't believe anything. Everything is illusory. It's a game to them. Nothing, nothing means anything. Very nihilist point of view. So they will, move the goalpost to sort of protect the contradictions that are inherent in their point of view, in their conservative opinions, because they fundamentally don't care. All they believe in is power and, making other people's lives worse, But if I had to decide, right, the sort of trolling via chat probably fits more into the former category than the latter, I guess. Maybe I'll revert my initial assessment there. I think DKSC belongs more in the category of almost too stupid to get dressed in the morning. rather than the category of so dishonest that you can't have a conversation with them. Either way, you can't really have a conversation with them. There's nothing to engage with. They're an empty shell, you know? There's no capacity for critical thought. But those are the two categories. Those are the two different types of conservatives that you really get. However, there is actually a secret third type that will, if you can believe it, engage in earnest. Come together, many such cases. The one type of right-winger that is prepared to engage in earnest and that will engage honestly are Nazis. Out-and-out Nazis are prepared to, like, because they actually believe the positions that they have, they are prepared to go to bat and defend those positions. That's everything my ex-wife said about me, and she was right. Smart lady. Well, I guess not that smart because she got married to you in the first place, but... you know. Then again, I don't know, maybe she's not that smart because conservatives are not very difficult to understand. Like I said, not a lot going on in their heads. Future me, keep that in. That's content. Okay, he just said it 3 times for effect. Very cool. Thank you, I guess. Psycho liberals from Utah. There are liberals in Utah? That's kind of wild. Damn, one-of-a-kind woman. I wish her all the best. One of them Exmos, yeah. Like a Mormon who got out of the cult, yeah. It's kind of crazy how much Utah is, like, controlled by Mormon. She's the only one? That's what turned her psycho? Well, being surrounded by retards can have some profoundly negative effects on your mental health, you know? The free Tucson story, yeah. Harder, faster, something strong. What's that song? Harder, faster, better, stronger, or something like that. I don't know. He's just been like. There we go. There it is. The punctuating comment. Oh, thank fuck. It's over. Okay. There's actually a really... There's a really easy, like, a very succinct way to sort of punctuate that. With like, the Make America Great Again, whatever. This room is a... Okay. That room, the Republican National Convention, is a room full of piggies. Trump is really good at feeding slop to the piggies. But at the end of the day, it's still just slop. You know? On my misogynist arc, not letting women speak. Oh, I don't know if she's actually there to give a speech. Yeah, okay. That's about all I had. He's done speaking. And I am now free? Question mark? Holy shit. Hope you guys like long-form content. Yeah, good games. Good games. Who won, me or the RNC? Probably me. I think I had better zingers. And I also had the power to simply mute anybody that I didn't find very interesting. What do you think of the song Bubble Pop by Hyuna? Never heard of it. Never heard it. Don't care. Thank you. Those are my thoughts. What do I think of the RNC? Boring. Except for Trump and except for the parts where I got to comment on some of the fascist rhetoric and the sort of ideological underpinnings of the GOP, now that it has fully consolidated into a Nazi party. Not just a fascist party, but a Nazi party. complete with the actual National Socialist rhetoric revolving around the sort of mystical narratives of the American worker in very amorphous ways, so as to define it in whatever way they deem convenient to either amass power in the early stages like they did several years ago, but more so lately to consolidate the base around the existing structures, to sort of shore up support from within, and to try to make the best of the, try to basically say, okay, we have our team, we're going to try to seize power and enact our agenda, a very authoritarian agenda revolving around gutting public transit, gutting urban infrastructure, gutting multifamily housing, gutting labor protections, gutting protections for children, preserving child marriage, gutting abortion rights and reproductive freedoms such as contraception, putting trans people in camps, putting undocumented people in camps, putting homeless people in camps. All of these are policy positions laid out in Project 2025. These are the positions of a Nazi party. And I think that was shown at the convention. But interestingly enough, because the Republican Party, I think, started from a much more institutionalist position than the Nazis did, where the Nazis had a much more involved element of street gangs, even though they were still the party of the capitalists, the Republican Party... What? I will not let you derail this. The Republican Party, having started from a much more institutional and less populist position, didn't have the needed supplies of Riz to onboard enough new people. As such, they have never really enjoyed popular support, not a wide-ranging popular support, the way that certain Democratic leadership and presidents have had in the past. Obviously, the Democratic Party hasn't been great at amassing support either. But, the difference is Democrats don't do populism at all. And the Republicans, broadly speaking, don't have the Riz to be able to do populism except for Donald Trump. And that's why the infrastructure is so centered around him. The sort of only I can fix it language, in his case, is very convincing and works for the Republican base because nobody else in that party has the Riz to do that. They can't project confidence. There are a lot of they're very old institutionalist fucks who just want to protect their stock portfolios and their rich friends, and are perfectly willing to throw trans people, queer people, whoever they need to under the bus to do it. Those are my takeaways from the Republican National Convention. It's now over. It is 10 past midnight. Thank you for watching, everybody who watched. I'm gonna not find somebody to raid because holy shit, it's late at night and I need to wind down and get some sleep. God, my voice is breaking too. It's been rough. Good night. Thank you all for thank you for turning out. Hopefully I've been entertaining, and hopefully I see you guys in the future at some point. All right, I'm ending stream.